Chat, we got audio now.
You good?
Yep, we're good.
Lance, you did not turn the mics on. Whoops. No, whoops. That would have fucked everything up. Lance, this isn't even, the receiver's not even on. Like, what are you doing? Like, you gotta take these off, turn them on, and retape them. We would have just filmed an entire day with no audio. You press the power button until they flash green. You should have a solid green light.
All right, what's good, chat?
Dan, I commented if you want to.
Okay, I got it. Where is it? Okay, I see it.
That works.
Okay, it's pinned. It's pinned.
That's the correct way to do the link.
Yes.
Lance gonna get fired. Eatmaster 900, you are correct.
Damn, you guys are so rude.
It's not me, it's Eatmaster 900.
No, I set up this whole thing and I forgot two things. Come on.
Lance, we still love you. Not sure about that, Breonna Taylor.
What?
Is that the girl who got shot, Breonna Taylor?
Yeah.
Islam is incompatible with the United States of America. It cannot coexist within this country. The Quran is very clear to go to battle against prosecutors, oppressors being anybody who does not allow Muslims to follow Quranic law. Quranic law is very clear that a woman's testimony is worth half that of a man's, that infidelity is to be stoned. We don't allow those things in the United States of America. It's also very clear that men are to be able to punish their women whenever they call upon them to bed, but they do not come. We don't allow spousal rape in the United States, nor do we allow the beating of your wife. Thus we oppress Islam, and thus Muslims are called to go to battle against us.
This is the sign start.
Yeah, I could today get some people out.
Do it. What up? That one.
Just talk,
It's taped, so just talk into it. Yeah.
My question is, I just want you to explain further and a little deeper about your comment.
Which comment?
What you have written on the board right there, if you could just explain it a little bit more, that would be awesome.
Yeah, Islam is incompatible with the United States of America because Quranic law calls for Muslims to go into battle with people who oppress them or prosecute them. In the United States of America, we do not allow Muslims to practice full Islam. Quranic law calls for men to beat their wives when they do not come to bed with them. If they're summoned to bed and they refuse to come, the Quran calls for them to be beaten. We do not allow men to rape their wives in the United States of America, nor do we allow men to beat their wives. In the Quran, a woman's testimony, a woman who is a witness, is worth half that of a man's testimony. In the United States, a man's testimony is worth equal to that of a woman's testimony. And thus we are preventing Muslims from practicing full Islam.
No audio.
There is audio. I fixed it.
Is everything that you're saying true? Because from my understanding, it's supposed to be a relatively peaceful people, but...
They're not peaceful. In fact, they call for infidels to be slaughtered and cut at the neck repeatedly in the Quran. I can cite you a couple Quranic verses or hadiths.
I would love a quote.
Yeah. So, Surah Al-Baghdara, chapter 2, verse 191. Kill them, the disbelievers, wherever you find them, and expel them from wherever they expelled you. For persecution is worse than killing. Do not fight them at the sacred mosque unless they fight you there. But if they fight you, then kill them. Such is the recompense for disbelievers. Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4. So, when you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them. Surah Al-Anfal, chapter 8, verse 12 through 13. Remember, when your Lord inspired the angels, quote, I am with you, so strengthen those who have believed. I will cast terror into the hearts of those who have disbelieved, so strike them. upon their necks and strike them from every fingertip. Surah Al-Tawbah, chapter 9, verse 5. And when the sacred month have passed, kill the polytheists wherever you find them. Capture and besiege them.
And the polytheists are Christian. The polytheists in this context are Christians because they believe that Christianity is polytheistic.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I've got a few things. The Pact of Umara.
Oh, I saw that. I was reading that. It says very similar things about striking at infidels' necks and slaughtering them. Right?
It says a lot of stuff. I erased like half of it, but those are the biggest ones.
I can try to fix the game, guys. One second, let me check it.
I didn't even realize.
One second, can you? One second, Andrew. Move. Move.
That's really what they want to do.
This thing sucks, science. Okay.
I do not like the weekend.
Yeah, I agree.
Piece of shit Satanist.
Why are we pieces of shit?
No, he's talking about the weekend.
Oh.
Yeah, because MAGA is a great movement.
Thank you.
Okay?
What's up? You want to talk? I did.
America.
It's good. More comments.
That's fine. More comments. I'm just gonna respond.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so what's going on?
What did I spell wrong?
Spell America.
I did ER twice.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
If you want to talk, we can.
Can you just like cross out the double?
Is this
E
what like?
R?
Is this what like?
Wait, come up to the mic. Come up to the mic. If you're gonna talk, come up to the mic.
Is this what like Clark did?
This is what?
Charlie Kirk.
What do you mean? This is what Charlie Kirk
This
did?
is like what he does.
No, he debates people on college campuses.
You know what happened to him?
What happened to him?
It might happen to you, bro.
What are you saying?
Just saying,
And are you a Muslim?
Israel's watching.
Are you a Muslim?
I don't control the world. Israel.
Are you a Muslim?
No.
Okay.
You just want me to cross it out?
Just cross it out, yeah. Just black it out, and don't post that picture.
Yeah.
What's up? You have to talk kind of close
Yeah,
to the
I
mic.
got you. Okay. So why do you guys like? So what's the point of all this? Like
The point of-
Yeah. Like what is your opinion on it?
Yeah, my opinion is that Islam is incompatible with the West, and more particularly the United States of America. The reason for that is the Quran repeatedly calls for Muslims to go to battle with and to fight and kill people who persecute them, who don't allow them to practice full Quranic law. And the Quran calls for infidels to be murdered, slaughtered, struck at their necks. It also says that a woman's testimony is worth half that of a man's. It calls for women to be beat if they refuse to lie in bed with men. And we don't practice those things in the United States. And so we are oppressing them.
Are the verses that you're talking about like, or the things that you're talking about in context of the
Yeah,
time
they're in
period?
context. You want me to read them to you?
Please do.
Yeah. So let's talk about killing infidels. Surah Al-Baghdara, chapter 2, verse 191 through 193. Kill them, the disbelievers, wherever you find them, and expel them from wherever they expelled you. For persecution is worse than killing. Do not fight them at the sacred mosque unless they fight you there. But if they fight you there, then kill them. Such is the recompense for the disbeliever. Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4.
can I hold you?
So, where you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them.
Yeah, thank you. So the first one that you mentioned, can you read that again for me, please?
Yeah. Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 191 through 193. Kill them, the disbelievers, wherever you find them, and expel them from wherever they expelled you. For persecution is worse than killing. Do not fight them at the sacred mosque unless they fight you there. But if they fight you there, then kill them. Such is the recompense for disbelievers.
Yeah, okay, so that verse specifically is talking about a time period where the pagans of that time period, they expelled them from their own city. So they starved them to death, right, the Muslims. They did not want the Muslims to be there. They didn't want them in their city.
What city did they expel them
Mecca.
from? Mecca.
Yes.
Okay, can you prove that?
It's on the verses. You should check.
It's
the
I don't
context.
see it in the verse.
No, no,
pull
no.
It, pull it up.
Okay.
Either way.
Sure.
Either way. How do you justify this? How do you justify this? Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4. So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike at their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them. Surah Al-Anfal, chapter 8, verse 12 through 13. Remember, when the Lord inspired the angels, I am with you. So strengthen those who have believed. I will cast terror into the hearts of those who have disbelieved. So strike them upon their necks and strike them from every fingertip. Surah Al-Tawbah, chapter 9, verse 5.
Yes.
And when the sacred
I know
months
what
have
that is,
passed,
actually.
kill the polytheists wherever you find them.
Yes.
Capture and besiege them. The
What is it?
polytheists are Christians.
Yes, no, polytheists are not
The
Christians.
polytheists are Christians.
It's not
They believed
talking
that
about
Christians were polytheists.
It's not talking about Christians and specifically in that verse. It's talking about pagans, my friend.
In Islam, they view
Yes,
Christians
yes,
as
we do
polytheists
believe- we
because
do-
you think that we worship 3 gods, and we don't.
Well, actually, we think that your monotheism and the perspective that you guys have is a little bit flawed from what it actually was, like the Jesus teachings, peace be upon him. But I do want to talk about the verses that you mentioned, such as Tawbah, Surah Al-Tawbah, verse 5. It's talking about the same thing about Surah Al-Baqarah, which you mentioned in the first one. It's talking about a time period where these pagans, they tortured Muslims. They kicked them out of their homes. So you cannot just take a single verse. By the way, I still respect you coming out here and actually speaking your opinion. I really do. But those verses are taken out of context because you have to take the historical context into account.
This is not true.
It
The
is.
Quran repeatedly calls for anybody who persecutes Islam to be killed and
Look,
slaughtered.
you know what?
We persecute
Please.
Islam in the United States because we do not allow the full practice of Quranic law. Yes, we
Please,
do.
No. You know what? Look, let me pull it up for real quick. Surah Al-Tawbah, verse 5, right? Let
Yeah.
me pull it up real quick, okay?
I also cited 3 other verses for you.
Yeah. No, I'm specifically going for the Surah Al-Tawbah.
What about
verse 5.
Surah Muhammad, chapter
Yes,
47, verse 4?
I'll get to that too. Don't worry. Okay. Verse 5, right?
Verse 5. Chapter 9. What?
All right.
It's all right.
All right.
Here, I gotta fix.
Okay. So it's talking about. Okay, you guys can pull it up too. Right? It's saying a repeal from Allah and His Messenger declared to those who have covenanted from among the polytheists. Covenanted in this context is talking about testimony between an agreement. After the war, pagans lost. Pagans lost the war against Islam. I believe, I don't know the specific battle, but they lost the war, and there's a testimony signed, okay, between pagans and the Muslims. The agreement is to make a pilgrimage to Mecca, right, for a specific, and there's no war for a specific amount of time. So it's allowing the Muslims to pilgrimage to the Mecca, to the Kaaba, the black cube you guys call it, right? And basically, no war, them pilgrimaging to Mecca just for the purpose of doing their religious practice, and no war for 10 years, okay? It's talking about specifically about those, and it's specifically talking about pagans who break the testimony. It's saying whoever breaks the testimony among the pagans, kill them. Yes, because why? They've been prior to that, they've been tortured, they've been killed. Okay, the context is what I'm talking about. Surah Al-Tawbah verse 5 specifically is talking about a testimony being severed. So you guys cannot take single verses. It's like me saying like taking verses out of.
Why is the
your
premise
Bible.
disbelievers? Every premise, regardless of who
It
they're
is
talking about, is
disbelievers
about killing disbelievers.
Because the disbelievers waged war on Muslims in the first place.
Wait, Muslims waged war on disbelievers. Where do you think Muslims are from?
My
They're
friend,
Arabs come from
do
the
you
Arabian
know how
Peninsula.
Islam came to be?
What's that?
Do you know how Islam came to be?
Yes.
Yes.
Muhammad the Messenger came and he spread Islam in the Arab Peninsula. And then in the 7th century, they spread outward and took over the entire Middle East and most of North Africa.
And by the way,
They waged war.
Let's take it slow, okay? How it first came about was basically Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, spreading the message of God, right? Slowly, in secret. Why? Because if it wasn't in secret, they would have killed him. immediately. They would have what's it called? Persecuted them on the
Yeah, with
spot.
a religion like this,
And-
it wouldn't surprise me that they would kill them.
Alrighty, brother. I don't say that about Christianity.
Well, I'm talking about people in a different time and a people who emerge and say kill everyone who doesn't agree with
in
us.
this time period. I don't insult you.
I'm
right?
not talking
I haven't
about you in
insulted
this time period. I'm
Christians
talking about people who came before you
Why are you
in the 7th
insulting
century.
the entire religion and calling it it's incompatible?
Oh, well, first of all, it calls for women who refuse to lie with men to be beat. It says that a woman's testimony, the Quran says that a woman's testimony is worth half that of a man's.
You provided here is out of context.
Okay, wait.
my
So
friend.
tell me the context of this. 1 second. As for those women on whose part you fear disobedience, admonish them, forsake them in bed, and strike them.
You know what it's talking about? It's talking about between the relationship of a wife and a husband.
Yeah.
And
Strike your wife?
No.
We don't do that here.
No. Yeah. Calm down. All right. It's talking about when the man asks for what's it called? Like a relationship, as in like a
Intercourse.
Yeah, intercourse.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, which
It
means the wife has to have sex whenever the man feels like it, even if she doesn't want to, or she can be struck, hit. Furthermore, Quran, chapter 4, verse 15 through 16. If any of your women commit
out of
lewdness, call 4 witnesses among you. And if they testify, confine them to their houses until death takes them.
That's talking about.
If your woman is lewd, confine her to her house for the rest of her life
That's
until she
talking
dies.
about the dudes that testify for the women. It's talking about the persecution of the women for what's it called, fornicating.
Let's read it again.
Read it
If
again.
any of your women commit lewdness, call 4 witnesses from among you, and if they testify, confine them to their houses until death takes them.
Exactly. It's talking about the testifiers, not the testified.
Regardless, we don't confine
Regardless,
people. Why would we?
You're accusing a woman of
What you're
sleeping
saying
around.
is not making the situation. So if you accuse somebody of sleeping around, confine them to their houses for the rest of their lives. What you're saying doesn't make it any better.
Testified. The testifiers.
What you're saying doesn't make it any better.
You're accusing a woman of sleeping around.
So put them under house arrest for the rest of their lives.
if you're falsely
It's
testifying.
incompatible. Furthermore, again, we'll go back to Quran, chapter 4, verse 34. As for those women whose part you fear disobedience,
Doesn't
just
change the fact
fear
that it's wrong.
disobedience, admonish them, forsake them in bed, and strike them.
Coming back to the same verses out of context.
How is it out of context? What's the context here?
I don't know.
Quran, chapter 4, verse
I don't know.
34. As for
I
those women on whose part you fear disobedience, not even that they have been
That part
disobedient,
I haven't actually researched,
admonish them,
but
forsake them in
parts that
bed,
I have
and
researched,
strike
I have
them.
refuted you every single time. You got to chill, bro.
I have a-
you got to have context for these
I've got a
verses.
point to make. All right, so there are a lot of Muslims in the West, in America, maybe such as yourself. I assume you're a Muslim, and I'm not going to assume that you're going around beating women or behaving in these ways,
Don't.
or that you want to murder us. But the thing with that is, if you're a Muslim living in the West and you've got these morals that are fairly consistent with the West, saying, you know, we don't beat women, you know, we don't go around killing each other because we are apostates and things like that. But what about the Islamic countries? They do these things, right? So like, and they agree with our interpretations. There are many Islamic scholars who agree with our interpretations. I see these Dawa guys who have their wives covered head to toe, and they won't
You
even
know
let
it's
them
a choice,
talk
right?
in public. They won't let them speak to
You know,
other
it's
people.
a choice. It's a choice. It's the women's choice. We don't oppress our women. This has
The
been
woman's
refuted
choice
a
to be
long time
oppressed.
ago.
I mean, like, yeah, you can say it's her choice to act that way, but like they're being told they must act that way according to Islam,
By the
and
way,
that
by the
goes
Quran,
along with what
the
we're
Quran
saying.
specifically states what body parts should women cover. By the way, it is an obligation for a woman to cover by God. Like it's in our Quran. Yes, it's a testimony. It's a revelation that's revealed from Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. But we don't force women to cover the entire veil. You know, it's called niqab. We don't force women. They decide. They choose that for themselves. It specifies where to cover. It says the wrist up to the ankle, and it says how much you can see of the face. So you can see the face. They can speak, but there's a proper way of doing things. The way you guys do it in the West, it's kind of I guess indecent. I would say. How indecent? Well, I mean, we can talk about the divorce rates in America. We can talk about the family structures in America. We can talk about all of that, right? You can look at like Saudi Arabia being one of the safest cities in the world. Like back in I believe 2020 and 2018, between that, it was one of the safest cities, like safest countries in the world, right? Like these are statistics that you cannot just refute by just saying random verses
I'm not cool with oppressing
that are.
people for safety. Just because you're safer, like I'm not cool with oppressing people. What do you
is
think
not
about what do you
oppressing,
think
my
about Sahih al-Bukhari 29:26? The day of judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews. When the Jews hide behind stones and trees, the stones and trees will say, "O Muslims, O Abdullah, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him."
It's talking about it's talking about a time that will happen.
Right. In order
It's
for
not-
your religion to be
it's-
completed,
no,
in order for the judgment day to
Don't
come,
take it out of context.
Muslims must
You're
fight
really
the
good
Jews
at
and
that.
kill the Jews.
You're really good at taking it out of context. It's saying that there will be a time where Muslims and Jews fight.
And they kill all the Jews. Yeah,
That's
incompatible with the
what
West.
war is.
Incompatible with the West.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You're fighting a
the
race
United
war
States
against
is not
Jews.
a terroristic state. Definitely.
Well,
not.
that has nothing to do with
Of course-
Islam.
Yeah, bro, it's United States of Israel.
Has
bro.
nothing to do with Islam.
Come on.
You can
No,
say the buzzwords
this
United
is-
States of Israel all you want. It doesn't
That is
change
not
the
a
fact that
buzzword.
Islam is
You're
incompatible
saying
with the West.
buzzwords by giving like verses out of context,
Yeah.
my friend.
Yeah. Sahih
Yeah.
al-Bukhari
Yeah.
26:29.
That-
The
that's-
day of
that's-
judgment
that-
will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews. When the Jews hide behind
That's
stones
what
and
a war
trees,
is.
the stones and trees will say, "O Muslims, O Abdullah, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him." The
But
day of judgment
Christians
will
are
not come
innocent.
about until
They have
the
never
Muslims
wanted-
fight the Jews, killing the Jews.
The Christians have never fought or killed anybody, right? As an empire, never happened.
They've never fought somebody just because they're Jews.
Definitely not. They massacred Muslims and innocent people all the time. The Crusades, my
Yeah,
friend.
why
The
did we
Crusade
go to
was
war
a-
in Afghanistan?
Why?
9/11.
Oh,
It was a responsive war.
9/11.
It wasn't because
Let's
they were
get to that,
Muslims.
guys.
It was because of 9/11, right? Why did the Crusades happen? It wasn't. First of all, it wasn't the United States. It was because
was
Muslims were
Christianity.
taking over
It
parts
was
of Europe.
Christianity. Your belief system.
Well, first of all, you don't know that. I am a Christian, but why? You don't
Okay.
know that. First
what
of
do
all,
you mean? I don't know that. I know enough history to know that Crusades killed millions of people, including
the
Muslims.
Crusades were responsive as well.
The Crusades were defensive. The
defensive.
a
killed
large chunk
millions.
of Europe, there were
They killed women and
there was
children.
Islamic rule in Spain, dude.
I
In
get
Spain,
that.
why were the
I
Mus-
get
why
that,
were the
but it's
Muslims
Christian-
ruling in
it's still
Spain,
Christianity.
making Christians pay jizya, making them pay taxes because they weren't Muslim,
My friend,
saying that they
my
couldn't
friend,
evangelize,
The
saying that
Ottoman
they couldn't
Empire
build
is the best
churches.
example of a Muslim ruling empire for 600 years, and there were churches under the Ottoman
Yeah,
Empire.
they were Christians, and how are the Christians treated? Look at the Pact of
They-
Umar. The
they
Pact of
had-
Umar says they couldn't evangelize. It
friend,
says they couldn't
they
build
had
churches.
churches on
They had
a
with
functioning
jizya.
Ottoman
You know
Empire.
jizya?
Yes, jizya.
tax?
Yes, that is tax that Muslims pay as well.
No, they don't.
They
don't.
They pay the
No,
zakats.
they
That's
don't.
their tax.
No, they don't.
They pay the zakats.
If you read the hadiths,
One at a time.
No, I know, I'm giving him advice. For the record, Thomas Jefferson specifically mentioned Muslims among the religions to be protected within the Constitution.
yeah, no, we're not contradicting the Constitution here. We're not saying that Muslims shouldn't be allowed to, have surface level practices. We're saying that they shouldn't be able to practice the conclusion of their religion because that involves violence. It's completely different. Like, I'm not saying we should deport this guy or anything like that. He gets to be here. He's an American. You're American, right? He's an American just like me, has the same rights I do. Thanks. But okay, let me see. I got some stuff on. But fight those who do not believe in Allah until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. That's Surah
My friend,
9:29.
Yes, but look,
There's
it's
tons
an
of sources in
obligation
hadiths.
under every state. These are simple stuff.
No,
you
we
will
don't
be prosecuted if
we
you
don't
pay
tax
jizya.
people for having a certain religion.
That's not, my friend. Muslims have to pay zakats. You know
Yeah,
what zakat is?
3%.
Huh?
3%. Jizya is
Yes.
50%.
Jizya is not 50%.
Yes, it is.
My friend, they pay a certain amount. That's correct, right? But Muslims also pay that amount, and they pay sadaqah as well. You know what sadaqah is? It's extra out of the zakat. It's not. Christians had churches, had functioning churches. They were safe. They weren't
They couldn't
prosecuted.
build new churches and they couldn't evangelize. The Pact of Umar says that.
They practice under those churches. What are you talking about?
You're saying they practice. Yeah, in some
Yes.
cases they were able to practice at their churches, but
In
they were
some
not able to
cases-
build new
in
churches.
some cases in the
according to
United
Pact of
States,
Umar.
right now, there's mosques like freaking raided. Like
Well,
they're being
mosques
disrespected.
should not be raided.
Exactly, should not be rated, right?
But
Sometimes
that's not-
it happens
that's
in,
not a
these,
law.
in these big governmental institutions. You can't just say, "Oh, the Ottoman Empire ruled 600 years, and Christians and Jews lived and Muslims lived peacefully And some churches were prosecuted.
The
Some
Pact of
churches were
Umar
raided.
is what the Christian had to agree to under Islamic rule. It includes, we shall not manifest our religion publicly, nor invite anyone to it. That is a
Because
necessary
Islam didn't
part
do it
of.
either.
That's a necessary part of Christianity. We have to evangelize. That's part of our religion.
I get you.
And if
But
you're restricting
Islam
that's an
didn't
issue.
evangelize in your context either. It was a Muslim-ruled state, but we didn't go around preaching to Christians about Islam. That's
You
why
just
they
held a sword to their neck until they converted, right?
No. What's the context of that?
Wait, yeah, the context is first you have
Or
Arabs
what-
in the
what is
Arabian
the
Peninsula,
source?
and then in the 7th century they spread outward into the entire Middle East, forced converted people, and then took over North Africa.
How do you think the Roman Empire came to be? How do you think all of these
I'm not defending the Roman Empire.
All right, then I'm not defending the Ottoman Empire either.
The Roman Empire converted Christianity in the 4th century.
You guys had to go to war, my friend. For America to come to be, you guys had to go to war with countries.
No.
You guys fought Mexico. Yes,
Wait,
you did.
Did you say for America to come to be?
Yes.
I mean, we didn't necessarily have to go to war. There are countries that
did go to
forced
war.
us to go to war.
You guys,
we wanted
you guys didn't
peaceful
have to
secession.
go to war.
We wanted to purchase land. We wanted peaceful secession
Yes, the
from
manifest
England.
destiny. Yes, I already know.
That wasn't our fault.
The manifest destiny, by the way, it was in your book, right? Just like how Jews are trying to persecute Gaza right now, in the Palestinians, right? The same thing applies to America.
The Jews are not persecuting Palestinians.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Arabs sit on the Israeli Supreme Court. They
Yes.
sit in the Knesset.
We're not proud of
I've
that.
actually personally gone to Jerusalem and interviewed Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims and asked them if they like living in Israel. And they said they'd rather live in Israel than Saudi Arabia. They'd rather live in Israel than the United States. This is their country and they love it.
Can I see
Nobody,
that?
they're not, what?
Can I see that?
Do you want to see the video?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll pull it up for you.
You went to Jerusalem and asked Palestinians.
Yes, I've been to Gaza too.
Yeah, all right, that's good. All right, let me pull up stuff since you're pulling up stuff too. Let's all pull up stuff now.
Half of us here have been to Israel.
Defending Israel is the last thing you want to do right now?
No, it's not.
Yeah, definitely, my friend. The entire world unanimously believe that
That's
Israel
not
is already
true. It's not
genociding
unanimous because I don't
Palestinians.
agree with it.
Yes!
You know what
Yes.
unanimous means?
Yes. You know
does it
the
mean?
only two countries that vetoed a ceasefire in the UN resolutions.
Yeah, because the ceasefire would require
is
the exchange of
United
terrorists.
States and some BS Israel, bro. You're just a dog.
What is it like to live here in Jerusalem?
It's very nice to live here in Jerusalem.
Very nice.
I enjoyed living in Jerusalem.
So it's pretty good here.
Yeah, you know what? Let me pull up stuff
Even under like the Israeli government, it's still pretty good.
It's better than most of countries in the world.
Would you rather live here or somewhere like Iran or somewhere else in the Middle East? Here?
Yeah.
All the way?
If you give me like choice to live in America or live here, I will choose here.
Tell me what it's like to live in Israel as a Muslim. You consider yourself Palestinian?
It's free. You can live as much as you need. Nobody bothering you. Either you are Muslim, either you are Christian, either you are Buddhist.
But you like living here. It's nice.
Life is amazing here.
Life is amazing. Would you rather live here or somewhere
Except
else?
life is expensive as well. It's not cheap.
How do we know they're Palestinians, by the way?
No.
I asked them if they're Palestinians. They said it, if you were listening.
You know, there's Palestinian Jews, right? There's Palestinian Christians. There's.
What's your point?
Palestinian is. I'm talking about Palestinian Muslims.
These are Palestinian Muslims.
How do you know, bro?
I asked them, are you a Muslim and are you Palestinian? And they said yes.
Bro, just ask them if they're Palestinian, bro.
I did.
Palestinian Muslim.
You hear that right there? Very first words.
Palestinian Muslim.
I'm Palestinian Muslim.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. And you know what? Look.
Do you want to get back on
look-
topic?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's get back on topic.
Real quick. Sunnah Abu Dawud, 3047. The messenger of Allah said, there is no jizya on a Muslim. So when you said Muslims pay jizya,
Because jizya.
that directly contradicts Muhammad.
No, because Muslims already pay out of. During
You
that
said
time
they
period-
pay the jizya. It says explicitly here, Muhammad said
I
they
did
don't.
not say it pays the jizya.
You
I
did.
said they already pay something else that is not the jizya.
Well, you said that as well, but you also
friend,
did say, you
my
might have
friend,
misspoke,
yes.
but you did say to me, that's why I went and I was searching for that verse.
I get you.
But you did say to me that they
Muslims
pay the jizya.
zakats, and during that time period, they paid sadaqah. Sadaqah in large amounts, by the way. In large
I would love to
amounts.
see an actual source for that because
Yeah,
I've never seen
sure.
anything
Actually,
of the sort.
you know what? You can actually look this
Like-
up in the UK. In the UK alone, right now in the modern times, okay? In the modern times, in the UK, there's billions of dollars in sadaqah money being donated to charity. You can look
Okay,
this up.
I'm not going to
You can
dispute
fact check.
something like
No.
that. No, I'm saying this is a
No,
forced
bi-
tax on
billions
non-believers.
of dollars.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're
it's-
questioning
we
that time.
tithe to the Catholic Church is the biggest charitable organization in the world. Okay, like I know, like it's probably something similar,
I
right?
know
I'm not
there's
saying
other
you guys
churches
don't
that,
tithe.
that fundraise for their own benefits.
But there is a specific
sure.
tax for non-believers, and I'm saying something like that is incompatible with American values because that is a specific. If you guys
Okay,
want to
no, no, no,
pay,
that's
like
respectable.
according to
Yeah,
your
no, no, no.
religion, if you want to
That's
pay extra, or you want to
respectable.
pay charity, that's
No, no,
okay.
you know what? That's respectable. It's not. What's it called? If you're talking about historical context, you're correct. That isn't in our religion. It was a historical thing that we had
It
to
still
apply.
is. It's still in the Quran
My
and it's still in the
friend,
Hadiths.
Listen to me. We had to apply to that because of the historical context. Ottoman Empire was an ever so expanding empire. All right, we expanded from like Middle East to Europe. That was a big empire. Okay, so dealing with that, there's a lot of societal, religious, I guess, socioeconomic things that come with it. All right, to fund the government. First and foremost.
The Ottoman Empire didn't come about until 1299. Muhammad was dead and the Quran was written.
Okay, it's talking about this is just the Ottoman Empire is doing, my friend.
It's not describing the Ottoman Empire. First of all, the Ottoman Empire were
And
Turks.
and it's also no, I know. And
These
the
things were
jizya-
written before the Ottoman Empire was a twinkle in anybody's
yes,
eye.
because in Mecca and Medina, there were Christians and Jews that also lived with Prophet Muhammad's time.
Right, and we were taxing them because they're disbelievers.
No, because they were disbelievers. Because Muslims already paid
what
their.
it says.
They already paid their parts. Muslims already paid their part. Everybody has to pay a tax, and
And
that
you think
was
that part was proportionate? They were paying the same.
Definitely. Because
Okay.
during Prophet Muhammad's peace be upon his time, he might be 50%. I do not know the number, but during the Prophet Muhammad's time, there were like some like rods, like with like cups in them, and you donated money for the charity, like as in the poor picked out money from those little bowls and like little rods. In that context, it was overflowed. The money was just sitting there. There were no poor people left during that time period because they were donating so much. Okay, so to take this thing into account, that's us donating into those bowls. It was overflowing with money, right? Those little like donation boxes, you can say that. So Christians, or Jews or non-believers, we still let them be. We still let them practice their religion. We just wanted Islam. Yes.
Not entirely though, because they can't evangelize or practice their religion in
Okay,
public.
look, Islam didn't evangelize inside the state.
Well, that's beside the point, though.
No, but
if
no,
you say, we're not going to directly evangelize the Christians, okay, you can make that decision.
You're saying it's injustice for Christians to not evangelize.
Yes.
But we don't evangelize either, or Jews. We don't let anybody
You
evangelize.
can choose to do
or
that.
Whatever, like
you
whatever
can
you
choose
want to call it.
If one of us, like Cam, is a
Look,
relatively
might-
new to Christianity, he's not going
You
around
might say-
evangelizing.
you might say
he
what-
can make that choice.
You might say that time period, that's what they were doing. And if you're trying to tie that to how Islam is incompatible with America in the historical context of 600 AD, yes, I do
But
agree that
these are the
600
laws
AD
for
isn't the same.
people who are non-Muslims. I mean, are we saying that all these laws
No.
given by
Prophet
Muhammad?
Okay, you want to bring up hadith? I'll bring up hadith as well. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, states that live according to the modern times. Okay, we don't just shift, like we don't make up stuff like some people do, right? Islam actually has very strict, like chain of narration. Our sources are all authentic. I can't say the same for Christianity. I don't want to attack anybody.
So you're saying that in Islam, all of the rules go out the window as modern times change?
Take it out of context, my friend.
No. You're saying
really good at
that Prophet Muhammad
You're actually
said
really good at that.
adapt to the modern times, even if they violate the hadiths and
No.
Quran?
No.
Okay, so we still follow Quranic law then?
Yes, no.
Okay,
you
great.
still do.
Right, and
You
Quranic law says if your wife refuses to sleep with you, beat her.
Look,
It's
let
a
me give
strike
you,
at the
let me
neck
give
of
you-
infidels.
Let me give you an actual example instead of just jumping into stuff, okay? An actual example could be Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said you can marry up to 4 wives, okay? That's a big thing, right? Polygamy. It's not compatible with America, sure. It's not actually compatible with modern Islam either, because the level of iman you need to have, level of faith that you need to have 4 wives, it is tremendous. No one in our generation is at that level, okay? There's a lot of responsibility that comes with it, and there's a lot of hadith that comes with it. In that every single hadith that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, mentions of polygamy, marrying more wives than one, it states if your injustice to one of your spouses, even by the slightest, if the tip of the balance slightly shifts, your punishment in the hereafter will be like no other.
But the standard of treatment towards the women, according to the Quran, is not what we would view as a proper standard. It says that if your wife refuses to sleep with you, beat her. Okay? And what you're saying right now does not resolve any of the issues we have with Islam that makes it incompatible with America. Right? I'm not concerned. The 4 wives, as far as like foul treatment in Islam, are the bottom of my problems, right? Having 4 wives is the bottom of my problems. Beating your wife for refusing to sleep with you, marrying children, those are probably like my top priorities.
Marrying your children?
Yeah, the Prophet married a 6-year-old and then consummated her at 8. According to Aisha herself, by the way.
My friend, people at that time period, they had their menstrual cycle a lot earlier. So look,
at 6?
No, at 6.
At 8.
At 6, at their time period.
It was the exact opposite. There are no scientific sources that say this. It was the opposite because they had less access to nutrition, so they hit puberty slower.
Their lifespan was 30 years old.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was short.
Hold on. You say that. The sources that say that are considering infant mortality rate. If you live past infancy, you lived up to 50. There are many scientific sources.
True.
Yes, it is true.
And actually, no, there's a lot of hadith that actually state that what's it called? Aisha radiallahu anhu also had her menstrual cycle very early on. Right? Very early on. Back then,
you think she had her menstrual cycle at 6?
Back then,
at 6?
Society back then.
At 6 years old.
Society back then functioned differently.
I'm asking you a question. Did Aisha have her menstrual cycle at 6 years old?
At 9.
Oh, so why did he consummate her at 8 then?
It was consummated at 9.
No, she was consummated at 8 according to Aisha herself.
No, that is not correct.
Okay, I'll cite you the hadith. That's fine.
Every single hadith.
That's fine. Here we go.
What hadith is that?
Yep. 1 second.
It's at 9.
Yep. I'll cite it. Just give me a second here. I'm pulling it up. I've got one right here from Sahih Bukhari, but I want to find the one that is directly from Aisha herself. Okay, I can't find the one from Aisha herself directly. Chapter, marrying the daughter by her father, a ruler. I think you are right, it was 9. The Prophet Muhammad married her when she was 6 years old and consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old.
There you go.
So you think she had her menstrual cycle when she was 9?
Yes.
You think Aisha menstruated at 9 years old?
Yes, because that's how it was back then. Just in the 1900s. By the way,
yeah, I mean, it's mentioned that she was still playing with dolls and things like that. Like she played with dolls with her friends.
That's in the hadith. That's correct. Back then, look, in the 1900s, actually as early as 1940s, you could marry a woman that is 14 years old in the States.
And that was wrong and evil.
As low as 12, actually. As low as 12.
And we fixed that. We fixed that. That was wrong and evil. And we fixed just like Christianity fixed slavery, we also fixed child marriage.
Anymore. What I'm trying to get to is that there's historical and social.
Wait, you do have Muslims marrying at 9 years old. Almost the entire Arab world, there's no legal age of marriage. In Sudan, it's 10 years old. In Yemen, it's 0. In Saudi Arabia, it's 0. In Iran, it's 0. It's also legal to rape your wife in all of those countries. In Yemen, it's 0.
That doesn't mean you actually marry them at that age.
Why is there no legal age of marriage then? Because you can marry children.
No.
It's viewed as acceptable to marry children because the Prophet Muhammad himself was a pedophile. I didn't hear what you said.
She said you can't marry children in America. You can't.
You can't. You can marry 17-year-olds with parental permission in some states. That's marrying a teenager, not a 9-year-old or an 8-year-old, 6-year-old, and then consummating her at 9.
Anyways, let's get back to points.
So you think it's acceptable that the Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old who was playing with dolls and then consummated her at 9?
To the present times, we can go to.
This is your most revered leader, your perfect person. He married a 6-year-old playing with dolls.
And that's why he said live according to your time period. That time period? That time period.
Do you think it's wrong to marry 6-year-olds?
Of course.
Okay, so if the Prophet Muhammad, the messenger, is a perfect person, don't you think that he would have known that it is wrong to marry a 6-year-old?
He doesn't live for every single context of the future.
But he's perfect. Is he perfect?
He still has flaws.
Is he perfect?
No, he is not perfect. You know why? He said, I'm trying to be the example, whatever Quran is.
And the example is marrying a 6-year-old and having sex with a 9-year-old.
The same person that you're quoting right now, Hazrat Aisha radiallahu anhu, companions of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, walk up to her and ask her, how was, like people that haven't seen Prophet Muhammad like in flesh, ask her, how was Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him? And he said, have you not read the Quran? So he was the walking Quran, okay? And the Quran...
So he should be perfect. And he married a 6-year-old and consummated her at 9.
He said, even as a prophet, I am not guaranteed heaven. He is not perfect. He fears Allah's wrath or I guess punishment as much as he believes in his mercy. So he is not perfect. He embodies a true believer. Yes, he tries to take that role, but he isn't perfect in and of himself. Neither am I, neither did anyone else that preceded him.
Okay, so do you think it's objectively wrong to marry children?
Yes.
Okay, it's objectively wrong to marry children, and the most sacred and revered person in your religion
you have a problem
married
with
a
context.
6-year-old.
No, you have a lot of problem with context, sir.
There's no context for marrying a 6-year-old. You're a pedophile.
No.
He was a pedophile.
My friend, you can go to the 1940s. You can marry a 12-year-old legally in America.
That's wrong. You can also have slaves in America.
What was the laws before that? It was Christian law.
That was not Christian
yes,
law. No.
Puritan.
Christian law says that a woman has to actually mature, and it's usually
And
around
what's
17
the age
or
of maturity
18.
back then?
If you look at ancient Judaism, women usually married around 17, 18 to 20. All right, we are consistent with the laws in ancient and Second Temple Judaism.
Christianity made a good point here. He said age of maturity, right?
Okay,
You have to marry at the age of maturity. Age of maturity changes from time period to time period.
Christians, if you read historians and sociologists like Robert Woodbury, Tom Holland, they point out that Christians were the ones who got rid of child marriage across the world. They got rid of child marriage in India. Tom Holland, it's a different Tom Holland. He's not Spider-Man. He's a historian. They got rid of child marriage across the world. Okay, they abolished child marriage and also slavery. Got rid of slavery. I mean, the British sent people out to Africa to liberate slaves in Africa, North Africa, from Muslims. Okay. Like, it is true that some so-called Christians practice slavery, but slavery was contrary to Christianity. Child marriage was contrary to Christianity, and Christians did abolish these things. Like, we're not claiming every Christian forever was perfect. We don't view any given previous Christian as the moral standard, but Muhammad is the moral standard. That's the problem here.
That goes for modern Muslims too. People like Muslims that marry. By the way, is my mic working?
No, it's just quieter.
You guys,
take
it up?
I think somebody made us turn it down. So.
Okay. Anyways.
You just have to get really close.
You guys didn't take it off or something?
No, you have to get really close. It might be off.
Why is it going off? What? Why is it going off? I don't know. We have to turn it down a tiny bit.
Try now.
Hello? All right.
Yeah, it's coming through.
Anyway. All right.
Yeah, it's coming through.
Anyway, I was yelling anyways, but yeah. So where were we?
Yeah, so Christians never viewed all these previous Christians who did these bad things as the moral standard. But Muhammad is viewed as the moral standard. That's the difference. I agree with you that those Christians were doing something wrong.
You know what Christianity said? Christianity, according to Christianity, Islam, Prophet Muhammad actually didn't do anything wrong.
No.
Yes, why? Why? Because he said age them when they're matured. Right? And back then there's no Supreme Court of law.
It was past an age of maturity. It wasn't past puberty. Puberty was not the standard.
You said when they're matured, right?
Yeah,
and
mature
and maturity. Context.
Maturity was considered after puberty, not during puberty. Far after puberty.
Back then, just like I said this multiple times, in the United States, the age of maturity back then, let's say 1900s to 1800s, it was low.
No,
women got their menstrual cycle at 10?
No,
11?
the further you go back, the later people went through puberty because they had less nutrition. It makes sense, right? Hold on,
A marriage is not counted as valid unless the woman agrees to it.
Okay, yeah, a 6-year-old can't agree to marriage. A 6-year-old can't consent.
So your religious leaders do everything really piously. This is the only thing that's been
A 6-year-old can't consent.
So your entire view on Islam is a 6-year-old getting married to a prophet.
That's not the entire view. That's one criticism we have.
That's what I've been hearing since 30 minutes.
Well, yeah, because we've been talking about that. We were talking about jizya earlier. We were talking about the restrictions on Christians living under Islamic rule where they couldn't evangelize. We talked about a lot of things. We've been talking about this particular topic for a little bit.
I hope you feel proud that you're able to look at our religion from one standpoint and not the rest of it.
Okay.
And I respect that. But
The whole thing is on live.
Hey, if he's cooking us, are you a Muslim? If he's cooking us so bad, why don't you convert to Islam? If he's correct about everything. Yes, it does. If he's right about everything, why don't you convert?
Religion is a choice. You can't just force
Well, yeah,
it.
I mean, I'm saying, why doesn't he make the choice? All right, that's irrelevant.
Bro, don't force it.
Well, I don't even really care if he's cooking you or not. Point being,
Yeah, you're just telling this Muslim to stop debating us.
Even if he cooks you, you're just gonna cut the video. It's live.
It's live.
Every second of it, you're gonna take it. You're gonna make real.
No, it's gonna stay live. You can look at Cam Higby's YouTube channel. Our debate yesterday, all of it's uploaded. No cuts. Hey, I appreciate it.
Actually, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you have a good day.
Cam Higby, CAMHIGBY.
My name's Benjamin Williams. I live in Austin, Texas. That's.
The channel we're live
It's on Cam Higby.
Yes, yes. This is the where you can find debates. Okay, thank you.
Who's next?
Well, yeah, I've got a source here. I'm gonna see if I can pull up like actual quotes. But this source actually shows like that they mature slower.
We also need a source on. Yeah, we can try to hit them out. Anybody want flags? Flags? No, flags.
I don't even get the argument that they matured faster. It doesn't make any sense. Because like if you have less nutrition, you're gonna mature slower.
That's how it works. This is just simple biology.
It doesn't even matter if you've had a menstrual cycle. You're still a child. By the way, 12-year-olds also get menstrual cycles. You can't marry 12-year-olds and consummate them at 14. They have menstrual cycles, but they're still not adults. You marry adults, not children.
Leftists talk about abortions, they're always like, what about the kids getting born? What about them? And then they're like, okay, Islamic child marriage is okay. And then them getting pregnant. It doesn't make any sense.
Question about those flags? Yeah. You know what exactly these flags are?
Oh, it's I think it's like a Trump flag, right? It says
Yeah, Trump flag.
Trump. I could say it's KEA something. It could be a Trump, I think.
I don't know. You can take it.
Huh? Who said that?
Donald J. Trump Jr.
They're literally blaring music right over there.
No, sorry, not 2024. 2028. Donald J. Trump Jr. for president.
Yeah, what's up?
So why do you guys? It says Islam is incompatible with America. Why not the West entirely?
We're gonna do the West entirely, but we're in America, so we figured it might be a more fruitful topic. What does that say? Yeah, hilarious, dude. Hilarious.
Way to own the conservatives by showing you support political violence, retard.
There's a guy standing across from us that says, with a sign that says Charlie Kirk was a fentanyl addict. He won't come have a conversation because he's a coward. I know, I did. I put ER twice. I was like doing a million things while I wrote the sign.
He said that this whole Islam thing was a thing of peace. But
Yeah, it's not. Dude.
That's not peace.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Is he a Muslim?
I think so.
The Quran repeatedly calls for infidels to be struck at the neck.
They have been killing Christians. They have been killing Christians for like the past months over this year.
Yeah.
Mostly over Gaza. I have heard about that. I don't really have a standpoint on whether Israel, Palestine, Islam is good, but I don't think murder should be justified at all.
100%.
In any way, shape, or form.
That's our position too.
People to say that Islam is a religion of peace, and then standing in front of you guys mocking you because some guy got shot over it, I don't think it's fair.
No, 100%.
And I wouldn't find it fair if like an Islam student died and we would mock them.
Yeah, 100%.
Honestly, I don't have a standpoint. I've seen posters around, and this happened last week. I have a picture of it. I have everything. It's just posters saying death to Israel. Like, that's not peace, man.
Yeah.
And this happened 7 days ago.
100%.
I don't
It's ridiculous.
agree with any of the sides. I'd just rather stay as a Catholic. But when it gets to the point where it's like people calling for other people's death or like mocking other people, it's not okay.
Yeah, 100%, man. I appreciate it. They're literally blaring music right over there. Huh? Why are you here? Put your name at the top of his
Charlie
list
Kirk
and
wanted debate.
Liberty started shaking his fist, and the eagle will fly, and there's gonna be hell.
They said they were going to let us use the speaker, even though that new Texas law is against it. But you can't play music and we can't blast it.
Who said that?
The university that came over. and
They
told
said they
us
specifically said we can't play music.
Huh?
They specifically said we can't play music.
They said we have to lower the speaker, which is why I lowered it. And
Okay.
you can only use it for debates. But there's like actually he knows because they're fighting it. It's a Texas law that says you can't use amplification.
It's almost at a point where they can't even enforce it.
Why? Then they can't enforce it then. Why are they blaring music right over there? There's no way they're going to equally enforce that. I'd literally sue them for unequal enforcement.
Yeah, you could sue them. They're already being sued. And they're being fucking destroyed.
Yeah.
UT Austin. I don't think UT Dallas is one of them. It's A&M and UT Austin.
Lance, are they still playing music over there? Go record them. I don't care. Go record them playing music right now.
It's a DJ for University Homecoming.
I don't care. Go record it. If the Texas law says that we can't use amplified sound, I will take them to court if they tell us we can't use it.
Do you want to make a corporation? Because we were told, you guys were told to turn down the volume and they are playing music.
Just go record it. We need evidence.
You won't
Record
even
them
the law's
using
gonna-
sound.
The law's going to be struck down very soon, so. Did you want to?
I want to, but I don't want to.
Come on up. Come on up. Yeah, I mean, you got your mask. No one's gonna recognize you, anyways. Oh, you're gonna have to talk pretty close to it, though.
Like this? Like this?
Yeah, exactly like that. What's up?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing great. Do you have any issues with what we're saying, or what you got for us?
I just want to know, just curious, what made you think that the religion of Islam is incompatible here in the U.S.?
Because we believe if people follow Islam to its logical conclusions and follow it entirely, then that would mean they would be killing Christians, if not imposing like taxes on us, stopping us from evangelizing, stopping us from building churches. We believe it's a religion that supports war, and we don't think that's compatible. Now, there's many Muslims who do not practice all of these things. They believe that there are different interpretations. They believe that you shouldn't do these things. You shouldn't be marrying children anymore, things like that. And okay, that's fine. But there's also a lot of Muslims who are killing people, killing Christians across the world, killing Christians in Nigeria. We had Muslims crash planes into the World Trade Centers. So clearly that's not all Muslims. If they're not going to follow these things, then that's okay. They can do that. But if someone's going to follow the entire Islamic religion, then that's completely incompatible with our values, because it violates our right to life, it violates freedom of religion, it violates the First Amendment.
Yeah, not only just that, The Quran repeatedly calls for infidels to be struck at the neck and slaughtered. It calls for women to be beat in their homes if they refuse to sleep with men. It's not compatible. It calls for punishment of gay people. It also calls for battle to be done against quote-unquote persecutors. So if a Muslim lives in the United States, they are being persecuted because they're not legally allowed to follow Quranic law. If a woman, a wife, refuses to sleep with a man in the United States, she cannot be beat. That's domestic violence. It's illegal, right? They cannot follow their religion in the United States. You cannot punish gay people here. Specifically, Sahih al-Bukhari, Book of Hadiths, calls for all Jews to be killed. The Day of Judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews. When the Jews hide behind stones and trees, the stones and trees will say, "O Muslims, O Abdullah, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him." I could cite you a couple things about women. Quran, chapter 4, verse 34. As for those women on whose part you fear disobedience, just the fear of disobedience, admonish them, forsake them in bed, and strike them. Quran, chapter 4, verse 15 through 16. If any woman is to commit lewdness, call 4 witnesses among you. And if they testify, confine them in their houses until death takes them. The Prophet of Islam, Muhammad, peace not be upon his name, literally married a 6-year-old, consummated her at the age of 8. She was still playing with dolls. He's the most revered man in the entire religion. He's a pedophile. Not compatible with our values. Those things are illegal in this country. It's incompatible.
Do you want to show some like news articles or sources?
I can't really hear. Can you turn it up just a little bit? I cannot even hear him. Can you turn up the speaker volume a little bit? I literally cannot hear him. Sorry, say again what you said.
Do you want to show us like any articles or sources about like Muslim women in America not wanting to sleep with men?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because this is literally Quranic law. I just cited you the Quran, and furthermore, we wouldn't cite laws in America because America is not a Muslim country, but what we could do is cite the laws in virtually every Muslim country in the world. All except virtually Jordan and Egypt, child rape is legal. Sudan has a legal marriage age of 10. In Saudi Arabia, it's 0. Iran, it's 0. Yemen, it's 0. All across the Middle East, it's 0. It's also legal to rape your wife in all of those countries, right? So if you can marry children and you can rape your wife, you can rape children, which is another Islamic value that is not compatible with Western values.
Do you want to show that? Do you want to show me on your phone these laws?
What? Look up right now. What's the legal age of marriage in Iran? Look up Yemen too, and Sudan. 10.
And by the way, in Christianity, the position against child marriage actually comes from Ezekiel, where it gives this story of a guy waiting for his wife, and you have this woman, and she even hits maturity. It's after puberty. She has describes her breasts being formed, but then he waits another period of time. So even after puberty, she was not ready for marriage. So that's why Christians oppose child marriage and abolish child marriage throughout the world.
Okay, so it says here that in Iran, the legal marriage age is 13 for girls and 15 for boys. However, marriage is permitted at an even younger age with the permission of both parents or male or guardians and the consent of a judge.
Yep.
However, if you wanted to know,
do you think the legal age of marriage being 13 is acceptable?
No, it's that same thing that applies to Romeo and Juliet laws.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a law in the United States that says a 13-year-old can get married, it should be abolished entirely, and it's wrong. And that's not based on Christianity. It's not based on our Western values whatsoever. It's an evil law, should be done away with.
So it says here for the U.S., the minimum age in the U.S. varies by state. 18 in most states, with a few exceptions. Nebraska requires 19. Mississippi requires 21. But however, most states allow minors to marry under certain circumstances, such as with parental or judicial consent.
Yeah, again, if there's laws that say that, then we should get rid of them. They're evil. In Islam, Muhammad is the moral standard for all time. That's what the Quran says. And if he married a child, that means they have to hold that it's not inherently wrong to marry a child. We hold that it is inherently wrong to marry a child. And if anyone does that, whether it be in the West or in the Middle East, whether they be a self-proclaimed Christian or a Muslim, that's evil and wrong.
So if you want to know, Sharia. So Sharia is actually sorry.
So how it works in most of these countries is they have like a legal age on paper of 13, except Yemen, for example. Yemen has no legal age of marriage at all. They have legal ages of marriage on paper, but then they have broad and sweeping exceptions that make it legal to marry anyone. Gaza also has no legal age of marriage. Let's see. Saudi Arabia historically lacked codified marriage laws. Now they have some codified marriage laws, but have sweeping exceptions. So Iraq, the minimum age of marriage is 9 years old.
Okay, so it says here, as of today, there's no legally defined minimum age for marriage.
I can't hear you. You gotta talk closer.
It says here that there's no defined age yet for marriage. But however, a proposed law is to set the marriage at 18 yet, but it hasn't been able to be confirmed.
Why is there no marriage age law?
Because of the ongoing conflict in Yemen. That's why it hasn't been set up yet.
Yeah, I'm not gonna buy that.
You want to look it up yourself?
Sorry?
Would you like to look it up yourself?
No. I believe what you're saying. I don't buy that as an excuse not to have an age for marriage.
I see. Is there anything you
Anything
want?
else?
Let's see. What other statements that you listed besides the marriage
Prophet
age?
Muhammad is a pedophile. He married a 6-year-old, had sex and raped her at 8. You can beat your wife if she refuses to have sex with you, according to the Quran. Gay people are to be punished. You wage battle against persecutors, which is anybody who doesn't allow you to fully practice Islam. That includes people who have legal ages of marriage. It includes people who don't allow you to beat your wife for not having sex with you, etc., etc.
I see.
Incompatible with the West.
I see. Let's see. What do you think about women wearing hijabs? Oh, they didn't hear me. No rush. I asked, what do you think about women wearing hijabs?
I don't have any issue with women wearing hijab if they want to wear hijab, but they should not be forced to wear hijab.
Yes, you are correct, because wearing a hijab is actually a choice.
I can't hear you.
Well, let me tell you something. Well, wearing a hijab is actually a choice. Only you decide whether or not you want to
It's not a choice in most Muslim countries. It's not a choice in Afghanistan. It's not a choice in Iran. Forced veiling.
Religion does not equal dictatorship.
What?
Religion does not equal dictatorship.
Religion does not equal dictatorship.
What is your point?
This is like when people say, "Oh, communism doesn't support dictatorship." Then why do communists keep creating dictatorships? Like,
It's not showing me the battery level.
if they keep creating dictatorships where they force these things, maybe that is something that's inherent to the religion. Again, if you look at Christianity throughout history, they went around abolishing these child marriage practices. All around the world, in Africa, in India, they were saying, hey, you can't marry children anymore. We're going to stop you from doing that. They added restrictions, right?
You want
Say
it louder, please?
Sorry?
Can you please say it louder? The construction is being really loud.
Is it one more time?
Can you please say it louder? I cannot hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
So you have to actually look at what these things do in practice, right? So if somebody says communism doesn't support dictatorship or Islam doesn't support dictatorship, well, why do they keep creating dictatorships? Christians aren't doing that. Christians aren't going around constantly trying to bring back child marriage. Christians are the ones that got rid of child marriage all across the world, in Africa, in India, some places in the Middle East. Said, no, we're not going to have child marriage anymore. They got rid of child marriage practices throughout the West, in the United States. So you can have lots of people who say they subscribe to a certain ideology or a certain religion, and they don't actually subscribe to all the aspects. We need to see what the majority of those people actually do. We need to see what they do in practice.
Well, you see, these so-called leaders they are not real Muslims. Rather, they are we call them extremists, as we don't see them as real Muslims whatsoever. As we actually believe in peace and spreading the good to the world.
Who are you to say that they're all wrong and they're all interpreting it wrong?
I mean, I didn't say anything like that, but I do know is that I'm just saying, by the way.
Like, we can look at their actions and we can compare it to the Quranic law, and it's consistent with it, right? So if that's the case, why should I believe that they're interpreting it incorrectly?
Say it again?
We can look at their practices, and then we can look at Islamic law, and we can see that it's consistent. So if it's consistent with most of these Islamic countries, then why should I assume that they're interpreting it incorrectly? And if I look at a lot of the Dawah guys, the Islamic apologists, and they go around and they say stuff like, yeah, we should have child marriage. We can marry children. There was this one guy who debated Christian apologist, Michael Jones, Inspiring Philosophy. They had a debate on child marriage in public, and Muslims went and supported him. Again, I'm not saying every single individual Muslim supports child marriage, but that's a necessary thing in the religion. It's a necessary thing. If they're denying it, they are denying their own religion, and many Muslims publicly defend it. The Muslim apologists, the ones who are the most familiar with Islam, the Dawah guys, they're the ones defending this. They're the apologists. They're the ones who are supposed to be the experts. Right? Like you could look at any Muslim student on this campus who says, "Oh, I'm against child marriage," but all the Muslim apologists support it, and the Muslim countries support it.
Do you want to show me the sources?
Yeah, sure. So I'll just read you a list of countries where child marriage is legal. Yemen, Somalia, Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Iraq, Lebanon, Sudan, Mauritania, Maldives, Libya, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria. Now, a lot of these, especially ones other than Yemen, Somalia, Afghanistan, and Iran, have legal ages of marriage between the ages of 13, or actually 10 to 18, but they have sweeping exceptions. Like, for example, the allowance of marriage through a court or through religious authorities. Sudan, for example, under the personal status law, the minimum age of marriage is 10 years old. It's virtually the entire Arab world.
I see. But
Yeah.
then again,
And this makes perfect sense, considering the Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile. He married a 6-year-old girl who was playing with dolls and then raped her at the age of 9. Raped her, yeah. Children can't consent to sex. He consummated the marriage, which means he had sex with her, at the age of 9. It was rape. You cannot have sex with a 9-year-old, and that's exactly what the Prophet Muhammad did. Why are you defending pedophile?
Do you believe Islam is the only country that commits pedophilia, or no?
Is Islam the only religion that supports pedophilia, you said?
Yes, I'm asking.
I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I would imagine that's not the case. I'm fairly certain there are other religions that support it. I mean, I'm pretty sure, didn't Joseph Smith marry, like, underage girls?
I'm not sure. But, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Because it's a conglomerate. I would say that those things are also, any religion that condones child marriage is also incompatible with the West and the United States of America. But furthermore, it's a culmination of things. Islam is the worst religion. I'll read you a couple Quranic passages that talk about killing infidels and the treatment of women. So Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 191 through 193. Kill them, the disbelievers, wherever you find them, and expel them wherever they expelled you. For persecution is worse than killing. Do not fight them at the sacred mosque unless they fight you there. But if they fight you there, kill them. Such is the recompense of the disbelievers. Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4. So whenever you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them. Here's treatment of women. Quran, chapter 4, verse 34. As those women on whose part you fear disobedience, just the fear of disobedience, demolish them, forsake them in bed, and strike them. Quran chapter 4, verse 15 through 16. If any of your women commit lewdness, call 4 witnesses among them, and if they testify, confine them to their houses until death takes them.
Wouldn't that apply to Protestants who got persecuted from Europe? That's why they went to the U.S.
Sorry, what?
Wouldn't that apply to Protestants who got persecuted by the ones in Europe?
What does I don't understand why are you bringing that up? What does that have to do with anything?
Because like you said that kill any non-Muslim out there. So wouldn't that apply to like Christians as well?
Of course, it would apply to Christians as well.
Why aren't you speaking about it then?
Why am I not speaking about killing Christians?
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious. Christians disbelieve in Islam, so they are a disbeliever, and thus Muslims should strike at their neck and inflict slaughter upon them.
Wait, you said Christians believe in Islam?
Christians don't believe in Islam.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You're not tracking.
Sorry.
We can look at the hadiths.
Yeah, it's okay.
We can also look at the hadiths for more context about women. Bukhari 5193. It's also in a lot of other hadiths. If a husband calls his wife to his bed and she refuses, and he spends the night angry with him, the angels curse her until morning. Sahih al-Bukhari 2658. The Prophet said a woman's witness is equal to half that of a man's because of the deficiency of her mind.
All right. I was just asking these questions, by the way, just wondering. But thank you, though.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
There's a consensus that in developed countries there's been a marked secular trend for reduction in the age of anarchy in the past 100 years.
Of monarchy in Islam?
No, minarchy, like the puberty. So I was right.
Oh, okay. Good.
Put in a study.
How many years was that over?
This is the past 100 years. But they also look at ancient stuff the same way.
Good.
It just makes sense because if you have less nutrition. How's it
That's
going?
good. What's your name? Ben. Ben, nice to meet you.
Cam, nice to meet you.
Cam?
Cam,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you.
Is this working?
It's working, yeah.
Hello.
You just have to talk close
you
to
have
it.
to talk really close to it. Okay, so I just kind of want to know like what y'all stance about like Islam and just like y'all like is this like y'all want to like y'all want Islams to get out of here or like
We're saying that Islam is incompatible with the West.
Okay.
So I'll tell you a couple reasons why I think this, and then I'll pass the mic over to Ben, and he can explain his position a little bit more. We make certain things that are wrong illegal in the United States. Islam, the Quran, and the Hadiths repeatedly talk about going to battle with and slaughtering those who persecute Islam, not allowing the full practice of their religion. The religion repeatedly, so the Quran repeatedly says, like for example in Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, 191, kill them, the disbelievers, wherever you find them, expel them from wherever they expelled you, for persecution is worse than killing. Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4. So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike at their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them. The Quran is also oppressive towards women, which is something we don't do in the West. Quran chapter 4, verse 34 says, as to those women on whose part you fear disobedience, admonish them, forsake them in bed, and strike them. Quran, chapter 4, verse 15 through 16. If any of your women commit lewdness, call 4 witnesses from among you. They testify, confine them to their houses for the rest of their lives. Then we can go into the hadiths for treatment of women as well. Bukhari 5193 is also in a lot of other hadiths. If a husband calls his wife to bed and she refuses, and he spends the night angry with her, the angels curse her until morning. Sahih al-Bukhari 2658. The Prophet said a man's witness is equal to half that of a man's because of the deficiency of her mind. A woman's testimony is worth half that of a man's. It's something they practice all over the Arab world, like in Gaza, for example. Also, the Prophet Muhammad is a pedophile. He married Aisha at the age of 6, and he raped her at the age of 9. She was still playing with dolls. He's a pedophile. It's another thing we don't practice in the United States, but it is something that's practiced in the majority of the Arab world, Muslim countries. Yemen, Somalia, Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Iraq, Lebanon, Sudan, Mauritania, the Maldives, Libya, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria. Child marriage is legal in all of those countries.
All right. So my question is like whenever like you were treating a Muslim, like how are we treating them?
You should treat all human beings with dignity and respect, especially if they are acting properly, if they are acting in accordance to our laws. I don't think that we should, do something like deport all Muslims or ban them from practicing their religion. If they're practicing their religion peacefully, which I don't think that's consistent with their religion, but if they are practicing it peacefully, I have no issue. right? But we do need to recognize that Islam has been a major issue with Christianity and the West for a very long time. Many millions of Christians were enslaved by Islam, and today there are many Islamic extremists who want to enslave us, and we have terrorist attacks all across the world. Over 3,400 Americans have died since the 80s in Islamic attacks. We don't want that to happen. We don't want Islamic extremists here. I have friends who are Muslims. I have no issue inherently with those people, but my friends who are Muslims, they're not these extremists. They're not these people who carry the Quran to their logical conclusion. In fact, one of my friends who's a Muslim, I told her that we were going to debate this today, and she jokingly said that she was going to behead me, but I don't believe she's going to do that, or she actually wants to do that. Because she's actually a good person and she adheres to Western values, which means she contradicts Islam.
Yeah, so I always say the best Muslim is somebody who's not actually a Muslim. I think Islam is a cancer. Now, I don't blame Muslims because there's a difference between the religion and the people who practice the religion. Most of the people who are Muslims today are only Muslims because a sword was held to the throats of their ancestors and they were forced to convert. The majority of people today are indoctrinated, right? But I do have a particular issue with the Quran when it says that you should go to battle with and go to war against those who prevent you from practicing Islam to its full extent, which is what we do in the United States. You're not allowed to practice Islam to its full extent here, right? Because you can't beat your wife for not having sex with you. You can't rape your wife, which are things that the Quran promotes. There are also things that the hadiths promote. The hadith in the book of Sahih Muslim says the day of judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews. When the Jews hide behind stones and trees, the stones and trees will say, "Oh Muslims, oh Abdullah, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him."
What are y'all proposing? Like, what are y'all proposing?
We're proposing that Islam is incompatible with the West.
Okay, so just like raising awareness of just kind of like the issue.
Yes.
And like, what would you say Christ would go about the situation?
That'd be a question for Ben.
I think Christ would do the exact same.
Are y'all Christians?
Yeah, I'm a lifelong Christian. He's relatively new. So what Christ would do is Christ would point out false religions just like he did when he was here on earth.
Okay.
And he would criticize people who were hypocrites, criticize people who were violent, criticize people who did terrible things. And he was bold. He went around. He told people that they were doing things wrong. He flipped over tables in the temple when people were behaving inappropriately in the temple. So I don't think Christ would. I mean, Christ would treat all Muslims with love and respect, of course, which we've done that. We have not been nasty to anybody, and we will not be nasty to anybody. That's completely inappropriate. Yeah. But Christ would want people to know the truth. And the truth is that Islam is false, and it's not compatible with Western civilization.
Yeah. I would say we run into a particular issue when Islam is in direct conflict with our laws that we have here, which I think that most people probably agree are correct. You can't rape children, you can't marry children, you can't beat your wife, you can't force your wife to have sex with you, etc. There's a direct conflict in the laws there, especially when Islam calls for when you are in direct conflict of Quranic laws to go to battle and war and do war against.
Yeah.
So,
would you say Christ would put up a sign like this?
What's that?
Would you say Christ would put a sign up like this?
I'm not sure what Christ would do. He doesn't. Why not? He doesn't live today. But
yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, they didn't really have the same type of signs back then, and Christ's methods were more so traveling around to the different cities. Which, I mean, that's kind of what we're doing right now, isn't it? We're traveling around to the different cities, traveling to the different universities. I mean, we're not preaching an explicitly Christian message.
So what else? Your name is Ben, right?
Yeah.
What I would say, so I'm a Christian too. I'm just like,
okay.
Yeah, I'm a Christian. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just kind of here, just want to hear y'all out, and just kind of like just understand like y'all's perspective and just kind of like how y'all see things and how y'all go about things. It's just like for me, like when we preach the gospel and like it's just us for it to be great, like stand on the truth, be assertive, but also be graceful and be persuasive as well. Right, so it's just kind of like me, just like understanding like kind of y'all's approach, because like there was a street, I'll kid y'all not, there was a street preacher here, literally had a sign like burn to hell, like everyone go to hell, just like Islam, like go to hell. So like I'm seeing this, I'm like, hey, like literally a lot of like my friends were talking about like, dude, Christians are low-key just like, you know what I'm saying, like they're not loving at all.
Yeah.
So me, I'm not here to condemn y'all, I'm not here to like bash y'all or anything, but it's just like just kind of also just like as another brother in Christ, like just kind of like, hey. Just really just want to make sure that we're like staying on the truth, like point out what's not there, true, false, but point out what's false and like stand on the truth and see what Christ would say. Because at the end of the day, Christ is like at the center of everything, right? So it's just like being graceful and being persuasive and showing love like Christ did. So that's all I have.
Yeah,
so.
I agree with you.
Dude, thank y'all so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna do intro real quick. We're at UT. We're at UT.
What's
Dallas.
up, y'all?
Yeah. One second. I'm just gonna film an intro real quick. Do you need to restart it? Okay. I'm gonna film an intro real quick, and then we can get going. Okay. All right. What's up, guys? We are at UT Dallas today. We are debating that Islam is incompatible with the West and the United States of America. I'm joined by Prax Ben. Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Fearless Debates. Let's get into it.
Okay, so I got a few questions. Number one, why this? Of all the issues we could be talking about right now in this country, why are we doing the easy punching bag? Because this feels like this is just an easy punching bag to do.
Well, we've been talking about a lot of different topics throughout the week. We've been at 3 different universities so far. They've been at several more universities in the past. We've talked about all sorts of topics. What we want to do primarily is show people that we need to be bold and be able to go out there and speak what we believe to be the truth. I think it is the truth. Even if it's not, we should be bold enough to speak it. I think the Muslims here, the non-Muslims here who disagree with us, the last guy was a Christian, they can come up here and speak the truth, or speak what they believe to be the truth, and we can all be peaceful with each other, not hurt each other, not wish harm on each other, and hopefully if someone's wrong, they can change their mind. Because Charlie Kirk was murdered for going around and debating people. That's one of the worst things that's happened in recent history in our country. It's terrible that somebody would be harmed just for trying to talk to others. And we want to show conservatives and even leftists alike that you shouldn't be scared to go out there and talk about your beliefs.
Yeah, I can get behind that. What religions are compatible with America, except for the obvious? I see your hand is wrapped in the rosary, so what other religions would you say are compatible with America?
I mean, it's a tough question. There's a lot of religions out there, There's really a lot of religions out there. I would say there's kind of a similarity where there's a lot of aspects of Islam that are compatible with America. We just think there are some that are incompatible. It's probably the same with a lot of other religions. Whether it be like I'm not a Mormon. I think Mormons might have some particular beliefs that I don't think would be compatible, but most of their beliefs probably are. And as long as they're not forcing their beliefs on other people, that's okay. If they practice their beliefs in private, I couldn't really give you a list just because there's so many religions out there.
Well, I mean, you can just name the main ones. I mean, it's pretty obvious. We got Buddhism.
We're not really here to identify religions that are compatible with America. We're more so here. We've identified one that's definitely not compatible with America, and we're here to talk about it. We're not really opening it up to talks about every religion on the face of the planet. There are, thousands of them. We've identified and studied one religion, and we've identified that it's not compatible, and so we're talking about that specific religion.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's just a little bit lazy. This is the easiest punching bag that you could possibly make, because we have all the things that you said about Muhammad and stuff. This is just easy. Why not preach Christianity? Why not go defensive for Christianity? Why do you need to be offensive towards Islam?
Well, first of all, because I'm a very new Christian myself, right? So I'm not into apologetics at this time. However, I do know a lot about Islam, and what I know is that it is gravely evil and very incompatible with the United States of America. It's incompatible with our laws, it's incompatible with our value sets, and it is in direct contradiction with what we believe and fight for.
Okay.
And I dabble in Christian apologetics a little bit. I read a lot of Christian apologetics, Paul Copeland and things like that. That's something that will come up. Some people come up and they say, okay, well, you say this about Islam. What about Christianity? That's already happened. And I respond and I say, okay, here's why I would defend Christianity in that instance. I would love to be smart enough and informed enough to be able to do a lot of Christian apologetics. I'm just not quite there.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's all I have to say, I guess. But choose a crazier topic next time, I guess.
I think this...
We thought this would be very crazy, but everyone's being very nice, so... Yeah.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, man?
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Cam.
Cam. What's your name? Ben.
You gotta talk kind of close to the mic. It's
Hi,
sensitive.
Ben. What was your name?
Cam.
Cam. I will say thank you for doing this. Just as a background, me, my mom, and my dad, we originally came from Cameroon. We just had our elections in Cameroon, and the same guy has won, and he's been there since my mother and my father have been kids. with Charlie Kirk's murder, I think that it's really disappointing that as a country we tell democracy and we tell your truth and my truth and that this is the truth. But I think it's wrong that not only do we have people celebrating, right? But we've become so desensitized to just, oh, it's okay that someone has died, regardless of your political issues. And my question now is that if we as a society can't come to basic human decency and say, okay, you disagree, I disagree, but we can come to a middle ground. Like, obviously, there's different ways we can go about it. You guys are taking this approach. But as much as you're talking about Islam, I really do think you guys should also talk about, like, just basic, what is human decency, right? If we're preaching love and tolerance, how much tolerance are you really willing to do until you go and murder someone in cold blood, threaten his family, right? So you're telling me that if I'm in your shoes right now and I do the same exact thing and get shot in the neck, how is that okay? How is being shot in the neck seen as the greatest thing in the world and people treating it like you're winning the lottery? But if it was someone on the other side, there'll be tributes pouring in, there'll be obituaries pouring in. It'll be a completely different story. So, I applaud you, both of you. Keep up the good work, and please continue being the voices for people like me. That obviously, I'm just a college student. I don't know too much, but I can see the difference between. It's okay. The difference between democracy and just trying to follow political ideology, because at the end of the day, it's not fair, right? My parents voted for Obama, right? We were told Obama is the next best thing since sliced bread, right? I come from both of my parents come from a poor background. My parents my father came here to this university with one suitcase and a dream, right? So you're telling me that that all that we've gone through is just for nothing, because when we don't have law and order, if you look at my home country, it's shit right now. People are getting shot in the streets. People are there's no sense of law and order, because when you have a presidency and you have a government that's supposed to be there for everybody, but isn't doing their basic position, then it's not a government anymore. But anyways, I'm not here to.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey, stay safe, man.
Thank you so much. How's it going? Nice to meet you. Cam.
Anas.
Nice to meet you.
He tells me you're famous, so I want to talk to you. Hey, Anas. Nice to meet you, man.
How's it going? You got to talk kind of close to the mic in
Okay.
order to get amplified. It's like kind of like literally like this.
Okay, so you say Islam is incompatible with America. Would you say incompatible, or is it illegal?
Incompatible.
Okay.
It's not illegal to be a Muslim here, but Islam is incompatible with the United States.
So it's a personal opinion?
Yeah, it's a personal opinion, yeah, but it's stemmed by the fact that Islamic law is in direct conflict with U.S. law.
In Islamic law, we believe the law of the land, meaning whatever land you live in, you have to follow the laws. I'm Muslim. I want 4 wives, but it's not possible in the United States, because you can only have one legally. So
if the laws were you can't be a Muslim, you follow that?
I'm sorry?
If the law was that you can't be a Muslim, you follow that?
Yeah, well, we wouldn't follow that, but that's not the law in the United States, and we're talking about the United States directly.
But if it was the law, hypothetically, you're saying that the doctrine of Islam is to follow whatever the laws of the land are. If the laws of the land are that you cannot be a Muslim, you convert?
No, you would leave the land. You have to live in a place that allows you to be a Muslim. Because as a Muslim, that's
the United
most
States
important
doesn't
thing.
allow you to practice Islam in its full capacity.
It does. That's why Muslims live here
No, it
and
doesn't.
practice Islam.
No, it
There's
doesn't.
mosques all around here. You might want to go to one. We practice Islam very freely. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I can cite you, for example, Quran chapter 4, verse 34. As to those women on whose part you fear disobedience, admonish them, forsake them in bed, and strike them. You can't strike women in this country. The Quran also says that if a woman, the Hadiths say that if a woman refuses to sleep with a man, if he beckons her to bed and she doesn't come and he sleeps angry that night, he is to punish her via striking her.
Muslims follow the law of the land.
Right, but you just said they don't follow the law of the land because if the law of the land was that, well, I'm not finished. I know, mistranslation, blah blah blah. Yeah, I know.
Okay, so you think?
Yep. Mistranslation. That's what they always say. Was it mistranslated that Muhammad married a 6-year-old?
Oh, what about the people in Israel? Is it the married 4-year-olds? Do you justify that?
The people who?
Who married 4-year-olds? I think Joseph.
Anywhere that a 4-year-old is married.
Okay. Joseph did not marry a 4-year-old. Rebecca was not 3. She was not 4. That's a complete lie. It's a later fabrication that's not found in the Bible.
As Muslims, we believe we should respect every religion, so I won't ever tell you Christianity
is bad. Well, that's not true. That's just not true. Right? Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4. So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them. You don't respect all religions. You say to kill infidels. That's what your Quran says.
As Muslims, we respect every religion.
Then why does it say in Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4 of the Quran, so when you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them?
Please read the Quran in its entirety. That isn't talking about today.
There's
going to be a war of Armageddon. I think Christians believe that as well.
This isn't talking about a war of Armageddon.
Do you want to talk about the war of Armageddon?
Which
side will you be on?
Not yours, that's for sure.
You believe in the Antichrist?
Sure. What does that have to do with Islam?
You aren't well read. You don't know what that is.
You're right, I'm not well read. I'm a new Christian. I just converted.
So you're a new Christian. You know nothing about Christianity,
I'm not
but
here
you know about Islam?
Yeah, I'm not here defending Christianity. I'm here talking about Islam. I converted like 2 weeks ago. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
You guys are free to have your opinion.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you.
By the way, if you are a Muslim and you respect people being Christians, and we appreciate that, you are allowed to be a Muslim. We don't think that should be illegal, and we will not treat you with hatred in any way. However, we do believe that Islam itself is against this, because in Surah 98:6, it calls Christians the worst of creatures. So we appreciate that you're being kind to us, but we just don't think that's consistent with Islam.
Okay. And also, to be clear on what Ben's saying, while I don't think it should be illegal to be a Muslim, I pretty much do, because I think it should be illegal to practice most of the things that Muslims practice. I don't think it should be illegal to personally identify as a Muslim, but you, for example, shouldn't be allowed to beat your wife. You shouldn't be allowed to force your wife to sleep with you. You shouldn't be allowed to harm and punish gay people. You shouldn't be allowed to kill infidels, which the Quran calls for. The Hadiths call for them. The Hadiths say the day of judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews. When the Jews hide behind stones and trees, the stones and trees will say, "Oh Muslims, oh Abdullah, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him." I don't believe in killing people because I don't believe in your religion. And thus I don't believe you should be allowed to practice Islam to its full extent. You have to talk really close to the mic.
Okay, so before I say anything, I want to ask you, do you have any opinions on defending Christianity, or do you just want to avoid Christianity altogether?
I do Christian apologetics. I have a TikTok account, which I don't post on too much because I'm still learning a lot. I'm still reading Christian apologetics books. I think it's Orthodox Clips, if I'm not mistaken, on TikTok. I don't have many followers, I don't have many videos, but I do Christian apologetics a little bit. I'm kind of dabbling in it. It's a little bit of a new thing for me.
Would you defend Christianity or oppose it?
Yeah, Christianity's true. I'm a Christian. I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Okay. So we want to ask you, when you say Islam is incompatible with America, what makes it incompatible?
Well, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. So there are several verses both in the Quran and in the Hadith that are in direct contradiction and conflict with our laws here in the United States. Laws that I think should exist, laws that I think are correct. Like, for example, you can't marry or have sex with children like the Prophet Muhammad, who is a pedophile. He married Aisha at the age of 6 and then consummated her at the ripe age of 9. He raped her. Children cannot consent to sexual intercourse. Furthermore, the Quran says, as for those women on whose part you fear disobedience, just the fear of disobedience, not the actual action of disobedience, forsake them in bed and strike them. So beat women who disobey you.
Okay, so you're bringing up verses from the Quran that have illegal things, right? But
yes.
Do you believe that these verses being in the Quran Muslims to actually commit these illegal
Yeah, it
acts?
actually is an order directly from God, right? As
But
for those
do
women on
Muslims
whose part you
follow
fear
those
disobedience,
orders?
admonish them, forsake them, and strike them. The hadiths are very clear about women as well. If a husband calls his wife to bed and she refuses, and he spends the night angry with her, the angels curse her until morning. Sahih al-Bukhari 2658, the Prophet said, a woman's witness is worth half that of a man's because of the deficiency of her mind. All of you women in hijab, your minds are deficient according to the Prophet who married a 6-year-old.
Okay, I think I'd like to cut you off here. I think we could debate all day, bringing up Bible verses, bringing up Quran verses, bringing up all kinds of different religious text verses and people doing horrible things, and claim that that justifies and motivates people in those religions to do horrible things.
Well, it does. You want to see a list of countries where child rape is legal?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'd like to continue what I was saying.
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, there are millions of Islams living in the United States.
Can you restart 1 second? He just needs to change the batteries. And then I'll let you just restart everything you're saying.
People, subscribe to Islam. Don't kill people. Yeah, how do you? Can I say that? Yeah, sure.
I like that cup. I like that cup. Is it a camera lens? I like it. I'm a camera nerd.
Okay, this is good, but the light keeps fluctuating, so like the past 5 minutes.
Just keep an eye on the ISO. Okay, you were saying.
Let's see where I can pick off. Well, I want to remind you guys, or I think it's important to remember the First Amendment of the United States Constitution allows freedom of religion. I remember you saying something about you're okay with people identifying as Islam or something, and you don't want to hate them or hurt them in any way. I really respect that, and I really appreciate that. And I understand if you yourselves don't subscribe to Islam for your own personal reasons, but I believe that I don't see what your argument. What do you mean by incompatible with America? What is it about that makes it incompatible?
Yeah, like I just said, Quranic law directly contradicts and directly in conflict with the laws of the United States of America. Like, for example, the Quran calls for women to be beat because they do not sleep with men. Furthermore, the hadiths say that any woman, their witness in court is worth half that of a man's because of the deficiency of their mind. We don't do that here. You're also called to punish gay people. We don't do that here. You're also called to kill infidels and disbelievers. A lot of stuff about Jews, killing Jews, the Day of Judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews. Killing the Jews, it's the book of Sahih Muslims. And you talked about how these things don't necessarily mean, because they're ordered to do these things, doesn't necessarily mean that it goes into practice. But if we look at the majority of Muslim countries, child rape is legal in Yemen, Somalia, Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Iraq, Lebanon, Sudan, Maldives, Libya, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria.
Okay, so the problem with your argument here is that you're saying something being in the Quran or the Bible or whatever holy book means that their followers will do that. But that's not the case. When you look at Muslims, Jews, Christians all around the world, most of them don't actually commit things like child rape.
That's not true. I literally just gave you a list of countries where it's legal to marry and rape children.
You're bringing up third world countries. The problem is not with their
they're
religion.
third world because they're Muslim.
That's just objectively not true.
If you look at people in the West, are most of them practicing these things? No. A good chunk of them do think that they can practice these things. Is that like 20%, 25%, something like that? They think they should be able to practice these things. But you can't just look at the people in the West. Muslims who have lived in the West, many of them have assimilated and they have a lot of Western values, and they don't think you should marry children, okay? But that doesn't change what the Quran actually says. That doesn't change what Muhammad did. That doesn't change what happens in the Islamic countries. It used to be the case that pagans would sacrifice babies. They don't do that today in America, at least not openly, right? They're not allowed to do that, right? So we do believe in religious freedom. We believe pagans should have religious freedom, but if they think we should sacrifice babies, infants, no, you can't do that. That's illegal. It's illegal to murder babies. It's illegal to sacrifice people. It's illegal to eat people.
The problem is the version of Islam that you're bringing up is like a corrupted, badly interpreted version of it.
How would you know that?
How would you know it better than me?
Well, we can look at what the Islamic countries actually do. We can
Yes,
look at
but
what a
you're-
majority of Muslims actually believe, and it's consistent with what we're
Yeah,
saying. You
what
can look
you're
at history,
saying
look at the Muslim conquest.
Is that you're taking Islamic nation states as as the true interpretation of Islam, but I'm saying that most people in the West that practice Islam, that's how they're actually
Yeah,
interpreting.
in the West, because they've assimilated.
That's how they're practicing Islam because they're not allowed to practice Islam to its full extent here because it's illegal to do so. Like, you can't beat your wife in the United States of America. It's called domestic violence and it's illegal, right? You can't rape your wife in the United States. That's called spousal rape and it's illegal. But if you look at Arab countries, Muslim countries, it is legal to do it in those countries because they have Muslim governments, right? We don't have a Muslim government here, and we shouldn't ever.
Okay, I mean, it's kind of hard to say that. The problem, crimes happen because the countries are underdeveloped, not because of the religion.
They're
of their
underdeveloped
government.
because they're run by Muslims.
How does that even make sense? How does
Well,
Muslim
I
make
think
you
it would be the
underdeveloped?
case probably that when your highest authority on religion is a pedophile who married a 6-year-old, your culture repeatedly oppresses an entire half of the population, women, who aren't allowed to leave their homes without a permission of a male guardian. Their testimony is worth half that of a man's. You're probably going to be more of a shithole than countries that take full advantage of women and allow them to be successful in the world, right? Your economy is going to be stronger. Women are going to come up with more inventions. You're going to thrive naturally because you have 50% more people producing things.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So my closest friend is from Palestine. He's a devout Muslim. Do you believe that his existence
He's
is
from where again?
Palestine.
Where is that?
It's in the Middle East. It's on the Mediterranean.
Never heard of it.
Can I finish my question? Do you
Sure.
believe that his existence is incompatible with America?
It depends on what he believes in.
He believes in Islam. He's a devout Muslim.
Then yes.
He is one of the kindest people I know.
If
He's
he fully
extremely
follows
analytical in
Islam, then
debate.
yes.
How do you know Islam better than him?
I've just read the Quran. Like I don't know.
He's
I
read
already
the
decided. How
entire
about this? How about
Quran.
this? Again, do you think this is compatible with the West? Do you think this is compatible with the United States of America? Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4. So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them. I don't think so. Do you think that marrying a 6-year-old is compatible with the United States of America? I don't think so.
I think very few Muslims in this world would directly read from the Quran and do exactly what it tells them.
Well, if they're not reading directly from the Quran and doing what it tells them, they're not a Muslim.
Yes, they are. They identify as Muslims.
Ben,
they
do you,
practice
if I
Muslim,
if
they
I
go to
call
the
myself
mosque.
a Christian but I follow nothing the Bible says, am I a Christian?
No.
If you identify as Christian and do everything that the Bible says directly, you would be a very interesting
Right.
person.
The problem is you're saying they don't follow the Quran. They don't slaughter disbelievers. They don't hit their wives. They don't force their wives to have sex with them. They're not actually practicing Islam. They're just omitting major portions of their religion.
So do you believe that no Christian in the world is a true Christian because they don't follow every part of the Bible? Do you believe no, Jew is a real
Wait, the
Jew?
whole thing about Christianity is that Jesus Christ died on the cross for your sins. You're not supposed to sin. You're supposed to try to limit sin as much as possible. But ultimately, you're saved if you've accepted Christ as your king.
So
am I mistaken?
No.
Yeah. So basically, I'll give you 1 out of 1,000 examples. Okay? The Bible says if a man breaks the Sabbath, then he'll be stoned to death or something like that. Obviously, no Christian does that.
Yeah, no, you're
So are they
referring
not
to
a
Mosaic
Christian?
law. Mosaic law was not intended to be a perfect law. It was a law for the people of the time. This is what Exodus says. It says Mosaic law is not a perfect law. In fact, there were changes in Mosaic law by the judges as society changed. So they were dealing with a deeply imperfect society, and it was an imperfect law. Mosaic law is not biblical law, and it's not a law we're meant to follow today. It was specifically for the people at the time. Now, there are certain morals within Mosaic law that are universal, but Mosaic law itself is not universal, and Christians do not hold to that. At least most of, there's certain sects of Christian that say we have to adhere to Levitical law. The Orthodox Christians, mainstream Christians who believe the same thing as first-century Christians do not believe that.
Okay, I think we're on the same page about pretty much everything. Religion is extremely complicated. How you interpret it and how you practice it can vary depending on the individual in your country, wherever. I think your statement, Islam is incompatible with America, has deep implications of hatred and violence that I do not align with.
We're not
Thank
calling
you.
for violence against anybody. That's what makes us different than Muslims. Cam, nice to meet you. You gotta talk kind of close to it.
All right. So, firstly, I want to correct you that an Arab country is not a Muslim country. There are Christians that reverted and Jews that reverted. Secondly,
Do you contest that these countries are run by Muslims?
Secondly,
Iran,
let me
Saudi
finish.
Arabia.
Secondly, I'm not an Islamic. I'm not a Islamist. I'm a Muslim. Okay. And I want to talk about the main topic that you love to talk about is pedophilia.
Yeah.
The biggest, Islam is incompatible with America. You think that Islam is pedophilia? Diddy Party, Epstein Islands. Who is Trump? Where is Trump from?
Can you prove? Wait, what about Trump?
Well, Trump is in the Epstein files, man. You don't think he's a pedophile?
Okay, can you prove that he's a pedophile? Prove he's a pedophile.
The way he talks about his
I
daughter,
can
he
prove that
thinks-
Muhammad is a pedophile. It's in your religious text.
Okay, but why do you care about pedophilia this much? That's your only thing that you talk about.
Why do I
Don't-
care about pedophilia so much? It's wrong to be a pedophile.
It's
Let's
wrong
start
to be
there.
a pedophile, but that's
And
not-
your prophet is a pedophile.
Hey, if I was against Islam, the only thing that I would pull out is not pedophile. There's so much other stuff.
Yeah, like
that-
beating women, killing infidels,
Okay,
etc.
The verse that you pull up, strike your woman if they don't do such. Brother, this is not even a translation with Arabic. Strike in the context of English means you go on strike as if protest. Just go in a separate
That's
bed,
not
man.
what it means.
That's what
the
it
Arabic word directly means to hit.
You said English. You didn't even say the Arabic word. What's the Arabic word?
I don't know how to pronounce the Arabic
Then
word because I don't
don't talk
speak
about-
Arabic. But
don't
the
talk about yourself.
translation, if you look at the Arabic word that it uses in the Quran, it means to hit somebody.
Strike. Okay. Second.
You guys always say, "Oh, it's a mistranslation. It's a mistranslation. It's not a
You
mistranslation."
reverted to Christianity. Am I right? Am I right?
Recently,
Okay, so why are you talking about Islam this much? I feel like you read the Quran more than your actual Bible.
I'm working on reading the Bible.
Well, yeah, read the Bible, man. You'll understand. You don't even have to read
What
the
does
Quran.
that have to do with Islam being incompatible with the West?
Okay, first of all, what is the West? What is so great
Western
about the West?
civilization, the United States of America. Islam is incompatible with America. That's what the sign says. What does what you're saying have to do with that?
Okay, you're saying that
Defend
Islam,
your religion.
Islam is incompatible with the West. What is so great about the West? Why do you love the West so
Oh,
much?
you know, well, we don't hit women. We don't rape children.
You do hit women.
We
The
don't
abuse
kill
rate-
infidels.
The abuse rate is so high, man. Every single one.
Wait, what do we do? What do we do when somebody rapes a child? We send them to jail.
Bro, in Islam, we'll cut your head off if you rape a child.
Oh, really? Okay, so then why is child rape legal in Iran, Yemen, Afghanistan, Somalia, Lebanon, Iraq, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh?
Sri Lanka and all
It's
these
legal in
guys-
Algeria,
all
Tunisia,
these-
Morocco, Jordan, Egypt, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, Libya, Maldives, Sudan, Lebanon, Iraq, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Iran, Afghanistan, Somalia, and Yemen.
Every one of these guys have deals with CIA and America. Every single one of these guys do not follow the Sharia law. That's why there's so much revulsion, because none of them actually follow the Quran.
Saudi
They're all-
Arabia doesn't?
Huh?
Saudi Arabia doesn't?
Hell no.
What
Right
about
now, they're
Yemen?
not doing good.
Iran?
Right now,
You think Iran is a CIA
right now,
state?
all of them have ties with Trump.
Iran has ties with Trump?
Iran doesn't even. Iran is struggling with themselves, man. They're not following the Quran. They're not following the religion and stuff like that.
What about Afghanistan?
Brother, Afghanistan, do you not realize
about
they
Pakistan?
have the biggest ties with CIA?
It's always,
man?
it's just like the communists. It's just like the tankies. Well, they're not real Muslim states.
Okay.
What about these countries before the CIA existed in the 40s?
Before the CIA existed, they didn't have any ties with the West. They were doing good, all right, man.
I don't think that's true.
Okay, you don't think that's true? Okay, good for you.
Countries have always been raping children. It was legal to do this in the Ottoman Empire as well.
Yo,
Like, I don't,
how many priests? How many priests has everyone heard? Had so many cases with kids raping kids.
hey, what happens to those priests? They go to jail.
And then they go to Israel. Then they come back.
No, they go
Did
to
you?
jail.
Did you? Can you? You know, you can search
They
up.
go
you
to
can search
jail.
up. Hey, if I search up on this sex offender list right now,
Christian
locations of
priests
pedophiles
can't
near
go
me-
to Israel because they're not Jews.
If I search up right now and sex offender list around pedophiles near me, how many of them come up as white men?
What does that have to do with Islam?
Brother, you're saying Islam is incompatible with America. If
Yeah.
Islam is pedophilia,
We
how
send
is
sex
that?
offenders to jail. Your people don't.
You send sex offenders to jail, brother. I see them walking all the time, everywhere. What are you talking
They don't
about?
go to jail forever, but they get labeled as a
Why
sex
don't they
offender
go to jail
forever.
forever? If you rape a child, why do you deserve to live?
Listen, I'm on board with you, but the problem is that Muslims don't send them to jail at all.
Yeah, we kill them, bro.
You don't kill them. Did you guys kill Prophet Muhammad, who married a 6-year-old?
Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, I said I've never married a 6-year-old. If you want to
He
debate
married
that,
Aisha, a
you
6-year-old,
should-
who said that she herself was married at 6 and consummated at 9. He raped her at 9 years old.
Where's your source? Pull up the
Yeah,
hadith right now.
perfect. Yeah, I'm happy to. One moment.
And if you guys truly want to learn,
Yeah,
about
no,
these
it's all right.
If you
I
guys
got
truly
you.
want to learn about these hadiths,
I got you. I got you. I got it right here.
Go to a sheikh.
Sahih al-Bukhari, 5134, wedlock. The Prophet married her when she was 6 years old and consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old. Hisham said, I have been informed Aisha remained with the Prophet for 9 years until his death.
So you do understand the
He
whole.
had sex with her at 9.
Okay.
Is that acceptable to you?
Wait, hold up. I get it. You said that 1,000 times. Okay. Now let me talk. Okay. There are so many classifications of hadiths, and a lot of them are untrue. They're not valid in this. So you have to talk. You have to talk about someone who's actually knowledgeable in this area, like a sheikh. Let's talk about this. Am I gonna talk about the Trinity and say that this is this and this is that without talking to a priest? You have to talk to someone about knowledgeable. Now, concerning with pedophilia and abuse rates in other countries, this is something that you can debate about. But regarding this, can you talk to me about the origins of the Bible and Aramaic and everything like that to me? No, you have to bring a priest.
Ask him about Rebecca.
Oh yeah, Rebecca. 9.
Rebecca was not 3. That's a blatant lie. You can't
She
give
was
it.
9, she
Chapter
was
and
9.
verse. Chapter and
She was
verse.
9.
Chapter and verse.
Okay.
Chapter and verse. You got it? You got it? No, neither of you have it because it's made up. It's made up. Rebecca was
It's
not
made
3.
up?
She carried water for the camels. How did a fucking 3-year-old? Oh, the Hulk. She's carrying this big bucket of water for the camels. You know how much water camels drink? Rebecca was not 3. Even if she was, this is not considered the moral standard. Muhammad is the moral standard in Islam. Okay, we don't look at what happened to Rebecca as the moral standard. But hey, guess what? She wasn't 3. I know you guys love to bring this up.
You love to
Michael
bring up
Jones,
Muhammad
inspiring
in this.
philosophy.
Yeah,
He's
so you're talking about the validity of the hadith about Aisha being married at 6 and consummated at 9. It's Sahih rated, which is the highest degree with the most validity.
You do know
That's
that
your own
even
Islamic
Sahih-
scholars, by
no,
the way.
listen,
They're saying this is
listen,
correct.
Okay, you have sanad and all these classifications of hadith. Even Sahih can be wrong. There's classifications within that. It's a very complex topic.
Okay, so prove to me that it's wrong.
It's a very complex
All right,
topic
all right,
that
let's-
even
let's-
I cannot talk about. This has to be dealt
So-
with a sheikh.
So, some of them disagree with it. Most of them agree with it. Okay, the Islamic scholars say this is high rating. However, let's say, all right, we're not totally sure this happened, but you have a time machine, you go back, and you see it did happen. Do you have a problem with Muhammad doing that? Exactly. Exactly. You don't have a problem. So what's the point of even arguing with this if you don't even have a problem with it? Yeah, and?
Yeah, what age was Mary?
Mary was most likely in her late teens, about 17 or 18.
That is
According to what? Chapter and verse.
Hey, you,
Chapter and
bro,
verse.
within America,
Chapter
the legal
and
age
verse.
is 18. Isn't that pedophilia?
Chapter and verse.
God blessed that marriage, by the way. So God blessed the marriage.
Chapter and verse, 3 years old. Chapter and verse.
So God blessed the marriage of a 3-year-old.
Chapter and verse. Chapter and verse. Well, hey, we can say it didn't happen.
Hey, and
Muhammad's like the model of Islam. When God literally blessed the marriage of a 3-year-old.
Chapter and verse. Mary was not 12. She wasn't. Hey, I appreciate you coming up. All right.
What's the age of consent in Judaism?
The age of consent in Judaism. Are you going to say, oh, it's like 3? Because you misread the Talmud?
No, just in general. It's puberty, right?
No, it's after puberty. It's a period. If you read Ezekiel 16, Ezekiel chapter 16, it describes the girl growing up, going through puberty, through maturity. And by the way, Christianity is not on trial here. But Ezekiel 16 describes the woman growing up, going through puberty, through maturity. It describes her being post-puberty, having developed breast. And then the man goes away. He doesn't marry her then. He goes away and waits even longer after she's developed and then marries her.
I can actually source you scholarly consensus of rabbis, right? At that time, believing it's just when puberty happens, right? And at the end of the day, right, where do the morals of the Bible of Judaism come from, right? According to Christians, God, right? And you believe Jesus is God.
Well, we don't believe in rabbinic Judaism. So if you point out the rabbis who came post-Christ, post the church being established, we don't believe that we need to listen to them at all. The rabbis say all sorts of dumb stuff.
From Old Testament time, you still have to believe that's
No. The rabbinic writings you're referring to are post-church, post-Christ.
No, but what I'm trying to say is all those traditions and values, right, that they had at that time before Christianity came, would be the objective moral compass at that time, which was given by God. So that's God's moral compass at that time. And if they believe that the age of consent was just after puberty, as Christians, you can't believe that's wrong unless you believe morality changes over time.
If that was the case, then you would see in the historical record that they were.
Yeah, there was.
You would see in the historical record that they were marrying children, but they weren't. The historical consensus, if you read the historical consensus, they are not saying that they're marrying children. They're marrying
your church
at the
fathers,
earliest in their late teens.
Your church fathers disagree with you too, by the way.
No, they don't.
My bad. I can cite
and also, again, Christianity is not on trial here.
But I'm saying, do you follow your moral compass from Christianity?
Yes, and Ezekiel 16 shows me that we can't marry children. Marrying children is wrong.
And what's considered children in the Bible, though? You can't just,
I'm referring. Ezekiel 16 shows you cannot marry
before puberty.
Before puberty at all, definitely.
Yeah.
But there's a period after puberty. There's a period after puberty where you wait even longer. This is described in Ezekiel 16.
Okay,
he approaches her after puberty. She's developed. She has developed breast and everything, and he still waits. He doesn't say, "Okay, you're all done with puberty. Time to get married," because she was probably like 16 or 17.
Wait, Ezekiel 16?
There's some people behind you that want to come up.
Okay, I'm gonna come back in like 30 minutes, and we'll have a good conversation.
Hop back in line.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. Appreciate it. Hi, how's it going?
Hi.
So you guys will just want to, when you talk, just make sure you're talking very, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Just make sure you're talking very close to the mic, like kind of how I am right here, or they won't be able to hear you. We want to make sure everyone can hear you.
Hello. Do you know?
And try to kind of project your voice, talk as loud as you can. We just want to make sure everyone can hear you guys.
Okay. Do you know what % of the U.S. population identifies as Muslim?
No.
It's less than 1%.
Okay.
So I guess my argument is that this is such a non-issue, especially when we have a Christian majority in the United States. I think that maybe we should be focusing on criticizing Christianity instead of Islam.
We're just saying that Islam is incompatible with America. It doesn't matter how many Muslims there are. We're just saying it's incompatible.
So how would you legislate that?
How would I like to what?
How would you write that into law?
Well, I'm not saying we should write it into law. I'm just saying it's incompatible.
So then what's the point of your argument if you're not going to...
We're just spreading awareness.
Spreading awareness, or are you fear-mongering?
Spreading awareness.
Because I feel like because this is literally 1% of the population, this is such a non-issue compared to all the other things that our country is facing right now.
Well, that's fine. You can say that. This is our chosen topic. This is what we want to talk about. We talk about lots of other things as well.
Okay.
And one of the most important issues our country is facing is that people are increasingly supporting political violence and opposing freedom of speech. We saw a little over a month ago Charlie Kirk get murdered just for going around and talking to people peacefully. We want to talk to people peacefully. We don't believe anyone here should be met with violence. We don't believe we should be met with violence. We appreciate that the Muslims have been so respectful and the other Christians have been so respectful, right? Nobody here should be hurt for their political opinions or their religious opinions.
So don't you think that you kind of have a problem with extremism, not necessarily with Islam?
Well, it depends on what you mean by extremism. I always say that the best Muslim is a Muslim who's not actually a Muslim, because the Quranic law calls for you to do the things that we have issues with. Like, for example, Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4. So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them. Right? It's calling for you to do this. One at a time. One at a time.
Okay, so no, I got it. Okay, so you're talking about Sharia law, which means every single person in that country is Muslim. There's no Sharia law in any country in the world.
I'm reading from the Quran.
No, baby, it's Sharia law. There's no Sharia law. I don't understand what you mean. You're reading from the Quran.
Right. So the Quran repeatedly calls for Muslims to fight in battle and go to war against those who persecute them, those who prevent them from practicing Islam to its full extent.
Why would you prevent that? If someone prevented you
the
from
reason we would
practicing-
prevent you from practicing Islam to its full extent is because the hadiths call for things like, for example,
Bukhari 51:93. If a husband calls his wife to bed and she refuses, and he spends the night angry with her, the angels curse her until morning. Sahih al-Bukhari 26:58. This is a Sahih rated hadith, highest rated. The Prophet said, "A woman's witness is equal to half that of a man's because of the deficiency of her mind." The Quran also says, "As for those women on whose part you fear disobedience, just fear disobedience, admonish them, forsake them in bed, and strike them." Hit women.
Okay, so I speak Arabic, right? And I remember you talked about like hitting women, like hitting your
Yes.
wife, right? So that ayah actually does not mean that. It means when you are in a fight, you separate. It's the husband's right or duty to separate away from the woman until they're both calm. I
It
don't know what you
literally
mean.
translates to hit
No,
lightly.
I speak Arabic. Do you?
It
You speak
translates
English.
to hit
no,
lightly.
No.
What does this say?
There's different interpretations for that word. Do you
What
know
does this
every
say?
Arabic word? Yeah, wadribuhun. Can you
It says
even
to
read
strike.
that? Maybe can
To
you
strike,
read that? Can
right?
you read it for me?
What does it say?
Can you read it for
You're
me?
saying you read Arabic,
Can you read it
right?
for me? Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't want to say it because it says to strike. This is
Okay.
strike. It's a violent
anyways,
term.
then your
right
your
here in
Trump
Arabic.
hat, you were talking
and you don't
about,
want to
like-
say it because you know what it says.
Yeah, okay. Just wait, one of my last things. This is the last thing I have to say. You're wearing the Trump hat, right? And Trump said he would date his daughter if she wasn't his daughter. So what do you have to say about that?
Is it wrong to date people who aren't your
Your
daughter? Like what?
She, what? So that's
It's
disgusting.
he said if she's not his daughter.
So you're attracted to your daughter.
I have a counter question for you. The Prophet Muhammad, blessed not be his name, married a 6-year-old and consummated her at 8. He raped her. What do you have to say about that?
You didn't answer my question.
Huh?
You didn't answer my question.
We did answer your question.
Okay, wait.
We
I
perfectly did.
So it seems like your main problem is pedophilia, but what do you think defines
It's not my main
pedophilia?
problem, it's just one of my problems.
Okay, let's talk
I do
about
have a
that
big
then.
problem with pedophilia, though, and I think you guys should too.
Yeah, everyone should. But look at that hat you're wearing.
Are you a
voted for
Muslim? Are you a
pedophile.
Muslim?
I am not.
You are, and your prophet married a 6-year-old.
But your president married.
Trump would date his daughter. Attracted to her.
Wait.
Did he do that? I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
he said
I
it.
didn't
I
catch
watched
it.
it on TikTok. Yeah, thank you.
No, did he marry his daughter?
I would date my daughter because she's so beautiful. Oh my god, if she wasn't my daughter.
Did he date her?
That's weird though.
Oh
It
yeah.
doesn't matter
There's a
if she
difference
dated
between
her,
weird and
but we
raping an
can
8-year-old
recognize
or a
that
9-year-old.
it's still
If it came out
inappropriate to
tomorrow
say.
that Donald Trump raped a 6-year-old, me and Cam would condemn him entirely. We would never. We would burn every MAGA hat we could
If it
find.
came out that he
Trump
was
should
in
be
the Epstein
impeached if he
files,
raped a child.
if-
Trump is an evil, horrific person if he ever raped a child. Muslims will not say the same about Muhammad.
If it came out that he was in the Epstein
It is.
files,
It's
would
a
you
first.
still
It's a
support him?
Sahih rated hadith. Do you want me to read it to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect.
No, can you the book? So she was actually 19.
Sahih al-Bukhari 29:26. Here we go. I lost it. Hold on. It's a hadith.
There's a million different hadiths. You can't.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There is a million different hadiths, but this one happens to be the highest rated. Yeah.
Do you think that every single Muslim
Wait, I'm not done.
takes
1 second.
every part of the Quran literally?
I'm not done. 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Sahih al-Bukhari 51:34, highest rated hadith. The Prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated her, meaning he had sex with her, when she was 9.
So what about the ones that say she's 19? Why do you?
There isn't one that says she was 19. Okay, show me. Is it a Sahih rated hadith?
No, there are contemporary Islamic scholars, some of which have argued that actually she was 19. This is a post hoc thing. There are 0 hadiths saying this, and most Muslims, most Islamic scholars do not say this. In fact, you see Daniel Habikachu, Muhammad Hajib, all these people, all these Dawa guys, they're always defending the 9-year-old age. How come all these Dawa guys are saying this, but you guys say it's 19? I'm going to listen to the Dawa guys.
Not representative of.
Okay, so find me the hadith again. The Prophet married her when she was 6 years old and consummated the marriage when she was 9. This is a Sahih rated hadith. This is a Medium article, not a hadith.
It's a blog post.
This is literally a blog post.
I mean, regardless of do you think that every single Muslim takes every single thing in the Quran literally, or do you think that they might use there might be different interpretations?
Well, there's a difference between something being taken literally and so if there's a metaphor in the Bible that says something about I don't know, so something I would expect Muslims not to take literally, right, is the Prophet Muhammad rode his unicorn donkey, hitched it on the side of the Temple Mount, and then rose to heaven. Probably didn't happen.
No,
Oh, that was literal. That actually happened. He rode his flying donkey and hitched it on the side of the Temple Mount. Okay.
Continue.
Even sillier.
Continue.
Okay, so they do. So your point is now they do take it literally.
As a Christian, do you take every part of the Bible literally?
I'll let Ben answer that.
Part of Christianity is that you don't do that. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible that isn't literal. So no, as, being a good Christian, you do not do that.
So why do you eat pork?
That doesn't make any sense. We're talking to people up here for now. You
Do
can
you
come
eat
up
pork?
later, all right?
Do you wear mixed linens?
I have a question though. So if you like in the Bible, I'm a Christian too. Okay.
Okay.
So we're talking.
Can you talk in the mic?
Oh yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Closing thoughts. So if you say that in the Bible that they are not expected to take everything word to word, why isn't it the same thing on the Quran?
Well, we're pointing to prescriptions, and we're pointing to things that Muhammad did. Muhammad is the moral standard. It says this. He's the timeless moral standard for all time, okay? So if Muhammad commits a heinous act like this, this means that Muslims must necessarily either cope and say, actually, she was 19, which, hey, at least if they say that, they're not supporting pedophilia. Good. I'm glad you assimilated to Western culture, and you don't want to think that Muhammad raped a 9-year-old. I appreciate that, but I don't think that's true. I think it's completely false. Even the Islamic scholars say that it's not the case. If he did rape a 9-year-old, then Muslims must say that this is something that is consistent with the highest moral standard. And that's the problem.
Okay, so I wanted to mention, like, let's say she was 9 years old, okay? This was like over 1,000 years ago, so puberty was way before, okay? It wasn't
No,
like
it's
now.
the exact opposite.
No, it's
That's not how it works.
No. Puberty was like the age of 4. No,
if you're receiving less nutrients,
Do you get a period?
if you're
Do you
receiving
have
less
a period?
nutrients,
No.
the further back you go, if you're receiving less nutrients, which they did in the past,
That's not true.
your puberty comes
They were taller.
later. Yes, it is true.
People were way
Yes,
tall. They
it
were
is
20 feet tall, no?
Cite a
They were
scholarly
way
source.
taller.
Cite
They
a
had more
scholarly
nutrition.
source.
Okay,
They didn't have more nutrition.
Yeah, they did.
I think my final point is just that this is literally, like I said, less than 1% of the population, and to choose that specific marginalized minority to harp on and to make them feel other than you is really gross, and it's really fucking weird.
Okay. Cool. Are we packing up or something? Or? Okay. This is a scholarly paper on development, and it talks about, it's the scholarly consensus that development has been going back over time, not going forward over time. Evolution, Development, and Timing of Puberty by Peter Gluckman. You can look it up. That's a scholarly source. No one else has anything saying otherwise. Just one moment. We'll let him...
What was the question? Sorry.
I want to ask you about that verse you just pulled up about prosecution and killing people on the spot that you just pulled up.
Which verse was it about infidels?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me read it. So it's Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4. So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you've inflicted slaughter upon them. There's also a lot of other ones.
Okay, have you read the verses around that one?
I read the whole verse, yeah.
Have you read the whole verse?
Yeah, what about it?
So do you understand the historical context, what was happening at that time when this verse was revealed? Throughout his lifetime, the Quran was revealed at certain points, at certain events, after certain wars, after certain rebellions. The Quran was revealed. Each surah, each chapter was revealed because something had just happened. When that verse was revealed, the Jews had just betrayed the Muslims and killed some of them and betrayed their war treaty, and they were told to kill them when they found them, the ones who betrayed them for that treaty.
Right, but it doesn't say kill the people who betrayed the treaty. It says wherever you find a disbeliever, strike them at their neck and slaughter them.
Okay, then that's
They're
why we have
also
scholars. That's
also
why
not
we
in
have
response.
people who interpret history. That's why we
Not
have
in
historians.
response to broken treaties. The hadiths also say, Sahih-rated hadiths say, the day of judgment will not come about until the Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews. When the Jews hide behind stones and trees, the
stones and trees will say, "Oh Muslims, oh Abdullah, this Jew behind me, come and kill him,"
Do you
which
know
means
what a
the day of
prophecy is?
judgment
Do you
cannot
know-
come about.
Do you know what a prophecy is?
It's not a prophecy. It's saying
How do you know it's
it's
not a
saying you
prophecy?
can't achieve the
How do
judgment
you
day
know
until
it's
you
not
fight
a
the Jews and kill the Jews. I know it's not a prophecy because it's
Have
saying
you
you
studied
must
with
do
Muslim
this
scholars?
before.
Have you studied with Islamic historians? Do you know why that verse was revealed and what that verse means?
The
Do you
verse
know?
is saying that the judgment day cannot come about until the Jews are killed by the Muslims. And in fact, this exact hadith is cited in Article 7 of the Hamas Charter from 1988. It is their justification for fighting and killing Jews in Israel. Hamas is Islam. They're the Islamic resistance movement. That's what they're called. Okay, that's fine. I appreciate you for not supporting Hamas.
Okay, so you don't support people who fight back against oppression?
I don't support
You don't-
people
you
who
don't
kill
s-
people because they don't agree with them.
So Muslims
is-
kill Jews because they don't agree with them.
They say
Jews-
that the judgment day can't come until they kill all the
Why
Jews.
do Jews kill Muslims? Why do
Well, Jews kill Muslims because Muslims kill Jews first.
Okay, do you know how long? Do you know how far back the Palestinian war goes?
I didn't catch
Do you know? Okay, how far back has Palestinians been fighting with Jews? How old is the Palestinian and Jewish war? How old is that war?
Well, I wouldn't call it a Jewish and Palestinian war. I'd call it a Jewish and Arab war because Palestine has never existed. But it started in 48.
So how old is Israel?
Israel, the modern state, was founded in 1948.
How old is Palestine?
0. It's never existed. The
So
closest
that
it's
land-
ever been to existing is 1994 when the Oslo Agreement was signed.
Wait, you were talking about.
What existed
you
before
were
was the
talking-
British Mandate, and
you
prior
were
to that, the
talk-
Ottoman Empire.
You were talking about unicorns flying, and for some reason, a land can just appear like that.
Wait, but you guys believe that?
That land that Palestinians live on, where was that before, and what was it called before Israel?
Before Israel, it was called
Yeah.
the Ottoman Empire.
So it was called the Ottoman Empire until 1948.
It was the Ottoman Empire, then it was
So
the
the
British
people there
Mandate.
who call themselves Palestinians, who have grandmothers and grandparents who go back hundreds of years,
Uh-huh.
so why are they called Palestinians?
Well, they're only there because they conquered it, right? Arabs aren't from Palestine or Israel. They're from the Arabian Peninsula. It's in the name. And they
you know
spread
how
outward. They
you-
conquered in the 7th century
Do
the
you know
entirety
how
of the Middle East
Ottoman
and North
Empire
Africa.
Came about? The Ottoman Empire also conquered that area. Before that,
Yeah, the
it
Ottoman
was
Turks
Palestine.
who practiced Islam.
The Ottoman Empire is younger.
What religion did they
the
practice?
Ottoman Empire, Islam.
Okay.
The Ottoman
Point proven.
Empire. The Ottoman Empire is younger than Palestine. Palestine dated way back. The
No, it
Ottoman
didn't.
Empire. The Ottoman Empire was founded after the death of Prophet Muhammad.
Do you
sallallahu
speak
alaihi
Arabic?
wasallam. No.
Okay. You speak Arabic. Is there a P in the Arabic language? Is there a P sound in the Arabic language? Yeah, you're right. Which is a
It's a
newer
fact.
invention. So let's look at
It's
the lineage.
Palestine.
Let's look at the derivative of the
the
word
Europeans
Palestine.
that call
No.
it Palestine.
Let's look at the derivative. Let's look at the derivative
Yeah,
of the
go
word
ahead, go ahead.
Palestine. Okay. So do you know where the word comes from?
No.
So the Greeks called it Philistia. Okay. Why did they call it?
Why
I'm
do
not
you know what
finished.
the
I'm
Greeks
just let me
called
go. Just let entertain me for a second. They called it Philistia because the Philistines, who were Aegean people, they were from Greek, came and they conquered a small portion of what at the time was Israel, between Tel Aviv and Gaza, modern day, right? So they settled this area, okay? They were the sworn enemies of the Jews. They were constantly in conflict. They were not Muslims. They were not Arabs. They were Greek Aegeans. They came from Crete, okay? So they settled there. The Romans then come. In 136 AD, there is the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is where Bar Kokhba revolts against the Roman Empire, who he feels is oppressing the Jews. They lose. The Romans sack Jerusalem and they destroy the temple.
Yeah.
Okay? We're
They
on the
kill
same
millions
plane.
of
So what
people.
does Hadrian, the Roman emperor, do? He renames the region Syria Palestina after the Assyrians, who were not Arabs, and the Philistines, who were not
that the
Arabs.
Ottoman Empire?
That name was carried
Was
on
that
then.
the Ottoman
So it
Empire, or
is
was that older than the
it is
Ottoman
an
Empire?
Palestine is an English adaptation of a Roman adaptation of a Greek adaptation of an ancient Hebrew word. It's not. It has nothing to do with Arabs.
The Jews, Hebrew was not. Do you know the real language that Jews spoke back then? Was it Hebrew? Hebrew was a very
they
young
were
language.
conquered a lot, so sometimes
they
it was
did
Hebrew.
not speak Hebrew.
At sometimes
They
it was
spoke
Hebrew, at
Aramaic.
sometimes it was Greek.
Our Aramaic
Not all
is
of them.
Arabic.
Wrong.
Aramaic comes
Wrong.
from Arabic.
If you read
Arabic
the-
comes from
If you read
Aramaic.
the Hebrew Bible and it's talk about like the,
Do you
the
know how old
Philistines,
Hebrew
that's
is?
Hebrew. Yes, they spoke Aramaic later on,
Yeah.
but they were
Do you
speaking
know where
Hebrew, and many
Aramaic
of them
comes
kept
from?
speaking Hebrew.
Do you know where Aramaic comes from? Aramaic is derived from Arabic. Arabic is the oldest religion.
And where was Arabic invented?
Arabic is the oldest religion.
Where was Arabic invented?
You want me to?
In
bring
the
up, like, a
Arabian
person
Peninsula,
that started-
hundreds of miles away from Israel. They conquered it.
So like language doesn't travel. I'm speaking English.
No, yeah, sure, it travels
English
when you bring
started in
armies and
England.
force everybody to
English-
convert. Yeah, it
English-
travels.
English doesn't start in America. I'm living in America, and English started in England.
The only reason Arabs exist in that portion of the world is because Muslims conquered it.
Okay, tell me about the Muslim conquering.
Yeah,
Tell
so
me-
in the
tell me-
7th
tell me what's
century,
wrong with that.
the Arab, well, what's wrong with it is, first of all, they conquered the entire Middle East and North Africa and forced everybody to convert. There's your first problem.
Okay, well, why is that a problem? Tell me about that.
Well, do you not agree with colonialism?
Yeah, I don't agree with it.
Okay, so then you don't agree with what your people
no,
did.
No, there's a difference between conquering a place and colonializing a place. There's two different.
Okay, what's the difference? Generally, colonialism involves a mother
no,
state.
No, colonializing something is when you force your beliefs on the people.
Which is what
and-
Muslims did.
No. Okay,
Yeah,
tell
they
me.
forced them to convert.
Give me. No, wait. Please give me an example of how the Muslims did that.
Yeah, they held a sword to their throat and said, you must become a
Oh my
Muslim.
God, wait, I never heard
It says
that
this in the
before.
Quran
Tell me a story.
repeatedly.
I've never heard that
First,
before.
you offer somebody to become a Muslim, and if they refuse, you fight and kill them. It says this repeatedly in the Quran.
Oh my God, that sounds like war. That sounds like the laws of war.
Wait, this is exactly what you just described as colonialism.
No, it's not.
I mean, it was the laws of war in most circumstances. I would argue that most of the
Give
time,
me- give me a
I would
historical-
argue that most of the time, converts did not happen at threat of violence. However, they were, what's the word, dhimmis, right? And you had like the jizya, you had taxes that they had to pay, you had the Pact of Umar, and
You know
they
the
couldn't
taxes-
evangelize
the
under.
taxes, the-
One
the
second. They
jizya?
couldn't evangelize under Islam. They had to pay extra taxes or specific tax for not
They
being
weren't paying
Muslim.
extra taxes.
They couldn't show
But let me
crucifixes
explain
in
to you the
public.
jizya thing.
So that's
Okay,
the
do
Pact
you
of
know
Umar.
what-
That's how they
Do you
lived.
know the concept of jizya? No, can you explain to me the concept of jizya at that time?
It's a tax that's levied on disbelievers.
The people who were living in the Muslim conquered lands, they were not required to fight in war. They were not required to give their money to. They were not required for these things.
Right, they were just held as dhimmis,
but
second-class citizens, and forced to pay a tax.
Muslims were required to fight in war. They were required no matter what to defend their country. Non-Muslims were not. Instead of this, they were able to enjoy this protection that they got from the Muslims that were controlling their land.
Protection?
Yeah,
Protect.
protection.
Oh, we conquered you, and now we're forcing you to pay extra taxes, making you a dhimmi, a second-class citizen, but we're protecting you.
The Pact
They're
of Umar.
paying
This
extra
is
taxes for the protection that they're receiving because they're not being required to fight.
this is what the Christians had to agree to living under Islam.
Okay, if
we
they're
shall
not
not
being
build in our
required to fight,
cities
isn't
or
that a
in their
good thing?
vicinity any new monasteries, churches, covens, or monk cells. Or we can't repair them either, those who fall in ruins and situated in Muslim quarters. We shall not manifest the Pact of Umar. Pact of Umar. This is a 6th century text that was used in Islamic countries. This is what all the Christians
Repeat that text
throughout
again.
the throughout
Repeat
the,
that text again.
We shall not build. This is the Christians
Yeah,
agreeing
go
to
ahead.
this. We shall not build in our cities or in their vicinity any new monasteries, churches, covens, or monk cells. Neither shall we repair any that fall in ruins
Okay,
or are
you know
situated
here-
in Muslim quarters. We shall not manifest our religion publicly nor invite anyone to it. That's against evangelism.
Here in East Plano, they are trying to build places for Muslims. They're not being allowed to. Isn't that the same thing?
Who's not being allowed to build mosques?
The governor of Texas, is not allowing Muslims to build their own.
Can you give me a citation on that?
Wait, can you cite
The what was it?
Pact of Umar. Dude, just Google it. Just Google it. All right. We're not gonna talk to everybody all around. All right. Yeah.
You already cited it.
Okay, I have a question about the Crusaders. So y'all are Christians, right?
Uh huh.
Yeah. So do you agree with everything that the Christians have done in history?
We don't agree.
No. Do you agree with everything the Christians have done in history? Do you
I'm trying
agree
to
with
answer.
the Crusaders?
I'm trying to answer. We don't agree probably with everything that everyone calling them a Christian has ever done, right? Especially if they're not following Christianity, which has happened, undoubtedly, right? The Crusades were largely defensive. Bean knows a little bit more about the Crusades than
Oh,
I.
tell me how they were defensive. They killed women and children. How was that defensive?
Oh, Muslims were invading Christian lands. Most of what's considered Muslim territory today was all majority Christian in the past. And they were in Spain. Why were Muslims ruling in Spain? That was always Christian land. Or not always, obviously, not always Christian land, but that was Christian land at the time, prior to the Muslims.
Can I ask about Native Americans? Is that not what like Christians did? That they came, they said, if you don't convert, we're gonna kill you. We're gonna steal your land. No, right? Or no?
Well, that largely a lot of that was the British and the Spanish,
They're
first of all, which is
Christians.
before the United States existed. Yeah, sure. And so if somebody's doing something that's against Christianity, we don't condone that.
So then why do you think that all Muslims condone what other...
Well, because see, like going town to town and slaughtering and killing people isn't in our book,
That's
but
exactly
it is in your book.
what Christians did. They killed. They wiped out over half of the native
Right, so
population.
you can say you're a
and
Christian.
you still say make
a
America
lot of that
great
was
again.
because of disease that
America is built
Yeah.
off of killing natives, stealing
a
their
lot of
land,
that
and
was
lying to their
disease that
face.
was accidentally spread. But furthermore, if
Nah.
somebody's doing something in the name of
No,
Christianity
you
that's
slaughtered
not
them, killed
actually
them,
a
shot
Christian
them,
belief,
everything.
support that.
Yeah, can you cite me a single source that says a
I
majority
took. I got a 5 in AP
majority
US
of Native
history.
Americans
No,
were
no, no, no,
slaughtered
no.
by Christians?
Did you get a 5 in AP US history? I don't think so.
Can you cite us something in the Bible that says we should conquer places and kill people?
Okay, but you still did it. They still did it, no?
No,
but
I mean,
you're
a large
talking about
majority of them
Islam when you're
died
doing the
from
same
disease.
thing.
Academics, scholars like Francis Black, for example, that's the one that people cite for the millions and millions of deaths, most commonly, Francis Black, and he says himself 90%. All right, 90% died from disease, 90% of those who did die. And that was unintentional. This idea that people were going around intentionally spreading disease to the Native Americans is not true. And most of the time,
But
the
only
authorities...
didn't get killed because they died.
The Christian authorities, said, do not force them to be Christian. There were people who did use violence unjustifiably.
They
but this was not the
displaced
Christian
them from their
authorities.
land and pushed them, and then when they wouldn't leave, they wanted their territory.
Most
They
of the land
killed
was
them.
purchased.
Just like in Israel and Palestine.
land
they,
was purchased.
They told them move, they wouldn't move. They're
There-
killing them.
There were cases like the Trail of Tears, for example, where land was blatantly stolen. However, most Americans oppose that. Most Christians oppose the Trail of Tears. The Trail of Tears, they had to go behind the backs of the American people. That was evil, okay? You shouldn't steal land. You shouldn't kill Native Americans. I'm completely against that, and I condemn anyone who did that. But the Christian authorities did not support that, and our religion does not support that.
We're also here to talk about Islam, not the origins of the United States of America.
Okay.
Oh, this is Andrew's guy in the Longhorn stuff. Sure, come on up.
So
You gotta talk kind of close to the mic. We want to make sure everyone can hear
So
you.
what are your claims?
You gotta really talk close to it.
So what are all your claims? Like what are
My
they?
claims?
Yeah.
Islam is incompatible with the United States of America.
And why is that?
Yeah,
Can you, like, give us some
the reason for that is because the Quran is in direct contradiction with the laws of the United States. The Hadiths are directly
All of them? All the laws?
Not all of them, but a fair portion of them. Like,
Okay.
for example, the Hadiths say, Sahih al-Bukhari, highest rated Hadith, 2658. The Prophet said a woman's witness is equal to half that of a man's because she is deficient in her mind. Furthermore, the Quran says, if any woman, as to those women whose part you fear disobedience, admonish them, forsake them in bed, and strike them. You can't hit women in the United States. It's called domestic violence. It's illegal. It calls for punishment of homosexual people. Furthermore, Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4, Quran. So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them. It's exactly what the verse says. One at a time, get in line. One at a time, get in line. There's no phone a friend around here. We're also generally against pedophilia. The Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile. He married a 6-year-old girl. He raped her when she was 9.
How are all these Muslims here then?
What's that?
Like how are all these Muslims here in the United States?
Sorry.
How are all the Muslims here in the United States?
Well, they either follow our laws or they go to jail.
Yeah, most Muslims in the U.S. are so assimilated into Western culture, which is great and is against pedophilia, that they are also against pedophilia. I would imagine most of you are against pedophilia, and that's good. To the extent that some of you are even stretching and saying, actually, Aisha was 19. It's just not true. You're stretching because you believe in Western values, right? You recognize yourselves that American and Western values are not compatible with Islam. You agree with us when you say that. When you say Aisha was 19, you agree with what we're saying. You recognize your own religion is not compatible with our values. And again, I do appreciate that you guys aren't supporting pedophilia.
What
but
defines pedophilia?
Marrying and raping a child.
What is a child? What is a child?
Anyone
Because
Let's start at 6.
Wait, hold on. Listen, in the United States, under 18 is a child.
I'm gonna read you a hadith real quick.
Another hadith.
Yeah, another hadith. Sahih al-Bukhari 5134, highest rated hadith, Sahih rated. That the Prophet Muhammad married her when she was 6 years old and consummated his marriage when she was 9. He's a pedophile. He raped a 9-year-old girl, Aisha. He is the most revered man in the entirety of the religion. He raped a 9-year-old girl and married a 6-year-old.
So, what defines a child again? Because in Islam it's defined
I'm not going to define what a child is for you. A 6-year-old is a child. She was playing with dolls when he raped her.
No, a person who enters into puberty in Islam is defined as an adult. That's why 13-year-old
So
men
let's get this straight.
go into war.
So let's get this straight. You think it's okay to have sex with people who hit puberty?
Right now, I'm saying
But you're acknowledging that in Islam, it's okay to have sex with people who have had puberty.
I'm not acknowledging that. I'm saying in Islam, and the adult is defined by someone who has reached the age of puberty.
So you are acknowledging that in Islam, it's okay to marry and have sex with people who have reached puberty. Yes.
I'm not being explicit.
Okay. So I also believe that having sex with people just who have hit puberty is incompatible with the West. 14-year-olds hit puberty all the time. You can't have sex with 14-year-olds. I'm sorry, Muslims.
So why was the age of consent so low inside the United States? It was like 14 or 12. Up until
At any point that the age of marriage was 14 or 12, that's wrong, and we changed it.
So who defines it as wrong? Like who's like you're coming
Do you reject the fact that marrying 14-year-olds is wrong?
I'm not rejecting anything.
So you think it's okay to marry 14-year-olds?
I did not say that.
You refuse to say it's wrong.
I'm saying I'm not expressing my opinions.
Are you a Muslim?
As a Muslim, if you reach the age of puberty, you are allowed to be married.
Can you condemn having sex with 14-year-olds?
I'm not condemning anything.
Okay, so here we have a Muslim who refuses to condemn pedophilia.
I'm saying
Zero surprises.
So what is pedophilia? What is pedophilia?
This is like the thing where actually I'm not a pedophile, I'm a Higby-phile. We don't it's common in the United States, in the West, to use pedophile to encompass a range of things like Higby-phile. Okay, Muhammad was a Higby-phile. Okay, that's so much better. It's actually that's also bad. That's also illegal.
Why was the age of consent so low up until a couple years ago then?
A couple years ago, that was evil. That was wrong. And also we had advancement. Hold on. We had advancements. Listen. We had advancements where in science, where we were able to see all of the harms that were caused on children when they were marrying so young. There's so much research out on this. You guys can watch Daniel Hakikatju's debate with Inspiring Philosophy on child marriage. It's on YouTube. He cites all sorts of sources on how this harms children.
What is a child? Age of consent in the U.S. was 10 years ago.
We're going to set a rule here. One person talks at a time. When we are talking, you are not talking. Okay? When he's talking, you're not talking. When you're talking, he's not talking. If you can't follow the rules, we will rotate you to the next person or cut your mic.
What is a child?
A child today is a person who's under the age of 18 years old.
Under 18 is a child.
Generally.
So why can't?
In some cases in the United States, you are allowed to marry a person with parental consent before 18, but it's not after 16.
So
right? There's a difference between marrying a 17-year-old girl with parental consent and marrying a 6-year-old. This is the most revered person in your entire religion, had sex with a 9-year-old.
Listen.
And I disagree with those laws, by the way. I think that we should repeal them and make it 18.
Listen, the West that you're defending allows children to fight in war. Do you have something against that?
What children fight in war in the West?
You said
in America, what child fights in war? Because you actually just said that the Quran justifies 15-year-olds fighting in war.
Okay. Under 18 is a child,
13-year-olds.
right?
Perfect. Even better.
Under 18 is a child, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can enlist in the army at age 17.
Oh my God. He's got us by 1 year. Your prophet fucked a 9-year-old.
Age of consent was 10 in the 1800s in the U.S.
And what did we do?
We got rid of that. Christianity got rid of child marriage all across the world. We sent people to India and they said, hey, stop marrying children. We sent people to Middle East and said, hey, stop marrying children. To Africa, they said, hey, stop marrying children. We don't view every individual Christian as the moral standard. You view Muhammad as the moral standard.
Do you believe morality changes over time?
No.
It doesn't. Okay, perfect. So wait,
this mic.
What age was what's her face? What age was Mary pregnant? What age?
We went over this.
Yeah, I know.
Give me a chapter and verse that shows that Mary was underage.
In your religion, God impregnated a 12-year-old.
Give me a chapter.
Is that moral?
Where does it say she's 12? Chapter and verse.
That's scholarly consensus.
Chapter and
12 to
verse.
14.
No, it's not. That's a lie. Chapter and verse. Chapter and
Yeah,
verse.
you want me to
I know what you're gonna cite. You're gonna cite.
I'll cite your church fathers if you
all
want.
right. Go ahead. Pull it up. Pull it up. Tell me the source.
Are you supposed to argue against the fact that you pull up a verse and you're like, the verse come in front of the mic a little bit?
I've been waiting for somebody to say this.
No, you're saying anytime you pull up a verse, he's like, that verse is not true. I already know what you're
So are other countries that have age of consent like 17 or 16, are they wrong?
It should be around 17, 18. All right. If it's 17, it's like that's not the worst thing in the world. All right.
Why is there a race between 17 and 18?
So we don't. Not everybody has a fixed age where they are completely mentally and physically mature. We have an average, and to protect people as much as possible, we say 18, 17. Okay, we want to protect children as much as possible. We say 17, 18, just in case, because we want to give that period to make sure that they are physically and mentally developed, and it works. It works very well.
So you believe morality can't change over time, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
Do you have the chapter and verse that says she was 12?
I was about to ask, what denomination of Christianity are you in the first place?
I'm Eastern Orthodox.
Okay, so I don't know if you take it from Catholic sources. You probably wouldn't.
Sure.
You would?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I know the source. I just want you to say it.
Wait, you read the source? The source is wrong?
Well, I want you to say it.
Is the source wrong? Say the source.
Could you just like pull it up and quote it?
If you know the source,
I want this to flow. You know, I want you to cite it.
If you know the source, just say it.
Just read it.
Okay, I'm gonna find it.
Guys, speak into the mic. Somebody go. Yeah, so my question is, right now, okay, you're talking about something that happened 1,400 years ago, right? How come, up until recently, no one has ever complained of the prophet or anyone else at that time having...
Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
Who cares?
Why is the
It's
moral
wrong.
code changing over time?
It's wrong. Just because people used to eat other people in the past, just because the pagans used to sacrifice babies and nobody cared, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and sacrificing babies was morally wrong.
We as Christians and you as Muslims
Yeah.
believe in objective morality.
Look,
This cultural,
before
this
Islam came,
subjectivism,
before
this
Islam
subjectivism,
came,
we don't even believe in that. Neither of us do. You know that. Neither of us believe in that subjectivism.
Okay, can I explain something to you really quick? There's a lot of context to what you guys are saying that is not being addressed. So if we're talking 1,400 years ago, when you're talking about Aisha marrying the prophet, okay, and having sex with the prophet, at that time period in history, the life expectancy of humans was very different, and the age that people were having sex or getting married or having babies was a lot different than today's time period.
That's not true. Women were
That
actually
is true.
menstruating. It took them longer to reach the age of maturity because they didn't have as much nutrients. The age of maturity and the reaching of puberty and menstruation is actually sooner now than it was in the past. Ben knows more about this.
At that time in
Yeah, they had less nutrition. All right, I have a scientific source right here. If anyone wants to take a
At that
picture of it, go
time-
read it.
At
I have
that time in
quotations from
Arabia,
it.
it was very normal for women to get married at that age and to have children at that time.
Well, okay,
and
first
to-
of all, if it was normal, that doesn't mean it was right, okay? We're not doing a cultural relativism, right? Just because it was normal. But if we're talking
Well,
about
you have to take into account
biologically,
the context of the society.
these are two different claims, all right? So one is they were marrying young, which was the case in some places. Two is it's because they were maturing earlier. That one is false. They were maturing later.
Well, what's right to you, what you're saying is right, is what's socially acceptable. That's what you're saying.
No, I don't
right
believe in-
now,
I don't
you're
believe in
saying
moral
in our time period right now, it's not socially acceptable for children, for what you said, 14, 13-year-olds to have sex. It's not socially acceptable, right?
That's because
yes
we
or
know
no? Yes
more.
or
That's
no?
because we
Yes
know
or
more
no?
about.
Yes or
That's
no?
because we know more about reality. We know that this
Yes or
harms
no?
children when you marry them off. It harms children when you marry them off. We have tons of evidence for this. Looking at these third world countries where they do this, it's harmful for them. It's bad for them. It hurts them. And we're
Did that
against hurting
research
children.
exist 1,400 years ago?
No, it didn't. But
So
Muhammad
people were
is the
supposed
moral
to
standard
know
for all
at that
time.
time.
Yeah, this is how you know. When children are playing with dolls, you don't have sex with them. It's easy.
What?
Yeah, Aisha was still playing with dolls at the time that Muhammad consummated her. You don't rape children. And also, you don't just have sex with children because they've reached maturity and started menstruating. Girls in the United States menstruate around, what, 14? Right? You don't have sex with 14-year-old as an adult. It doesn't matter if you're menstruating. It doesn't matter if you're mature, or quote-unquote mature, right? You have sex when you're an adult and you're able to consent. You can't consent at 9.
That applies to today's time because that's what's socially acceptable right now.
Right. I don't think that it should have ever been socially acceptable to have sex with a 9-year-old, and especially if you believe that Muhammad is a reflection of God. He is the messenger of God's will and word, and your God's messenger believed that it was acceptable at any time, anywhere, anyhow, to have sex with a 9-year-old. I have issue with that.
Hey, listen, when you say 9-year-old, you keep referring, like, you're imagining a 9-year-old from today's time.
No, again, they matured slower. All right, they matured slower. There was less maturity. Hey, you in the back. Hey, you said Mary was 12. Hey, man. All right. He said Mary was 12, and he never gave the source. I just want to address what he said because he never came back. He said Mary was 12. I'm coming back. I'm just gonna make one statement. All right, trust me. He said Mary was 12. That comes from the Gospel of Thomas, which is a later non-canonical text, and that same gospel accepts Mary's perpetual virginity. So it says she might have gotten pregnant at 12, which again, it's non-canonical. We're not accepting. Hold on. It means it's not accepted as part of the biblical canon. It's not accepted as authoritative by the church. That's what non-canonical.
You guys have multiple churches. Some accept, some
It's
don't.
not accepted by any church.
So why is it there?
Catholic Church, Orthodox Church.
Why is
it's
it there
not.
then?
There's lots of early gospels that were written by various other groups, like Gnostics. We have the Gnostic gospels that were written hundreds of years later. They wrote their own thing that was just completely fake history.
But if you're going off the Bible, who knows what's written by God and who knows what's written by human? It's been changed.
We're not
There's a
getting
new
into all of
update
that.
every
We're not
year.
getting into all that. We've had our councils. We've had our ecumenical councils. We've established this stuff. That's not the point. All right, we're talking about Islam.
Okay, one thing. You're quoting things, they're quoting things from the Bible. You're saying those things are not accepted.
They're not from the Bible. The things they're citing are not from the Bible.
They're not from the Bible. So you're bringing context into the verses that you're citing.
No, the
right?
verses just aren't canonical and they're not in the Bible.
There's one thing I want to address. You guys were quoting the verse from Surah Muhammad, the verse 4, the one that's talking.
Yeah.
Can you say the verse?
Yeah. So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them.
So a lot of people quote this verse against Islam. The context behind this verse is talking about in battle with disbelievers, and there's actually another verse.
Why are they in battle with disbelievers? Oh, it's because the Quran repeatedly calls for
Well,
war
okay.
against disbelievers.
Are you gonna let me finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so in Surah
We need one at a
60,
time.
verse 8 and 9, it says, Allah does not forbid you from dealing kindly and fairly with those who have neither fought nor driven you out of your homes. Surely Allah loves those who are fair. Allah only forbids you from befriending those who have fought you for your faith, driven you out of your homes, or supported others in doing so. And whoever takes them as friends, then it is they who are the true wrongdoers.
Okay, there are a lot of, and this is another issue I have with Islam, is there's a lot of contradiction in Islam. Where
It's not a contradiction, it's context.
No, the Quran will say something like kill all disbelievers, and then it will say something like don't fight. One second. Don't fight those who don't fight you. However, when you put it into context, the same passages call for things like fighting those who persecute you. And persecution in that context is not allowing the full practice of Islam. So like, for example, in the United States, we do not allow for the full practice of Islam because we don't allow certain Quranic laws, like beating your wife for not having sex with you, right? We are persecuting Muslims because we do not allow them the full practice of their religion. And thus, we are the disbelievers that the Quran calls for killing.
It's not a contradiction because the verse you took it out of context and you misinterpreted it.
No. It's loose because when they define persecution in the Quran, they're defining it in the context of not allowing the practice of Islamic law.
Sorry, I
Quranic
don't
law.
understand what you said. Can you repeat that?
It's loose and seems contradictory because the context is lacking.
The
And
verse
the context is that the Quran says you should fight in battle those who persecute you and don't allow you to practice Islam.
That's the meaning of the verse. That's
No,
the
it's
meaning
not.
of the verse.
You're
you
not
don't speak
understanding what I'm
Arabic.
saying.
How would you know the meaning of the verse?
Because it's been translated. And this is what you guys always do. You say, yeah, we acknowledge this is terrible, horrible, but you just translated it wrong. Did I translate wrong the hadith where Aisha was married at 6?
Where did you get the translation
The Muslims translated it. There's lots of
from?
English
I'm telling
translations.
you the translation from a Muslim source. From a Muslim
Do you
source,
speak
I'm
Arabic?
telling you that it says it's in battle. That's what the verse is
Right,
talking
and
about.
who do they do battle with? People who persecute them, not allow them to practice Islam in full.
Wait, so
Yeah,
you're,
persecute.
Are you
Yeah,
saying you're
right.
not allowed to
So-
fight people
so
who
what
persecute you?
what I would say is when they're talking about persecution, they're talking about the lack of full practice of Islam. So, for example, this hadith right here, this is a Quranic verse, one second. Quran
chapter 3, verse 34, as for those women on whose part you fear disobedience, admonish them, forsake them in bed, and strike them. Right? So now if you're not able to practice Quranic law, if you're not able to strike your wife, control her, and force her to have sex with you, you are being persecuted as a Muslim because you cannot practice your religion. The United States does not allow that. It's called domestic violence. It's illegal.
It says here, Allah only forbids you from befriending those who have fought you for your faith.
Right. And fighting you is not allowing you to practice Islam.
Do you know what fighting means?
Yeah, it means not allowing you to practice Islam.
No, that's not what fighting means. It says we're not allowed to
In
practice
the
a lot of
context
parts
of the
Islam here. I'm not getting
Quran,
fought
which
by not being
repeatedly,
able to practice Islam.
just prior to these verses, calls for the fighting in battle of people who persecute Muslims.
I think you need to understand what fighting means. Like, do you know what fighting means?
Yeah, they're calling for you to fight people who persecute you for being a Muslim. And persecuting you for being a Muslim is not allowing you to practice Islam
Who
to its
said
full
that? Who said
extent.
that to you?
The Quran says that.
The Quran says that being persecuted is not being allowed to practice your faith.
Yes,
Do you
they
know
repeatedly
how
talk
Muslims-
about
do you know
they
how Muslims
repeatedly
are-
talk about
Muslims
non-believers
are
not allowing them to
killed-
practice.
Muslims are killed in a lot of countries and a lot of times in America too for practicing
And they
their
kill
faith.
a lot of people in their countries.
Okay, give me an example.
Give you an example?
Yeah.
Yeah, how about Syria, where they're mass executing Christians? It's literally run by an Islamist. My source is the videos of Christians crawling on the ground and being shot in the back of the head by Syrian forces.
So is it wrong? Wait one second. Is it?
Are you contesting the fact that Christians are being murdered in Syria? Yes, you can. Search it. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you want me to search up?
So then what about the Palestinians being shot and bombed and murdered?
Christians crying.
Why is that okay?
Both.
I didn't hear what you said.
Crawling on the floor. Getting shot.
July 9th, 2025, religious minorities in Syria are killed and persecuted.
Are they getting shot and crawling on the floor?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Have you seen it?
Yes, I have.
Is that part of Islam to kill other religions?
Well, he's an Islamist leader. I'm not saying. Well, actually, yeah, it is. It is actually.
So if
yeah.
you're saying that you can quote anything that any Muslim does, and that's what Islam is.
No. It literally says in the Quran,
That's what you're
strike
saying.
disbelievers on the neck and slaughter
Because
them.
it's a Muslim leader who's doing those things, those atrocities.
And he's following Islam. Strike at the necks of
Alright, so what
disbelievers
about
and slaughter
all the
them.
horrors that Christians have done?
Yeah, if they're not following the Bible, then we don't condone what they're doing.
Okay, so we don't condone what they're
But
doing
those
if they're
people
not
are
following
following the Quran.
And how
Strike
are they
at the
following-
necks of
Where does it
disbelievers and
say
slaughter them.
In the Quran, kill the Christians in Syria until they're
Yeah, I
falling
could
on
tell you a
the
whole bunch of them. Yeah, all right, so cool. Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 191 through 193, and we're going to swap here soon. Kill them, disbelievers, wherever you find them. Surah Muhammad, chapter 47, verse 4. So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike at their necks until you've inflicted slaughter upon them. Surah Al-Anfal, chapter 8, verse 12 through 13. Remember, when your Lord inspired to the angels, I am with you. Strengthen those who have believed. I will cast terror into the hearts of those who have disbelieved. So strike them upon their necks and strike them from every fingertip. Surah Al-Tabwa, chapter 9, verse 5. And when the sacred months have passed, kill the polytheists wherever you find them. Capture them and besiege them. Surah Al-Tabwa, chapter 9, verse 29. Fight those who do not believe in Allah or the last day, nor those that forbidden, which has been forbidden by Allah and His Messenger, nor acknowledge the religion of truth among them who were given the scripture.
I was just curious, like, what was like your why? Like, what is the point of doing all this at our campus? I'm just curious. I'm not really here to debate.
Spreading awareness.
What?
We're spreading awareness.
Yeah, we're Fearless Debates. You can look us up on pretty much any social media platform, YouTube and whatever.
Okay.
This started as a result of Charlie Kirk getting assassinated because there was a lot of people. I went out to UT Austin the very next day, and I had signs with my friends, and we were supporting free speech, and people came up to me crying and saying they were scared to express their beliefs on campus because they didn't want to get hurt. So we want to show people that they can be fearless, and we can have these conversations with people that we disagree with.
Okay.
Yesterday, we were talking about transgender stuff, and we had transgender people come up, and we treated them with kindness and dignity, just like we want to treat every Muslim here with kindness and dignity. And they've all treated us with kindness, and I appreciate all the Muslims here have treated us with kindness.
Oh, yeah, I was just curious. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
How's it going?
LeBron James or Michael Jordan?
Sorry, I didn't catch
LeBron
that.
James or Michael Jordan? LeBron James or Michael Jordan?
I don't watch basketball. I watch hockey.
Oh man, you don't even know ball?
Wayne Gretzky or Bobby Orr? That should be the question.
Oh shit, man. I just kind of invalidate your points because you don't even know ball. Like, it's cool.
It's all right.
Nolan.
Cam, nice to meet you.
Ben, Cam. What I meant to just say here is like I feel like with a prompt like this, it allows a lot of room for prejudice on both sides, both from you guys' sides and from the other perspective side. And I feel like right now, I'm also Christian. I'm a Protestant Christian. I was not raised Christian, but I converted recently, and I have my own testimony.
Congrats.
I appreciate you. And I feel like this is a bad look on us Christians in America. We're already hated, especially in the Western world. We're already hated so much. I feel like this is kind of just adding on to it a little bit, don't you think? Or it might add room for
We're
that.
calling out a false religion that reveres a prophet who raped a 9-year-old, married a 6-year-old, that calls for the killing of infidels, disbelievers, the striking of women, and the punishment of gay people. I think this is like exactly what we should do as Christians.
Yeah, I would say there's probably two different reasons why people would hate Christians. One is because they think something false, or two, because Christians did something evil. And I don't believe what we're doing is evil. I mean, if you have an argument for that, I would love to hear it. I don't want to do something that's evil. If this is wrong, if this is hurting Christianity, I wouldn't want to do it. I don't think it is. Like, it's peaceful conversation, and, you know, everybody seems to be having a fairly good time. You know, some people might get a little excited, but yeah, there's no one's threatened us. We haven't threatened anyone. Everyone's very nice, so.
All right. Ben, how can I pray for you?
Pray that I can continue to have as much courage as I can, and that I can, I'm going into the process of joining the Orthodox Church. I want that to all go smoothly, and yeah, and for my career.
And then Cam, how
Thank
can I
you.
pray for you?
Yeah, you can just pray that, like Ben said, I remain to have courage and that I become more firm in my beliefs in Christianity. I'm a recent convert, so that's why I don't do like any apologetics or theology debates in terms of like defending Christianity, because I'm a new convert, like literally just a couple of weeks. So just pray that I become more firm and rooted in my Christianity.
Absolutely. Agree to disagree.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. How's it
How are
going?
you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
So
Cam.
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
Are those free?
They are.
Can I take one?
Yes, absolutely. Take one.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I just have a couple questions.
Yeah, sure. Cam.
I don't shake hands.
Okay, that's fine.
Is Jesus God?
Question for Ben.
Yes, but I'm not going to debate that right now. Jesus is God. You can see plenty of debates from Inspiring Philosophy, Sam Shamoun, very good apologists. I am not on the same level as they are. David Wood. Watch their stuff, read the Bible, go talk to an Orthodox priest, in my opinion. I can't have that. Maybe afterwards, if you see me around, you can come talk to me, but we're not here to debate that.
I just have a question. I don't want to debate it, if that's fine.
If you've got a super quick question.
Just super. So is Jesus God?
Yes.
And what is the Father?
Sorry?
Like, what is the Father?
The Father is one of the persons of the Trinity.
What was that?
The Father is one of the persons of the Trinity, one of the three persons of the Trinity. The Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost.
So the
But
Father's
again,
not-
like, we're not here to debate Christianity.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, I just have a question. So Father's not God?
Sorry?
The Father isn't God?
The Father is one of the three persons of the Godhead.
Okay.
The Father is God, the Holy Spirit is God, the Son is God, all three are God.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I have one more question. What do you think about what's going on in Palestine?
I don't know much about it. Cam is the one who knows more about that. If you want to talk about that briefly, then I'll pass it over.
We're not going to get on into the Israel-Palestine debate. We'll be here for 2 hours. We're going to let the next person go. There's been a lot of people lined up behind you to talk about this topic.
Why don't you want to talk about the Palestine? What's going on?
I promise you, I would literally be cleaning your brains off the floor, like metaphorically, if we were to have that conversation. It's my number one topic. It's not going to be like it's not because I'm afraid of you. It's because
Yeah, I know.
It's because you and I will talk about it for literally 3 hours until we're both brain dead. But there are a lot of people lined up behind you waiting to talk about this specific topic, and so I don't want to waste their time, and I want to be respectful to them. But if you catch me later when we're cleaning this up, I'm happy to talk to you about it when we're cleaning up. We just want to make sure that all the people who have been waiting in line for a long time get an opportunity to talk about it, because you and I will talk about that for hours.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. All right.
Free
Thank you, though. I
Palestine.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Oh, yeah, that's right. He doesn't shake hands.
Hello. Oh, so it does work. Cool.
It does work.
What is it? Ben.
Cam, nice to meet you.
Cam. Yeah, my name's Nick. So Islam is not compatible for America? Does that mean
Yes.
Muslims don't belong in America?
That's not what it says. It says Islam is incompatible with America.
So they just don't work in America? Is that what that means?
Yeah, our laws are in direct contradiction with Quranic laws.
So the government's laws do not work for a religious minority?
Yeah, just government laws, yeah. Like, for example, you can't beat your wife, in direct contradiction with the Quran, which says for women who are disobedient or you fear disobedience, strike them.
Okay, so I'm understanding that you don't want to conflate both together, but why is it that you're having this conversation about Muhammad when I walk up, with him being a rapist?
Muhammad, according to a Sahih Hadith, which is the highest rated Hadith,
Sure.
Muhammad married Aisha at the age of 6 and then consummated her at the age of 9. Children cannot consent. He raped her.
Right. And what about the guy you have your hat on with right now?
Prove he's a rapist.
I don't need to.
Okay, then what's your argument?
My argument's not my argument. You're the one with the claim that Muslims aren't compatible here based off a government law.
Yeah, so are you making an argument or no?
I'm trying to understand why you don't believe they should be here.
Yeah, let me read you a couple verses. I didn't say that. Yeah, they can be here, but their religious laws are incompatible with our laws, our just laws. Like,
Our
for
laws
example,
are not based off of a religious
Surah
book.
Muhammad, chapter 47,
They're
verse
based
4.
off of
So those
equality
who disbelieve,
and freedom.
strike them at their necks
They're based
until
off
you
of
have
the
inflicted
people.
slaughter upon them.
They're not based off of any singular book. They're based off of the people and the Constitution.
Wait, you think their religion is not based on a book?
No, I think the government law is not based off of a Christian book, a Jewish book, or a Muslim book.
Correct.
Or Hinduism.
What's
or
your point?
any other.
What's your point?
My point is just because the government seems to think that as Christians that we can have whatever we want.
No.
It doesn't
That's not
make
what
it
I'm saying.
incompatible for Muslims.
Answer me this question. Do you think that it should be legal to beat your wife in the United States of America?
I think it should be illegal for a president to rape women.
That's not what I asked you. Prove that he raped a woman.
I don't need to.
Prove
You're
it.
the one with
That's,
the claim.
Okay, so why are you saying you made the claim that he raped a woman? Prove it. The burden of proof is on you.
The burden of proof is you starting this.
What you're
sat
saying is
you're
incoherent.
Sitting, you're talking. I'm asking you questions.
Yeah, you're not answering the questions.
I don't need to. You have to answer questions.
I answered all of your questions.
Is it illegal for our president to rape women?
Yes.
Okay.
Prove that he did.
I don't need to.
Okay, so why are you claiming that he did?
It's not a claim when there's plenty of court of law that shows he's already sexually assaulted women.
Prove it.
He's had plenty of extensive
Prove it.
criminal charges
Prove
and
it.
lawsuits.
Prove it.
You're just gonna keep talking like a parakeet?
Prove that he raped a woman or sexually
Right.
assaulted a woman.
Yeah. Buddy, you have a hat on that shows a government theology when you're talking about religion. You're getting too
Prove that
conflated
Trump
and you're
raped a woman.
dividing people over something that you shouldn't be dividing them over.
I do believe in dividing people over child rape and the abuse of women.
Right. So I believe
if you
in
believe that
unifying
you can
people.
abuse women and rape children,
I believe that
goodbye.
religion should keep us together and not separate us. And
Not
make
when
us
that
incompatible in a
religion
country.
condones child rape and abuse of women.
And America is keeping us together. Look at us now. We're together, right? Because
We are.
the Muslims here have assimilated into the West, right? And
Right.
many of them have very consistent values for the most part as us. And we appreciate that. We're just saying that the actual Islamic values are incompatible. So if you are going to be a Muslim in the West, you need to assimilate and not adhere to these things that we think are very wrong. Okay, and don't commit child marriage. Don't do child marriage. Don't beat your wife.
What's the
if
First
they assimilate, there's
Amendment?
no problem. The First Amendment says you have freedom of religion, and that's
Freedom
what I'm
of
saying.
religion.
They can be here. They just need to
So what
assimilate
about
and
Jewish
not.
people?
But listen. There's more laws than that, right? We have laws that say you can't kill babies, like an infant. Pagans used to sacrifice babies in many places. If
Buddy,
a pagan
it's
comes here, if a
2025,
pagan
not
comes
1600.
here, if a
My God.
pagan comes here and wants to sacrifice a baby, we don't say, "Oh, that's your freedom of religion." You say, "No, you can't do that." All right, there's certain aspects of certain religions that we don't let happen because they contradict our other laws. As long as the Muslims are here and they're abiding by our laws, they're not murdering people, they're being good, upstanding citizens. I have no problems with that. I would eat dinner with
that
any
sounds
Muslim
like they're
here.
compatible
I
to
would
me.
eat dinner with any Muslim
That
here and
sounds
have
like
a
they're
good
compatible.
conversation with them. I would be their neighbor.
Not only
I'd
that,
respect them.
but
I'd
I'm
shake
pretty
their
sure they
hand.
also serve God.
I hate George Bush. We should not have invaded Iraq. I hate George Bush. He's a very bad one. I hate George Bush. He should have never been president. Fuck George Bush. Fuck George, right? You agree with me? We hate George Bush. I don't like Trump that much either. I liked him more than Kamala, but that's beside the point. All right. We'll let the people at the mic talk.
I just want to know one thing. Are you guys here? I know you guys said you guys are here to debate, right? But are you guys here to actually understand the other perspective and actually understand the concepts and the topics that you guys are bringing up? Are you guys, in simpler words, are you guys here to just rage debate?
We're not rage baiting. We're inviting people to have conversations with us about the topics.
Right. So conversation, obviously, when you have a conversation, typically you want to understand what the other person is saying, correct
Yeah.
or not? Right? So, yeah, for sure. What I'm saying is that, are you guys actually here to understand what the other people are saying to
Yep.
you guys, or no?
Yes.
You are? Okay.
But if they're wrong, we're going to call them out on that.
Okay, for sure, absolutely. And likewise, right?
Yeah,
so,
totally.
One thing I want to talk about, the one thing you guys like kind of brought up in the beginning, the verse from Surah Muhammad, Ayah 4. If you want to pull it up on your behalf.
I gotta check the camera.
Okay, for sure, you
Which
do that.
one did you want?
Muhammad, Surah Muhammad.
Surah Muhammad 47:4.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely.
So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you've inflicted slaughter upon them.
Right. So now, can I read it on my behalf, or is that cool with you guys, or no? Okay. So.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay.
He's listening.
Okay, so are you guys with cool? Like, if I read it in Arabic first and then translate it in English?
Just read it in English.
Are you sure?
If you read it in Arabic, I'm not going to understand what you're saying.
I mean, I think you should get the full context, though.
But I'm not going to get the full context by hearing it in Arabic because I don't understand
sure.
Arabic.
You know what? Cool. So, the actual translation, right? So I think you had it you had it in the first half, but like second half you looking through.
Okay.
But basically, what it translates to is that so when you meet in battle with those who disbelieve, then smite the necks until you have overcome them. That part you were correct. But then it says, then make them your prisoners. It doesn't say anywhere in the rest of in the verse that say slaughter them. Nowhere it does not, right?
Okay,
It
so
says-
so strike disbelievers at the neck and take them prisoner. It doesn't make it very much better.
Okay, but let's think about it real quick. Let's think about it.
Yeah.
When let's think about we're talking about like a movie, right? When they kidnap someone or knock someone out, they hit them at the back of the neck, right? They're not gonna hit them in the chest and knock them out, right?
It doesn't matter where they're hitting them. You don't hit disbelievers because they disagree with you.
But it's not just disbelievers specifically. It's saying that whoever like is conflicting harm to you as a Muslim, not even as a Muslim.
It's not
as
what
a
it
person.
says.
We can read the whole context if you want.
The whole context is that you go to battle.
I could read.
The
I can
Quran
read all the
repeatedly
verses.
calls for Muslims to go to battle with people who persecute them. Persecute them by not allowing them to practice Islam, right? And if you can't fully practice Islam in the United States, so this would pertain to us, the United States, right? So I don't care. It calls for you to go to battle against disbelievers, people who don't allow you to practice Islam, persecutors, right? So they're in battle against disbelievers, and you strike at their necks and take them prisoner. The context you're giving, if that's true, doesn't make it much better if we assume it is true.
But what you're saying, you're twisting the word though. You're saying that
I'm not twisting it.
When you strike them in the neck, you're killing them. But isn't that what you just said?
Well, there are a lot of
I think
translations that
there's a big
say
difference.
strike them at the neck and inflict slaughter upon them.
Where? Can
Sure.
you cite your source
Yeah,
actually?
sure, I can.
Please,
yeah.
thank you.
I would love to know. I want to know which Quran he's reading.
Yeah, just give it a little. Can you just recite like?
No, I would love to know. Wallah, actually, I'd love to
Can you
know.
recite recitation?
Come on now. And please don't use Gemini.
I'm not.
Don't use Reddit.
Yeah, no Reddit either. Or
Okay, you're
Quora,
gonna let me
or
pull it up or
Wikipedia.
no?
Or ChatGPT.
Quran.com. Is that sufficient for you?
Wait, can we check the who made that?
Quran.com. So when you meet those in battle who disbelieve, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them.
Can I see? Can I see
Secure
it?
their bonds.
Can I
yes.
see it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Huh? Voice for. Wait, check. Hold on.
What do you do?
Is it cool if I check who made the website?
Check what?
Like check like where the website's coming from. and
Well,
everything?
it's Quran.com, so just look it
But
up
this
on
is
your
not
phone.
the right one. Like if you want to go to actualquran.com, this is like some random bootlegged one version of it. If you want to go quran.com, type in quran.com.
The domain is literally legacy.quran.com.
But like again, anyone can make a website nowadays. 2025, right?
Okay, so you
But
asked
let
for
me-
a citation.
let
This is
me
the
go
first
ahead-
one that came up.
You meet disbelievers in battle. Yeah, what else are you gonna do in battle?
Wait. But why are they in battle with disbelievers? Because they disbelieve.
To bind them friendship.
I know exactly. But again, to read the correct Quran.com verse, let me see your phone. Please, thank you. Quran.com.
You can
the real
say
one,
there are
right?
mistranslations or that your translation is correct. It doesn't really matter because what you're saying still doesn't make it better. It's still saying hit disbelievers in the neck and take them prisoner. It's not
what
making it
saying,
any
though.
better.
But that's not what it's saying though. Hitting in the neck.
You still
is
don't
way
attack
different.
disbelievers.
Okay, but you can technically hit someone on the neck and knock them unconscious. Can you not?
You shouldn't hit disbelievers in the neck.
But
That's
that-
incompatible with
okay,
Western civilization.
Okay. In war, what are you gonna go tickle them?
Why are you at war with them?
But are you gonna tickle them in a war? What do you
No.
do in war? What do you do in war?
You're killing people.
Okay, so but is this not better that they're knocking them unconscious and grabbing them as prisoners rather than killing them? Or are you saying
It's
killing
still
them is better?
incompatible with the U.S. You don't
Okay, but
harm
we're not talking
disbelievers.
about that right now. We're talking about this context specifically. This, if you wanted to, this has nothing to do. You have no reason to bring this up.
This is like saying Aisha wasn't 6, she was 7.
Oh my God.
I don't care. It
You
doesn't
wanna
make it
talk
better.
about-
It's
listen,
still
listen,
incompatible.
listen.
You're not proving me anything
Respectfully-
wrong.
respectfully,
The translation
if
is
you wanna
contested,
bring
and your
up-
translation
if you
doesn't
wanna
make it
bring
any
this
better.
up, talk about something that's relevant to your prompt. Don't bring up something that's irrelevant.
Wait, Muhammad marrying and consummating a 9-year-old is relevant to my prompt.
Okay, but this, we'll go to that, but this is not relevant.
That is still relevant to my
How is
prompt.
it relevant? Can you talk about
Yeah,
the
because
relevancy?
you don't attack disbelievers. That's incompatible with the U.S.
Does the U.S. not go to wars? What about Afghanistan?
Not with people
What
just
about
because
Iran?
they disagree
What about
with
Iraq?
us.
What about
We go to
Pakistan?
war with people because they attack
I can
us.
Keep going. Oh, is that? Oh, is it better if we bomb them?
If it's provoked.
How is it? Okay, what about the millions of people in? I know. What? Okay, if you're saying if provoked, right? What about the millions of people that die? Let's talk about. I'm not gonna talk about. I'm not gonna talk about Israel-Palestine conflict, but you can talk about any country. Choose any country you want. America has been the first to attack for probable reason, but they were never
Afghanistan,
provoked.
we were the first to attack.
Of course.
9/11 didn't happen.
That was not Muslims.
Who was it? Who was it?
There were so many, dude.
Who was it? No, who was
First
it?
of all,
Who was it? You can say the
Twin
Jews,
Tower
huh?
blowing up.
Who was it?
Okay, do you believe that the
Who
Twin
was it?
Not the Muslims, I'll tell you that.
Who was it?
Not the Muslims.
Who was it?
Not the Muslims.
Who was it?
Not the Muslims.
Okay,
Not
I
the-
can't talk to you. Next.
Not the Muslims.
Next person.
No. Hey, hold on. You wanna? Sorry.
You want to talk?
You wanna
This is
say?
your specialty, right? 9/11. It's still alive.
That's what I'm saying. You can claim to be anything.
So here we are. We're contesting the fact that Al Qaeda is an Islamist terrorist organization. Is that where we are?
That's not where we are, but that's what you're claiming.
It seems
yeah.
like it's where we are.
That's a good point too. Like, why did they fund it? Why did the U.S. government fund Al Qaeda?
We didn't fund Al Qaeda. We funded
Really?
the Mujahideen.
Really?
No, we didn't. No, we
Really?
didn't. We funded. No. We funded the.
Well,
We funded the
are we not allies with
Mujahideen.
them or not?
We funded the Mujahideen because they were fighting other radical Islamist
Oh,
organizations.
so it's okay when they do it with other people, but it's
No, they were
it's messed up
actually
when we
they
do-
were actually
okay.
funding the Mujahideen to fight other radical Islamist organizations.
Okay, but
we were
again,
playing
like
them
I said,
against each other,
it's
trying
okay
to make
when
them
they do
kill
it
each
with
other.
other people, but when it comes to us, then it's wrong. That's what I'm trying to.
America came in to stop the Soviets from slaughtering Afghanis,
For sure,
right?
but like,
And there were rebel
before
groups
you talk
against,
about-
and it was
let's
non-lethal aid
wrap
that
it
they
back to
provided.
this though. Let's not deviate from the prompt though. This is your board, right? These
Yeah.
are your boards.
So are
right?
you going to
So
argue
let's
about
not
the
deviate.
board or no?
I mean, that's what we're doing, right?
Well,
That's what you're saying
no,
we
we're
are.
not. You're arguing about 9/11 denialism.
I mean, I didn't bring it up though.
Yes, you
I
did.
didn't though.
You said that Afghanistan
you-
was not a responsive war. I said they
I said
literally did
Afghanistan.
9/11,
You
and then you said
9/11
it wasn't
though.
Muslims.
Okay, but that's because you brought it up though.
You brought up.
All right, on this topic, in 2004, 65% of Muslims in Pakistan, 55% of Muslims in Jordan, 45% of Muslims in Morocco had a favorable view of Osama bin Laden.
Can you show your source?
44%, it's from
Can you
Pew
share the
Research.
source?
It's from Pew Research.
Can you share the source?
44%
Can you,
of
like, flip the screen
Pakistani
real quick?
Muslims view Osama bin Laden as a martyr. That was in 2011. 34% of Muslims in Jordan, 49% of Muslims in Nigeria, 23% of Muslims in Indonesia, and 20% of Muslims in Egypt had a favorable view of Al Qaeda in 2010, and that's all Pew Research.
Can I see the source? Sorry.
Pull out your phone, take a picture.
Yeah, for free. Can you just airdrop it?
Oh, I mean, it's like a link.
Yeah, I got you. I'm about to leave. Don't worry.
If you just look up the title, if you like take a picture of the title, you find it.
I'll argue the board.
Who's the title? Who's the author for it?
It's Pew Research.
It's what?
Pew Research.
We also have people behind you who actually want to argue about the board.
Okay.
Can I argue the board real quick?
Yeah, you know what? Thank you guys for time.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Here, I have to go find some place to pee. Can you hold down the floor?
I have to pee too. That's crazy.
Okay, let's take turns. I'll go first.
sure nobody gets behind me. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna pee out the back. Damn. We're the turning point, guys. Right behind you.
Yeah, it's right in there. Yeah.
Guys, take a knee. So I'm gonna bring up the statistic back. And I'm also gonna ask you, why are you? Like, I'm not like, why don't you?
What's your question about?
I kind of have like a few points, and then I just want to ask y'all.
Yeah, I just want to see if it's something that I can do on my own, or if
I
I
don't
want to wait
think
for Cam to
so.
come back. Because we have like our own specialties.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not really about like religion. It's more about like statistics. Like not.
Like
I don't have any questions about religion or anything.
Well, you can go ahead and ask me. If I don't know, then
So
you can bend it down if you need to. There you go.
basically, my question. I'm not trying to do like the back and forth. I just have a few points to make, and then I want to ask you a question. Okay. So in regards to like statistics in the U.S. as of 2023, in Pew Research it says that against like obviously anti-Semitism, Islam is the second most hate crime against religion. Like we have the most hate crimes committed against us, and 51% of those statistics are from white males as of 2023. And then in regards to rape, like you guys, not you guys, but like accusations against Islam, you love to throw the word rape, but 67% of rape statistics arrests are made against white males in 2023. So I just want to ask, like, in Islam, when you move to a country or a nation, Islamically, we're required to abide by the laws of that nation, and according to the statistics, it just looks like Muslims abide by those laws better than Christians or like white people do. So what do you want us to do if you think Islam is incompatible with America, but like statistically Muslims abide by your laws better than white Christians do? So what do you want us to do? Do you want us to like pick up our stuff and move out of the US? Like, should we just stop practicing Islam? You want to come into our homes and check what we're practicing? Like, what's the deal?
I think you should assimilate to our culture. Now, these
But
statistics
wait.
that you're hold on, I'll respond. These statistics that you're citing, first of all, I don't think anybody should hate crime a Muslim. I would never harm any Muslim. I would have dinner with every Muslim
But it's
here.
not
I would
about
talk
what
to them
you
like they're
think, it's
human.
about what's happening, though.
I'll respond to you. All right. Yeah, and people who do that, they're wrong. They're completely wrong, and we should punish them.
But who's
we
doing
should jail
it?
them.
Who's doing it?
If it's white people,
What's-
if it's
but
white Christian,
people who are
whatever, I
doing
don't
it,
care.
who's doing it, though?
I don't care who's doing it. They're wrong. No matter who does it. If it's a black man who does it, he's wrong.
67%
If
of
it's
them
another
are
Muslim
white
who does
males,
it, it's
though.
wrong.
What do you mean?
If it's a white
people
male,
who
he's
are
wrong.
doing it.
It's wrong.
not us.
I condemn it.
But it's not us. So what's with the sign?
I condemn it entirely. Okay.
So condemning 67% of people
violence
who are
is not
committing
compatible
rape
with our
is
society.
not going to be the Muslims, though.
Committing hate crimes against people is not compatible with our society. That's why we punish them for it, and they should be punished for it. Now,
So-
as for the rape
and also,
statistics,
can I say-
as for the rape statistics, you're not even talking about per capita. Of course, the majority of the people arrested for rape are going
Why
to be
does
white
it matter
men
per capita
because
if
they're-
the national average
they're the most.
rape arrests are 51%
and rape's wrong.
white
They should. If it's a
male?
white male, he should
Yeah,
go to jail
it's
for it. If it's a Muslim,
wrong,
he should
but
go to jail
who's
for it.
doing it? Not majority Muslims. It's
Again,
wrong, duh.
I don't have a problem with a Muslim who
You
doesn't
have a
rape
problem
people.
with us not assimilating to your country and your religion, but
Yes.
majority of the crimes that you say we commit, we're not the majority of those
I didn't say you
crimes.
guys commit any crimes.
Okay,
It's going to
then
be
what's with the sign,
my
dude?
baseline assumption for any Muslim here is that they're a law-abiding U.S.
Yeah, but
citizen.
that's not what the
and
sign makes it look like.
I
You
don't
can't
want-
just say that and then put up a sign that says Islam is incompatible with
Yeah, we're talking about the
and
religion.
also, 70. Okay, listen. In regards to gun violence, we have at least like one school shooting per year. One school shooting per year, right? So at least. And in comparison to like countries with similar GDPs, like for example, like Australia, Canada, Germany, the US has like 50 to 70 times percent greater gun violence rates. And again, majority of those are committed by white males. So why is the problem not being addressed that it's not us committing majority of the crimes? Like,
It's not per capita. I'm not. I don't
what do you
know.
mean per capita? It's the
What's-
national
is this for-
average. Like,
Oh, this
what
for
does per
rape?
capita have to do with it?
Yeah, so like on rape statistics, black male is much more likely
So
to
it's
go to
not
jail for
Muslim.
rape.
What about Muslims?
I mean,
Look at,
some
I
black
want to
people are
see a
Muslims,
statistics
like-
where it says Muslims
But
are
that's the
committing
point
the
about
rapes.
per capita. Like, I don't care about these surface
No, you
level
don't know
statistics.
how. Okay, first of all, media literacy is a thing. Being able to
Per
read
capita is a
research
thing.
is its own skill. I want to see you show me if you're gonna throw a stat like Muhammad raped a 9-year-old. Where are we raping the 9-year-olds? Why is it saying that white males are the ones doing it more? Why?
That's not the point.
But
That's just
the
not
point
the
is
point.
that the problem is clear, the stats show a problem, and you have a sign that says Islam is incompatible with America, not that the statistics don't show that though. Like, we come into your country, we follow the rules, we're less likely to get arrested, we get degrees, we get jobs, we get married. Like, who's not paying child support? Single motherhood rates? Where? Not with Muslims. Like, the
Yeah,
problem is not...
This is not the point. This is not the point. Again, we've said repeatedly it's okay if a Muslim assimilates to our culture and follows our laws.
Okay. Let's argue the board, right? So the board that you have today, right? Islam is incompatible with America, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I told you Islam has a teaching, right? Surah An-Nisa, Ayah 59, to follow the lines of the law. How, and if that supersedes anything else in the Quran, right? If that supersedes everything else, how is that incompatible with America? Your board's wrong.
I mean, I'm not convinced that it does supersede everything.
It does.
I don't
does.
see how that would
Follow the
supersede
laws of
everything
your-
because you
follow the
guys
law-
yourself
Here,
said like
watch this. I'll
it can't. It obviously can't supersede everything, right?
It does. It says follow the laws
But
of your land.
If
Unless-
you're not allowed to like go to mosque, for example, no mosque. We're gonna ban all mosques.
Then you're supposed to leave the land.
Okay, so you're saying that you're not going to abide by everything.
No,
Like,
then
that's-
no,
it
you're
doesn't
supposed
supersede
to. You're supposed to. Islam, no,
It doesn't supersede
No, listen. This is the thing, right? When you're in America, right? When you're in America, you sign. You basically like when you have citizenship, right? You sign a contract. You agree to certain rules, right? You have to follow the law, right? You have to follow the law. Like, every citizen under America, right? When you're a citizen, you have to follow the law, right? You agree to that. You agree to follow the law. You agree to not break the law. Islam, right? You can never break an oath. And that is considered an oath. You sign a contract before you come into America, or let's say you move to America, you sign a contract. You have to agree to those. You can't break that oath. So at the end of the day, whatever you think is incompatible in the Quran, right? It doesn't matter because you have to follow the laws of the land as a Muslim, whatever land you go to. And if any law that you have isn't agreed with, you're supposed to leave the land.
Okay, I mean, let's go with that. Let's assume you're entirely correct about that.
Yeah.
Another issue that we have is many Muslims do want to change the law, right? And if we change the law, we change what our nation is. That is still incompatible with what our nation is now, right? And what our nation has been. So, for example, if there's certain states which have much higher Muslim populations, if you have, let's say in Minnesota, it becomes majority Muslim, and they change the law in Minnesota to where Christians have to pay the jizya, right?
Welcome to
I would
democracy.
disagree with that.
Welcome to democracy.
Oh, I don't.
Bro, you won.
So
That's the Constitution. Welcome to democracy.
So what?
Oh my God, majority wins. That's how it works.
I don't agree with that.
That's
Do you think that would be acceptable or compatible with the values of the United States to force Christians to pay jizya?
That's if the majority of America becomes a Muslim,
the United
yes,
States,
you have to agree with that. That's democracy. Are you against democracy?
The United States is
Your
not a
country's
pure
not
democracy. The United States.
You're anti-democracy. Me too.
Listen,
don't worry.
listen. The United States is not a pure democracy. The United States democracy was set up in a way to preserve as many of the core values as possible, right? They believed. Now, were they entirely correct about everything? That's debatable. You know, Lysander Spooner and other people have criticized the Constitution for not being good enough to preserve these things. But the idea was to preserve these core values. It wasn't for an entirely different group of people to come in and change every law. Right, we're not about that. That's not American values.
Sure, but at the end of the day, right? You're saying
And again, if you don't do that, that's fine, and I appreciate you abide by that.
But from the basis of your entire board, it's just incorrect on 3 different ways, right? Like I said, you have to follow the law of the land that you're in. And second of all, when you come to America, you sign a contract, right, to agree to the laws. And in Islam, you can never break an oath. You can't break an oath. If you can't break a contract. And let's say, for example, right, the laws that are go against Islam, like for example, like you said, like, oh, we're not allowed to go to a mosque. As a Muslim, you're supposed to leave. Actually, I can cite an example back in the day, back during the Prophet's time, the migration to Abyssinia. It was a full Christian state. They had to follow the laws of the land. When they went there.
I said, let's go with that.
So
then
how does
the
Islam
problem
compatible with
would
America?
be,
That's what it teaches.
Then the problem would be, I mean, first of all, not everyone's going to follow that. We know that for a fact.
Okay, but not everyone's.
Right? I appreciate that you
that's
do.
A terrible
but
argument.
not everybody's going to follow that.
That's a terrible.
Because
not everyone's going to follow. It's such a terrible argument.
Hold on. First of all, not everyone's going to follow that. That is a problem. That is a problem.
Terrible
but
argument.
secondly,
Terrible.
do you not believe that you have a responsibility to change the laws so that you can practice as much of the Islamic religion as possible? Yes, you do.
What?
Of course you do.
Repeat that?
Do you not believe that you have a responsibility, if you can, to change the law to make it to where Muslims can practice as much of their religion as possible?
The only way that we're allowed to do it in this country is through democracy. And brother,
And if a bunch of Muslims came into the country and they changed our laws to where it doesn't reflect on American values, that's not America.
You'd have to cope with that.
That's a different country.
America's built on
It's a different
democracy.
country.
Brother,
America is not a democracy. It's a constitutional republic. You don't vote directly on laws in most places, and historically you haven't. You vote for representatives that write and pass laws. It's not a democracy.
I'm not sure. Wait.
You live in a constitutional representative republic.
I could be wrong about it. I thought
You are wrong about it.
I thought America's a democracy, to be honest.
No, it's not.
You just vote. Okay.
It is a constitutional representative republic.
Okay.
They're the same thing. A representative democracy and a republic are the same thing.
Sure.
They're synonyms.
Okay. Wait.
Because democracy is when you vote on laws.
Okay, beautiful.
You don't vote on laws in the United States.
Tough. Beautiful, right? So how's the law instated in America, basically?
What's that?
How are laws instated in America, right?
You vote for representatives.
Okay, perfect.
And those representatives create laws.
You basically just move the goalposts. You're just doing it with extra steps. Okay, now let me change it a little bit for you. Wait, let me change it a little bit.
Because it's a constitutional republic.
Sure. Let me change it a little bit for you. Okay, let's say, for example, all the representatives are Muslim, and they all want to, so they all get voted in. Let's say America becomes majority Muslim, right? And they all vote in Muslims. And then, let's say law changes towards Muslim ways, essentially.
In what way? In what way does it change?
Whatever way.
Like Christians have to pay jizya?
Put in the variable, yeah, X, yeah.
Okay,
sure.
so if they make it so that Christians have to pay jizya, you've now destroyed America because the First Amendment very clearly says that the Congress of the United States cannot institute laws that infringe on or prevent the free exercise of religion.
Okay. So everything, let's say every law that's not unconstitutional. There we go. I'll wiggle it a little bit more.
It gets so mad.
I know.
Chapter 4, verse 24. So your argument is actually that Muslims should just leave the United States.
If something goes against, let's say,
It's to the best we can.
If something goes against what's it called, like they should, like not commit major sins.
Okay, so
for example,
are you gonna leave?
For example, if America said you can't pay anymore,
You're right.
You have to leave. Do it. But America,
so
what
funny,
I'm forgetting.
434. As to those women on whose part they fear disloyalty and ill conduct, admonish them first, next refuse their offense, and last beat them. If they return to obedience, seek not against them means of annoyance, for Allah is most high, great above you all. Yeah, Quran chapter 4, verse 34. Can you pull it up?
I know it.
Okay, read it. Furthermore, it also says men are in charge of women, because Allah has not made one of them a self-issue.
You're out of batteries. Can't have cameras.
I have to charge so they can't hear.
Okay. Out of battery for the phone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're not talking about Judaism right now.
I know. Which way? Can you say that out
I'm
loud?
not probably any kind of Judaism. I don't know nothing about Judaism. But tell me what I'm saying.
Would you say Christianity come out of America?
No.
Okay, so the whole person says, oh, you have to talk about Mosaic law. Who's the daughter of the Mosaic law?
The Mosaic law was not intended to be a perfect law. It's not God's perfect law.
They can't hear.
This is
I'm charging it.
Take it around here and put it right in front of the speaker. So they can hear the speaker. The judges were able to change certain things. To adapt to certain things that change. I mean, based on the fact that the judges were able to change it, that shows that this was not God's perfect law. But the people were not. That's why God did not.
Would you not say God's law is moral? Would you say God's law is moral?
This wasn't God's perfect law. That's what I'm saying.
God's God is still a law. It's just like God's law is moral.
But it's not God's perfect law. That's why Christians don't abide by Mosaic law.
God's
like you can. I mean, this is our Christian canon. This is Christianity. If you want to make an internal critique of Christianity, you have to do it by our rules. You can make an outside critique and say Christianity is false, but if you're making an internal
Can you find me a source of like an imperfect law, essentially? Because it's the first time I've heard that personally.
I
could be wrong. I could be wrong. But
I don't have any particular on me because I just wasn't expecting this to come up.
I
But
learned something
Inspiring Philosophy on YouTube, he has a really good 3-part series on Mosaic law. He's got a 3-part series on Mosaic law that's really good. I don't have the sources in front of me. He cites the biblical sources. He cites the biblical scholars. But this is, if we didn't believe that it wasn't God's perfect law, why are we not practicing it? Like this is our belief.
Because I believe law can be what's the word? I forgot the exact.
But it's talking about our beliefs.
Law can be like removed and then added later, right? Obviously, laws of the old time.
Like this is like me.
But at the end of the day, I believe all God's laws are perfect, right? And they're all God makes perfect.
So I mean, the basic. This isn't the point, but the basic premise is that the people in the past, they were very flawed. The Israelite people were very flawed, obviously. I mean, look all the times they rebelled against God. And God established this law, which did things that gradually stepped people in the right direction. Like, for example, the Mosaic law didn't abolish slavery. Rather, it gave slaves much more rights than they did in other places. So now, like, if a slave ran away from his master, then people would protect the slave and be like, no, you can't come get him. He ran away because you were beating him. So it gave them more rights, and gradually Christians gave slaves more rights, like under Constantine, and eventually Christians abolished slavery. The thing was, humanity wasn't ready for it because humanity was so evil. So that's how it works in Christianity.
Oh, perfect. At the end of the day, right? God's law is moral, and as a Christian, you have to believe in God's morality, right? Is right at the end of the day. As a Christian, you follow God. You try to your best ability to follow God's morality. At the end of the day, there are things that are incompatible with American laws. The same way some things Islam teach are against American law. Don't go hand in hand. I agree with that. 1000%.
What part of Christianity is it?
Oh yeah, I mean the Old Testament, which is.
Well, again, that's the Mosaic law. We're not saying
Mosaic law, but
we're not practicing Mosaic law, though.
Who gave Mosaic law? Who gave Mosaic law?
There are some people who do want us to practice Mosaic law. Gary North, for example, he said we should start stoning gay people. I would say that's not American. That's un-American. When Gary North says we should stone gay people, we should implement Mosaic law.
God said that too.
No. When Gary North says we should stone gay people, I say, no, that's Mosaic law. We don't abide by Mosaic law.
My entire argument is, basically, I don't think any.
Correct for those people.
According to your terms of how it's incompatible, no religion would be compatible with American. They would be all compatible in the same exact way.
If I believed we implemented Mosaic law, yes.
Islam is as compatible, or I'd even argue more compatible with America than Christianity.
You're not making an argument there, though. Like, that's an assertion.
I'm telling you, there's laws like such as, okay, you think in America it's compatible to say that, okay, if a girl got raped, she has to marry the rapist?
I mean, that's not in the Bible.
That's not in the Testament.
No, so.
Oh, you want to put it up?
No, actually, what you're referring to is something in Deuteronomy, which earlier, right before that, it actually does talk about rape, and it talks about the man being put to death. You're talking about, it uses the word seizing, which is not used for rape. It was them committing fornication. Yeah. It's not even referring to rape. You don't even know the book that you're talking about. It's Deuteronomy. should be 22.
But this Christianity isn't on trial here, so this doesn't even matter.
Is there
I'll
no,
let you finish
is
this
there no
one.
sense of capital punishment in Christianity?
Huh?
Is there not a sense of capital punishment?
There is capital punishment. I mean, like, there's different Christian sects today who have different opinions. Like, Catholics are starting to go the direction where, like, oh, we don't do capital punishment. But I believe in capital
And
punishment.
don't some of their capital punishments go against the law of America?
No?
Really?
What do you mean?
Like stoning an adulterer?
Wait, what?
Stoning adulterers?
No, that's Mosaic law.
Okay, but okay, that's Mosaic law. Is there name some of the capital punishments they have?
I mean, like,
I don't have a problem
we
with
believe
that.
that you can have capital punishment if someone's a murderer. I mean, so I will say there's a difference. Like, for example, if you were to vote in a bunch of Muslims, I'm not saying they would do this, but if you were to vote in a bunch of Muslims and they removed all of the Bill of Rights, like we no longer have freedom of speech, we no longer have freedom of religion, that's not American. We no longer have American values. But there are other laws that are just not as important, and we can change these laws. Like, you know, we have different abortion laws in different states, we have different gun control laws. But some of this stuff, if it's happening like on a local level, I'm not going to say, oh, this is just completely un-American, or at least not to the same extent. Does that make sense? Like, or capital punishment, right? If the Catholics are saying we should bring back capital punishment in certain states because, you know, that's according to our religion, that's just not to the extent that I would say that's un-American. Because, I mean, America initially did have capital punishment. The anti-capital punishment stuff came later on.
So okay, would you say Judaism's incompatible with America?
I mean, I think more. I'm not.
So you say that
familiar
out
with
loud?
Judaism.
Are you scared
I
of
think
Israel?
more likely than not. I'm not scared of Israel.
Sure?
Let them come get me.
Really?
Let the Mossad
That's
come
the
get
only
me.
way. That's the right way to go, eh?
I don't know all the specifics of Judaism, but I would imagine there probably are parts of Judaism that are incompatible with our culture.
Same way as Islam, essentially. Right?
Yeah, same. But if Jews come here from like Israel and they assimilate into our culture, again, I have no problem. I have Jewish friends, I have Muslim friends, I have all sorts of friends. I have atheist friends. Like, they're not going around murdering people, though. I'm not friends with any
You're
murderers.
probably goyim pilled, huh?
Oh yeah. All right.
Let's move on to the next
Get back on topic and move on to the next person.
I got you.
So glad you guys came out. I'm a big advocate on the freedom of speech. But just for the people here, if you don't agree with this take, stop engaging in these debates. I love to have conversations. I love to have debates. I love to actually get to know someone's thoughts and deliver my own thoughts. But these just aren't like something that we as UTD students should be supporting. We should not be here debating people. These people, giving them a platform. Sorry to y'all, not sorry. Full disrespect.
Don't debate with people who disagree with you if you can't disprove them. That's what she's saying. She's saying you should be afraid of these people because they're smarter than you.
But good job on the rage.
She's literally patronizing all of the Muslims here.
Good attempt on the rage bait. Good attempt on the rage bait.
We're not
But
rage
the
baiting.
whole idea is we're not supposed to give you a platform. Why are we giving platforms to people that spread hatred?
You are patronizing every Muslim here by telling them they're not smart enough to talk to us.
I'm saying that they can do whatever they want. I don't
You just
care.
told them not to talk to us.
I don't care. I'm
Just
saying,
told them not to talk to us.
And that's how I feel. I'm saying that nobody should be talking to you. Did I specify Muslims in my statement?
You will
Did I
never come
specify
to a
Muslims?
solution on the
Did I
issues you feel
specify
strongly about
Muslims in my
until you sit
statement?
across from somebody who
Did I
disagrees with you and
specify
talk to
Muslims
them.
in my statement?
Who do you think is lined up to talk to me?
Did I specify Muslims in my statement?
Who is lined up to talk to me? Muslims. You will never find a solution to the issues you feel strongly about until you sit across from the people who disagree with you and talk about it.
So only Muslims are lined up to talk to you guys.
It appears mostly that way, yeah. 9 out of 10 people I've talked to today are Muslims.
People you're disagreeing with. And
You will never find a solution to the problems you feel strongly about until you sit across from somebody who disagrees with you and you
And I
talk
can
about
have
them.
that in conversation with somebody one-on-one if they feel to have that conversation.
Okay, well,
but what we
people
should
line
not
up
be
to talk
doing
about it.
is giving platform to hatred. If we give platform to
You
hate-
guys aren't giving me a platform, I'm giving you a platform.
Ooh, somebody's not humble.
I'm not humbled. I have 2,000 people watching right there and 180,000 who are going to see this on YouTube.
Okay.
You're not giving me a platform. I'm giving you a platform. I have brought my platform here to give it to you.
This is like little liberals at UTD, blah, 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 blah. That's
No.
like every caption you guys have for every YouTube video. Let's be so for real. You guys profit off of the rage bait, and it's not cool, it's not funny,
Wait,
it's not
I do use
engaging,
clickbait in my
it's not
thumbnails. I
conversational.
do use clickbait on my titles.
Okay, so you do
But the
clickbait.
videos are hours long. I do that so people who like clickbait, people who like the libs own stuff, watch long form content and realize you can have actual discussions.
You don't do it to actually show, you're not actually doing it to show actual conversations?
No, I am. That's why the videos are 2 hours long.
Oh, you're getting rage baited.
That's why the videos are 2 hours long.
Nobody's talking to you.
This has been live for 3 hours.
Next question. Whoever's in line, feel free to talk to them, but also stop giving these people a platform. And also, October is National Awareness to Domestic Violence Survivors, since you guys care so much about that in every other argument.
Show support for all the domestic violence survivors that have been victims of male violence from Muslims. Yeah. Strike your wife, guys. Strike your wife.
That is not the statement.
It is. The Quran literally says if your wife disobeys you, to strike her.
By the way, we as Christians and they as Muslims, we believe that we have an obligation to defend our faith. So you're getting up here and saying, oh, you guys can't defend your faith. No, they can come up here and defend their faith.
Are you defending your faith up here?
Quran chapter 4, verse 34. As for those women on whose part you fear disobedience, admonish them, forsake them in bed, and strike them.
Okay, stop engaging.
Support domestic violence survivors, guys.
Disperse. Good luck on exams. Stay warm. It's getting colder out there. Good luck to everybody. Love you all.
Let's see a mental health professional, please.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
My name is Yusuf Badr. Nice to meet you. So it says Islam is incompatible with America. Okay?
Yes.
And so, how is any of the Abrahamic religions not incompatible in the same way? Because usury, interest, as you know, is a huge part of. Okay.
Well, I don't know that any of the other Abrahamic faiths call for infidels to be killed, for wives to be struck, for battle to be done against non-believers, etc. Right. So that's going to be my main contention. Also, Jesus Christ was not a pedophile. He didn't rape a 9-year-old. That's going to be one of my core contentions with Islam, is that Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile. He married a 6-year-old and had sex with a 9-year-old, per her own admission.
I'm going to tackle this one by one. So
catch that.
I'm going to tackle this one by one. So I want to talk about Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. All forbid.
I'm not a Jew, so I'm not going to talk about Judaism.
Okay, I'm just going to talk about all the major 3 Abrahamic religions, just in general. They forbid usury, interest, which is, in America, if you want to buy a house, car, anything, usury is involved. So how is that any different?
Sorry, what did you say?
Interest, usury.
Okay.
It's not allowed in Christianity, Islam, or Judaism.
Interest?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't think interest on a loan is a core tenet of the United States of America. I think not raping children, beating your wife, not killing infidels, those are core beliefs of this country, probably. I don't really care about interest rates.
Okay. Well, so when we talk to that point, our religion commands us to follow the rules of our country that we live in. And since I'm living in America, I follow the rules of which I'm living in. And so the only rules we have to break would be like praying. Like if our country said you're not allowed to pray, then we could disobey that law. But in our country, it allows us to pray.
Okay, what if the laws of the country you're in say you can't be a Muslim? And you leave. Okay, so what if the laws of the country say you can't practice things that the Quran tells you and orders you to practice? Then what do you do?
It depends. Only the fundamental things we have to follow.
What I'm getting at is, do the Quranic laws go out the window, or do you still follow them, or do you leave?
It depends on which rules, probably. I'm not exactly sure in this topic.
Okay, so the Quran orders you, if your wife is disobedient, to strike her.
Okay. So
what do you do when you can't do that in the United States? It's illegal to commit domestic violence. What do you do?
So obviously we would not beat our wife. In fact, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Prophet you've been talking about?
Yeah, the Prophet, yeah.
Yes. So he told the men that the best of men are who are best to their wives, actually.
Right, and his idea of what's best for his wife is beating her. And also, the Prophet Muhammad actually said in Sahih al-Baqarah 2658, the Prophet said a woman's witness is worth half that of a man's because of the deficiency of her mind. You guys, your minds are deficient, according to the Prophet Muhammad, who raped a 9-year-old. He literally says it. Sahih al-Bukhari 2658. The Prophet Muhammad said a woman's witness is worth half that of a man's because of the deficiency of her mind. Now, he also said you're under control of your husband. I'll pull it up right here. Men are in charge of the women because Allah hath made one of them excel the other, and because they spend of their property for the woman, the support of the woman. So good women are obedient. guarding in secret that which Allah hath guarded.
I'm not exactly sure in which context that was revealed in, but if you look into a deeper context, there's always a good reason, which I have a feeling you have not looked more into, because based on what you said, it's not the exact context. You have to look into it.
Okay, so what is the context?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I do not know the exact.
Okay, you don't know the context then.
But you have to do deeper research, and this takes hours to do.
Explain where I'm failing.
Oh, you have to go home, do some homework, spend a couple.
That's what I've done, and I'm here presenting it to you, and you're just telling me it's wrong on the basis of nothing.
You just read me a
You
quote.
don't know why it's wrong. You're just saying it's out of context. You don't know what the context
You
is.
just read me a quote and said that I know the context. That's not.
I've got the full context right here. Do you want me to read the whole thing? Men are the protectors and maintainers of women because Allah has given them more strength than the other, and because they support them from their means. Therefore, the righteous women are devoutly obedient and guard the husband's absence, what Allah have given them guard. As to those women on whose part you fear disloyalty and ill conduct, admonish them first, next refuse their share of beds, and last beat them lightly. But if they return to obedience, seek not against them means of annoyance, for Allah is most high and great above you all. Men are in charge of women, because Allah hath made them one excel the other, and because they spend of their property support from the men for the women. So good women are obedient, guarding in secret what Allah hath guarded. There's the full context.
I can tell you from.
You want to explain that one to me?
Yeah, I can tell you from right now. There's a much deeper meaning to when it says beaten, because I can tell you that from right now.
It seems very clear to me. Women are of lesser mind. They are basically property of men, and they are to be treated as such. A woman's testimony is worth half that of a man's because of their lack of cognitive ability. One is better than the other. And if a woman is disobedient to you, you beat her. You can't do that in the U.S.
Okay.
It's a direct order, not from Muhammad. This is not a hadith. This is the Quran.
Since you're so interested in this, I'd like for you to meet with the scholar, and he'll give you the deeper meaning of this. Because I feel like you're so.
I got the whole thing in front of me.
Why wouldn't you meet with the scholar to get the correct interpretation?
Okay. Again, I got the whole thing in front of me. Chapter 4, verse 34. I got the whole thing in its full context right here. It literally, you guys think it's going to get better when you read it in context, but the crazy part is it actually gets worse.
That's your assumption, but okay. Anyway, I wanted to talk about the thing you mentioned in Syria, how people are, Christians are being killed in Syria, being shot in the back of the head. Okay? And you said Muslims are to blame for this. Why do you say that?
Well, Islam does call for disbelievers to be killed, but I'm not saying that HTS and the leadership of Syria currently is like the best reflection of Islam, but I would like to see how it contradicts it. Okay. How do you think what they're doing contradicts Islam?
I'm not going to tackle that exactly, but I'll have a different approach to how I'm going to answer this. So, in America, the presidents have been Christians, haven't they?
The presidents have been Christians?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. God told George Bush to invade Iraq and Afghanistan.
Why do you think God told George Bush?
Oh, he said, God told me to invade Iraq.
How do you know
Afghanistan.
that?
You guys believe Muhammad when he says that, but we do not believe George Bush when he says that.
But he's a Christian, and he said God told me to, and you guys say he's Christian.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
So I mean,
it's not Christianity. You don't get this like secondary revelation that says you can just do whatever you want. Like he can just claim that. What's his evidence? He's not a saint. He's not a patriarch.
So why do you make the same claims against Al Qaeda? When you guys mentioned earlier, Al Qaeda.
I don't think Al Qaeda was told by God to do what they did either.
But we're told by God what to do. It says it right here. It says it right here in the Quran. Wait, we can read a couple of verses here. Surah Muhammad 47:4. So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them. Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 191 to 193. Kill them, the disbelievers, wherever you find them, and expel them from wherever you find them. Surah Al-Anfal, chapter 8, 12 through 13. Remember, your Lord inspired the angels. I am with you. Strengthen those who have believed. I will cast terror into the hearts of those who have disbelieved. Surah Al-Taqwa, chapter 9, verse 5. And after the sacred months have passed, then kill the polytheists wherever you find them. Capture and besiege them. They believe that Christians are polytheists because they think we believe in three gods. Right? Surah Al-Taqwa, chapter 9, verse 29. Fight those who do not believe in Allah until the last day.
Okay. So
yes, God did tell them to do that. Our Bible doesn't say kill people who disagree with you.
But they don't represent us. I can claim I'm Christian and start doing things and
just tell me how what they did contradicts the Quran.
First off, what the Quran says, it's based on times of war, because it's revealed. You have to, as I mentioned, context is something very big. I'm not sure you understand this, but words don't explain everything. You have to look at when it was taking place, who was there, what was
You
happening.
think what war wasn't happening in the Bible?
I didn't say this.
The entirety of Israel was under Roman occupation when the Bible, when Jesus was present, right? During the New Testament. I don't know what you mean. You're saying that because this is in the context of war, it's okay to murder massively disbelievers, but the Bible also took place during a time of war, but it doesn't call for these things.
Let me finish. So it means to fight, and when you're in war, you're gonna fight, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it also says to go to war against those who persecute you and prevent you from practicing Islam. Right? The United States prevents you from practicing Islam to the full extent. So, thus, we would be subject to
Sorry,
this.
can you repeat that? I think I misheard.
Yeah, the Quran repeatedly calls for Muslims to go to battle or war against those who prevent you from fully practicing Islam. The United States prevents you from practicing fully Islam. And thus, we are subject to such wars. What's that?
I would argue that there's many Muslims here in America who are able to practice Islam to the fullest extent to which they want.
They can't beat their wives.
Most Muslims don't want to, and it's not part of Islam. It's not really.
It is. I read you the verse.
It's not. Again, and I told you what the Prophet himself said.
You know, do it again. It's fine.
I'm not sure if you know what the Prophet says and what the
Chapter
Quran
4,
says.
verse 34, and as to those women
you're speaking
who
over me.
unpardoned feel disloyalty or ill conduct,
Okay, so you're gonna
admonish
speak over
them,
me because you know
refuse them
I'm
their
right.
share of beds, and then beat them.
See, so you didn't. First off, you didn't let me finish. Okay. What the Prophet says is almost equivalent to what the Quran says.
This isn't what the Prophet says. What the Quran says.
Oh, I know. I'm mentioning something else. The best of men are the best of the women. Okay.
His view of what's best is beating women.
No.
Well, that's what the Quran says, and you said that what the Prophet says is almost exactly in line with what the Quran says.
Well, the Prophet mentioned many things about how to take care of your wives in a respectful way.
Right. I'll read you some of those things he said. Sahih al-Bukhari 2658. The Prophet said, a woman's witness is worth half that of a man's because of her deficiency of mind. Bukhari 5193. If a husband calls his wife to bed and she refuses, and he spends the night angry with her, the angels curse her until morning. This is how the Prophet Muhammad viewed women. Deficient of mind. Subservient to men.
What religion gave women rights first? Which was the first religion to give women rights?
Christianity.
No, it was not.
What is your, I mean, like, what? Prove wrong.
Islam came after Christianity, so.
Christianity still don't have rights in Islam. They don't have full rights today in Islam. Again, a woman's testimony is worth half that of a man's. In the majority of Muslim countries, it's legal to rape your wife.
Raping your wife?
Rape your wife, spousal rape, yeah. Again, because of what the Quran says, and what the Hadith say, you are legally obligated to have sex with your husband, even if you don't want to. Again, I'll read you the verse again about spousal rape. This is a Hadith. Bukhari 5193. If a husband calls his wife to bed and she refuses, and he spends the night angry with her, the angels curse her until morning.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a kind of off topic. But I could automate what you say from AI. That's how many times you repeat this source.
What'd you say?
Yeah, I know, but like
I'm
the amount
citing
of
you
times
directly your religious
read the
text.
source in the last 3 hours, I could probably automate you. They sound like a bot. Your responses sound like a bot. Not trying to be.
I think that might be a compliment.
Okay.
All right, next question.
But I'm gonna let the next person because I feel like I'm wasting my time. It was nice speaking to you. And I feel like you guys should meet with the scholar to get better information on Islam.
Bring the scholars. Bring the scholars.
Because they have a pretty busy schedule.
Well, then I assume they wouldn't have time to meet with me in private either.
Anybody else?
Wait, you replacing the battery or? All right, we're good.
How charges the phone tower? Can you plug the mics back in?
46%?
Yeah, plug it in.
Okay, I have a question about where in Christianity gives women's rights.
I mean, I'm not like super well versed on this topic personally, but if you look at even like Mosaic law,
There's a morality established So there's moralities within Mosaic law that
Oh, so you
Christians
pick and
believe
choose from
in,
the
right?
Bible what you
No,
follow.
that's not how it works. It's not how it
That's-
works.
that's
So
what you said.
in Mosaic law, it was established
So what is
that
Mosaic
a woman's
law? Like, why
that,
is some
for
of it
example,
right? No, no, I have
for
a question.
example,
Why
okay.
is
She
Mosaic
doesn't even
law
want to listen to me.
sometimes right, sometimes wrong? Why is Mosaic law sometimes right, sometimes wrong?
All right. Well, first and foremost, men and women were created equally. So it's right there, right? Men and women are equal. This is repeated repeatedly in the Bible. Women submit to the husband. Husbands submit to the woman, to the wife. All right. There's 2 examples. Here you go.
Why do you follow some parts of Mosaic law and not other parts?
So there's moral principles within the Mosaic law that we hold to, and this is I'll give you an example. So when there was a woman who committed adultery in the New Testament, and they brought her to Jesus and said, "Hey, let's stone this woman," Jesus establishes that okay, divorce is still something that is wrong. However, the old punishment for divorce, we don't need to keep doing that. We're past that, right? The imperfect Mosaic law, now we are closer to the perfect law. We do not need to punish this woman. And it was especially bad for the men who brought the woman because you're actually supposed to stone the woman and the man she committed adultery with, right? So they just brought the woman. So Jesus was protecting the woman in this circumstance.
Who created Mosaic law?
God created the Mosaic law.
So God created imperfect laws?
Yes, because man was imperfect.
So
Because
God
if
created
so,
imperfect
God
laws
knows.
because
God
man
knows.
is imperfect?
God knows what would lead to the best outcome, right? You could conceivably say if God would have given them a perfect law, they might have acted even worse. They might have acted more rebellious, right? And if God knows this, God can have the fortitude to give them an imperfect law. If Christianity is true and these things are true, which you're trying to give an internal critique.
So this imperfect law was harming women, right? So just because man was imperfect, God was going to give a
It
law
was
that
protecting
harms
women more than anywhere else in the world at the time. Was it protecting women perfectly? No, but it was protecting them better than anyone else.
So
It was
God-
protecting
so-
slaves better than anyone else, right? Slaves weren't free yet, but the slaves under Mosaic law had more rights than any other slaves in the world at the time.
So God doesn't
But again,
hurt-
this is not the subject. I don't know why you guys keep
So
wanting to push
in-
back against
No,
Christianity
y'all,
so
y'all are
much.
asking us stuff. I can ask y'all stuff.
I
too.
am.
Are both of y'all Christian?
Yeah.
Do you follow the Old Testament?
That's a loaded question.
No,
We
no,
don't
answer
follow
the
Mosaic
question.
law.
Answer the question.
You don't follow it? Why not?
No. I've been over this.
No,
I've been
no,
over this.
You've
Do I have
been
to
over
say
a
this
lot
like
of
every
stuff,
5
too.
minutes?
You've been over a lot of stuff.
Is it cool if we like talk together?
Christ fulfilled the law.
Because both of y'all
One at a
together,
time. One at a time. You're going to end up making arguments while the other person is making arguments. One at a time.
No, go ahead.
No. I think. So you say you don't follow the
Yeah,
Old
I mean,
Testament?
by the way, I mean, the Quran says that you guys have to appeal to the Old and New Testament.
We don't have to
So-
appeal to it. We say that
You have to judge the Quran by the Old and New Testament, by the Injil.
No.
and
You
the Old
have to
Testament.
judge the Old with the Quran because
the Torah and the Injil.
Say that again.
No. You judge the Quran with the Torah and the Injil.
No, you don't.
Yeah, this is literally the Islamic dilemma, which debunks
Um,
Islam. But all right, do you have like? Can
Yeah,
we
no,
get
no,
back
no.
to the
Let me-
subject though?
Yeah, but I'm saying like you're Christian, right? I'm asking you a question. Just answer it.
Yeah, I would like to talk about the subject though. Like,
What
if we
is the
keep going
subject?
down these rabbit holes, we didn't come here to do Christian
the thing is, you
apologetics.
just mentioned,
What if
like-
I was an atheist?
You know,
How would you
can I
respond to
tell you
what I'm
something?
saying?
Okay, let me tell you. The moment you mentioned that God made imperfect laws, you just like you're a heretic. You just said
No.
God is imperfect.
This is biblical. This is not a heresy.
Dude,
the
you just
Orthodox
said
Church,
God made
the
imperfect
church that
laws.
Christ established believes this. The church that
Why
Christ
aren't you being able
established
to
is
defend
not
your
here to
religion?
Mosaic law.
You're not being able to defend your
Heresy means you're going against Christian orthodoxy.
religion. Do you follow the Old Testament?
Again, that's a loaded
no,
question.
Answer the question. We're here
It's
to
a loaded
listen to
question.
your answer. We're here to
We
listen.
believe in the Old Testament. We believe it's true.
Okay.
Right? And there are things we follow in the Old Testament. There are morals we follow in the Old Testament, but we do not follow all of the Mosaic law. And this
Okay,
was
so
established
y'all are-
by Jesus Christ. I just gave you the example where he said, "Do not stone the woman."
So y'all are picking.
He didn't
and
say
choosing from your
divorce is
religion?
okay now, but he said don't stone the woman. And again, I don't know why you guys keep wanting to talk about Christianity. Go debate Sam Shamoon if you want to talk about Christianity.
can't you
That's
defend
not why
your
I'm here.
religion? Why do you have to
What if I was an
debate
atheist and I was saying all this stuff? How would you respond? Would you have no response?
So you said that. Do you think Christianity is compatible with America?
Absolutely.
So,
Christians,
what's the
mostly
difference?
Christians founded
Look at the
America.
Old
It was
Testament.
founded, inspired by Christian virtue.
I
ethics.
agree, and I believe that we love and respect Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, right? We believe that the foundations that were made, a lot of them came from the Sharia laws too, like the constitutional laws and stuff, and even the judicial stuff, comes from the Sharia as well. If you look into it, the thing is, I'm not trying to shit on like Christianity. We love and respect Jesus Christ, peace be upon him. The thing is, when you say that Islam is incompatible with America, you're saying like Christianity is too. If you look at the Old Testament, all right, I can pull out verses too. Like, you can do it, I can do it. If you bring that argument in the table, we can bring it too. It literally says kill donkeys, kids, and everything too. I can bring out the verse.
Now you're not even talking about law. You're talking about like the Amalekites. I mean, this is
I
a
agree.
completely different subject. If
Exactly.
We're talking about the Amalekites, who were a genocidal people who sacrificed babies,
Sure.
mass killed
But
babies,
God-
mass sacrificed
That was God the
animals
Father.
to pagan gods.
But that was
being
God the Father, no?
punished.
But that was God the Father that gave the commandment, no?
It was the Godhead.
Godhead? Is that not God,
God.
God the Father?
It was God.
The Father.
It was God. That
The
gave
Father,
the-
right?
It was God.
Was
that
it
gave
Jesus?
The order. What's your point here? Do
I'm
you
saying,
have a point?
No. The thing
Are we
is,
going to debate the Trinity now because you can't defend Islam?
But you can't even explain what Trinity is to me.
Are we going to? Yeah, see, exactly. You want to debate the Trinity. You want to debate all
I
this stuff
could.
because you can't
I
defend
could.
Islam.
But because you bringing in
you want to go on
religion,
the you want to go the
thing is,
offense because
when
you can't
you
go on the
bring
defense.
religion to the table, you got to be able to defend your own religion too. Because if you can bring
I
it up
didn't
to the
come
table,
out here. I can defend my religion. I defend
do
my
it.
religion all
Why
the
are you
time. I didn't
complaining
come
about
out
it?
here to do this.
Then
There's
do
many
it.
things I believe.
Then do
There's
it.
many things I believe.
Okay, then do it.
I already
then.
answered your questions. You're just going to keep asking more and
No,
more
I'm
questions
telling you, you gave
because
me an
you have
incomplete
no
answer.
arguments. You
Okay,
have no
give
arguments,
me
so
a
you have to
question.
attack
Give me a question.
Christianity.
I'll answer it. I'm not scared. Answer it.
Are you gonna bring up the same three
what are you
questions that
asking?
one has answered, like,
I literally asked you. He said some of the laws we follow, some of the laws we don't. You can't pick and choose.
No! Mosaic law governed the world prior to the coming of Jesus Christ.
Okay.
When Jesus Christ came, he said, out with the Mosaic laws, but some of the moral principles of the Mosaic laws were maintained. Like Ben cited, for example, adultery and divorce were still wrong, but you no longer stone the woman for committing those crimes.
Okay. Now, you're saying with that statement that God came up with laws prior in the Old Testament. Okay, let me finish, brother. You're saying that there was an issue, right? So Jesus came, and I believe that the Bible says that he's here to fulfill the Old Testament as well, right? Not to change things, by the way, right? Is this not a better model for you? We say in Islam that every single messenger.
not what he did. He
Okay,
came-
come on, let me
I'm
finish, let me
actually
finish.
going to trust the entirety of the church, the apostles. I'm going to trust the apostles. I'm going
Okay.
to trust the church fathers, the patriarchs, all of them over you. Every single one of them over you. My priest over you. Your opinion means nothing.
You know, that's being ignorant right there. Like, you know what I mean? Blind faith. You know what
That's
our
not
religion
blind
says?
faith. That's not blind
You look
faith.
at things logically.
Jesus established the church as the pillar and ground of the truth. Jesus was God. Jesus claimed
So he
to be
changed
God.
things from before.
Jesus
So he
performed
changed his mind.
miracles.
So you're
Jesus
saying
is
God changed his mind.
The difference between a Muslim and a Christian is every single Muslim here agrees with every part of the Quran. Any part of the Quran you give it to me, I read from it.
We don't
I
disagree
agree
with any part of the Bible.
every part. Okay, you're saying you're picking and choosing from the Bible. You're just contradicting what you're saying.
So there's different things in the Bible. First of all, there's certain laws that were put on certain people at certain times. There's also descriptions in the Bible. There's history, right? It's describing history. There's also stories in the Bible which didn't necessarily happen. It's merely describing things to get a parable, right? A parable, for example, it's describing things to get a point across, right? We're not saying we don't believe this. It's just that we have nuance. We have nuance, and we say, look, certain things are parables. You shouldn't say a parable is something that actually happened. Also, you shouldn't take a description. Like if it says David committed adultery, that doesn't mean you commit adultery. It's a description. It's telling about history.
So David was a prophet, right?
I mean, I don't think we consider David. Well, actually, yeah. No, yes. Because Psalms have prophecy. Yeah, David is a prophet. Yeah.
So David committed like adultery, you're saying?
Yeah, according to the Old Testament. Or
So
not.
y'all-
He didn't commit adultery.
y'all
Well,
criticize
he
their
committed adultery with Bathsheba. So she was the one that was married, and he had her husband killed.
Okay, so y'all's prophets, like, we have the same prophet. That was David, same thing. But you guys say that David, like, you guys, like, criticize him in the Bible? You criticize
Yeah, I
your own
mean,
prophet?
David is punished in the Bible for
So
doing
you were
for
just
killing
criticizing God. Now
Bathsheba's
you're
husband.
criticizing your prophets as well. You just said God was imperfect.
What?
You just said...
Yeah, David delivered prophecies. That doesn't mean he was perfect.
But he just said he's a king.
He was also a king, yeah. What? And?
So he's the king who's a prophet. We
You
also
fail-
know he was a
David
king.
delivered a prophecy, right? Not that he is the messenger of God. Like nobody. We're not saying that David is a perfect person because he was a prophet who delivered a prophecy. What Ben is saying is David did something bad and God punished him. Now, what you guys think is that the prophet Muhammad, the messenger of your God, the man whose word is almost the same as the Quran, married a 6-year-old, had sex with a 9-year-old, and was never punished for
Weird
it.
obsession with that.
I do, yeah. I don't like pedophiles. Yeah, it's a problem for me. I know. Is it a problem for you? Is marrying children wrong? Wait. Can you? Is marrying children wrong?
100%.
Yes.
Yes.
So you think the Prophet Muhammad was wrong?
Was she a child?
No.
She was.
How do you know
She
that?
was
I
6
don't
years
think he
old.
was wrong. He was never
The
wrong.
hadith Sahih rated, he married a 6-year-old and consummated her at 9.
Can I tell you something? I agree with the fact, and we all agree, and we do not condone marrying children or anybody who's not biologically ready. But where can you find a report? I think maybe like 2 centuries ago was the first time people brought up the argument of like, oh, he's a pedophile. None of his arch nemesis. Okay, find me something before. During his time,
I'm perfectly happy to.
people
Yeah.
from his people, like people from Medina.
Yeah, I've got it right here. Yep, just one moment. Sahih al-Bukhari, 5134.
That's our hadith.
The Prophet Muhammad married her when she was 6 years old and consummated the marriage when she was 9. He had sex with her at 9 years old.
When did? Oh, wait. Okay, let me say. When did Bukhari write that exact verse? Do you know it by any chance? When did he write it?
What year did he write it?
Yeah. Like how much after the Prophet's death?
You tell me. When did he write it?
I don't think it's true.
The chain is not broken.
Oh, look. First of all, this is a Persian, right? And Persians have been enemies with the Muslims for a long time. Here's why.
But the chain is not broken.
There's a lot of first of all, there's a lot of things in what is a hadith, right? Where does Bukhari come from? What is this kind of thing?
They are
Because
either
hadith-
the words of the Prophet Muhammad or the narrations of the words of the Prophet Muhammad,
Completely.
or his
Yeah.
actions, accounts of his actions.
Okay, look. One thing that we have to look whenever we look towards Bukhari and stuff like, I'm coming with to you and like a genuine trying to enlighten. I'm coming here with like an open idea of just trying
Sure,
to
yeah.
discuss and all this kind of stuff. One thing that I've always noticed, first of all, Bukhari wrote this thing 200 years after the Prophet's death, right? So we have to look towards supporting arguments and supporting evidence. Oh, wallahi, chill for a second. We have to look towards supporting arguments, supporting evidence, whether this thing is right or whether this thing is wrong. Now, if I'm tell you something that's like historical cross-referencing that doesn't exactly match up to that, it would make the statement false, right?
Sure, but the chain of the words are not broken. So the narrations are passed down, and the chain of this hadith is not broken, and it is Sahih rated.
Okay. Aisha was like a very well-known, skilled historical poet. She was a very well-known historical philosopher and that kind of stuff in the time. Would a 6-year-old be that by any chance? This is something that's also.
Do you think she didn't age?
It's later on. No, it happened before she married the Prophet. So this is the time period of where you would say she's from. She was 6. Yeah, no, well that's my point. It doesn't make any sense, right? There's another historical fact.
According to the hadiths?
Yes, according to the hadiths, these are also unbroken chains of narration. When we're talking about I'm telling you that we have to look towards surrounding context in order to surmise whether something is true or not, right? So I actually have a multitude of ideas that actually go against that specific thing, right? And this isn't the Quran, right? So this isn't something that's
It's a hadith,
objective. Yeah, it's a hadith. So this is something that we can kind of debate and go back and forth. Maybe some people will believe it, some people won't, and stuff like that, right? So it's kind of like a bit of a blanket statement to even say Islam in general, right? This is a certain sect of Muslims who do believe.
Oh, the majority of Muslims believe in the hadiths.
Well, no, but not every single specific hadith. He believes in it. My entire family doesn't believe in it, right? So my entire family, I guess, fits. No, Sunni. But my entire family fits with your, I guess, contextualization of what Muslims are allowed in America in that specific regard. But anyways, here, some more surrounding evidences that, go against the contrary, right? Aisha was said to be 10 years younger than her sister Asma. According to historical records, right? Asma was 27 when she died in 73 AH, right? That's 695 CE. And that means she was 17 at the time of Hijrah, right? That makes Aisha 10 years younger, so around 7 Hijrah. So that makes her 17 to 19 at the time of marriage. That's another.
What historical records are claiming this?
What historical records are claiming the contrary?
Yeah, an unbroken Sahih rated
hadith.
hadith.
This is also an unbroken Bukhari hadith.
Can I see what hadith is it?
We're not, yeah.
Can I read it as well?
Yeah. But we're not gonna. Yeah. But by the way, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody, right? I believe in the hadith. So the fact that she is 6, I think most of us agree. Do you agree with the fact she was 6 and 9? And that's it's us.
I was telling him earlier, there's the Quranists who don't accept the hadiths, and I don't know how to deal with that. That's your job.
Hadith, it's basically when the Prophet is sent.
Yeah, we know it. We know hadith.
Well, this is the irony, though, of going into something like moral relativism and stuff like that, right? Is that, our beliefs and stuff like that change drastically with person to person. So if you're coming at something like a blanket statement where you say, Islam is the problem and stuff like that, but you're talking about a very specific sect, a very specific portion of them, it's pretty redundant to make, overgeneralizations, right?
Yeah, but our argument isn't that so our argument is that the values of America go against marrying 6-year-olds.
And then one of your providing contextualization is that, but I'm saying there's a
like we don't.
Significant portion of people inside of Islam that don't agree with that though, right?
But not. I don't know that it's a significant portion. It's a
What-
small
what-
amount. Like you believe that Aisha was 6. They believe that Aisha was 6.
Okay, but are we gonna no? But I'm saying we're not gonna go around polling every single person. I mean, there's a lot of people. Shias are a very large portion of that stuff. All Shias don't believe in that kind of stuff.
But majority of us, we agree in the fact that she was 6 and the marriage was consummated at 9. So
I mean,
he's going off of that, right?
Yes, that's exactly
I
what
know.
I'm going
So
off.
you're
yes.
going against that specific sect of Muslims, so that literally this is Ibn Hajar
The majority of
al-Qahtani,
Muslims.
right? I mean, I don't know what Yeah, I get you agree, but I'm just saying I don't objectively. But I mean, I don't know what this does for you and stuff like that. But we do have proof over here that
Oh, this is ChatGPT. I mean,
I mean, that's where you're
can
getting
I see
yours
what it
from
says?
as well. But yeah,
no, it's not where I got it from.
yeah.
I'm citing the hadith directly.
Right.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
I looked into this a couple months ago because I encountered, so I didn't realize there was the people who rejected the hadiths. If you
Right.
want to look into this, I mean, this is between
It's
you and.
specific hadiths to,
But
like,
this
specific
is
parts
this
and
is
stuff
an
like that,
article
right?
by Muslims arguing against these points. If you want to look at this later.
100%. I'm just saying that there are different sects who do believe in.
Yeah,
different
I
things
know.
and stuff like that,
I
right?
told him that ahead of time, and I said, if anybody comes up here and they're rejecting the hadiths, I don't know how to deal with that. Like, that's not.
100%.
If you want to argue with your friends or fellow Muslims, like,
I know, but
I
I guess my point here is that the statement itself is a bit of an overgeneralization when you say Islam is incompatible with America. I think there has to be specifics towards it, and I think the biggest thing that we look at towards this is whenever we say that us Muslims have to follow the law of the land at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
one of the points I made is that if the Muslims are assimilating into the culture and they don't believe in things
Do you
like
believe that the
marrying
Muslims
children,
are assimilating into the culture?
that they're what?
That the Muslims are
I
assimilating
mean,
into
you
the
seem
culture?
to be. You seem to be very normal American.
But then,
like-
what's your contention then? I guess.
Right, like I mean, you seem to be against child marriage, right? Like that's what you're saying.
But do you think that everyone else is in favor of it then?
Oh no, I mean, well, it's kind of a mixed bag. Most of them, I would say, are at least
you
against
against
it
child
today.
marriage?
100%.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
but he still thinks that
yeah, I mean, most of them are at least against it
being
being legal today.
I'll tell you why.
But they'll accept that Muhammad did it.
It's moral relativism, though. At the end of the day, right?
But regardless, even if he did believe that it was okay to marry children, if he's not doing it, but if he wasn't doing it, he said he doesn't agree with that. But if he believed it and he wasn't doing it, that's part of a
But
simulation.
doesn't that make your entire argument a moot point then?
No, it's
No.
not.
Like, why are you bringing up? Well, I'm
It's
saying,
not the entire argument, and also
Well,
I'll say,
detail.
like, the hadith that you're citing is not sahih rated, which means the chain is broken at some point.
Right.
So, I don't know where it's broken or what the context is, but the chain is broken at some point. It's not sahih rated.
I'm sorry, but look, I'm saying you're bringing that up as a contention, right? I guess going into semantics. right?
No, what
But
I'm, the
you're
reason
bringing up
I'm
the
using
age of Aisha as a contention towards Islam and a reason why it's
yes,
incompatible with America.
one of my contentions.
One of your contentions,
Yeah.
right? But also, he thinks that that chain generation is real, but he doesn't believe in child marriage. So
But how do you reconcile that? I would ask. Like, how would you reconcile that you don't believe in child marriage, but Muhammad married a 6-year-old?
Say that then.
So-
I do want to keep on going.
Okay, basically, first of all, you have an issue with child marriage. We do too, alright? Nowhere in the Quran or the Hadith it says that it's okay for you to marry somebody who is underage, right? There's literally in our religion we have criteria for a woman to get married, right? She has to be physically and emotionally mature in order to get married. Can I ask you a question?
I want to follow up that though. What is the
course, of course.
consequence for marrying somebody who's not mature?
I wouldn't know. I have to read into it.
But basically the question is how was the Prophet Muhammad able to marry a minor, like a really,
That's the
she's
thing.
6, and how is it that he wasn't punished by God for doing so?
This is the thing that's why I brought up that opinion on you. Not an opinion. I brought up a challenge to you. Bring up one of his enemies, maybe more than 200 years ago, who said that the prophet was a pedophile. One of his enemies. Any accounts of you see, there's none like that because nobody thought it was. It was a custom. Like the society was such that it was fine for them.
But
Even if you-
Muhammad is the messenger of God. He
100%.
abides by God's law, not by the
believe-
cultural norms.
I get it. Do you believe, as people who believe in science and evolution, do you believe that the women back then matured at the same age as now? Because
No, they matured slower.
They matured slower.
Slower?
Yeah, the evolutionary
100%, I
biologists say
agree.
they matured slower.
People, even if you look at it, right? People had to have kids. Men used to go to war when we were 11, right? The mortality rate was low. People used to die at a younger age, right? So they had to have kids faster. People used to mature faster. Think about the kids who used to go to war at 11.
Yes
right?
and no,
We
I mean-
say that the women back then and people closer to the equator region, they mature faster. They, physically and emotionally, they mature
They're
faster.
physically slower because
How
they
do
had
you
less. They had less
If it's-
nutrients. The
if
further
it's
back
slower,
you
then
go,
it
the
takes
slower they
longer,
mature.
no? If it's slower, it takes longer for them to mature now.
Or-
You get what I mean?
It was slower back then. Yeah. So
No, if it wasn't
So
slower back then.
they
Do you
mature
have,
faster
research,
today.
Like an NIH or any research?
Yeah,
that
yeah,
can
yeah,
back it up?
actually, yes.
That'd
Yeah,
be cool. Because what I'm trying to tell you is like people had to mature at an earlier age in order to. Is that not true?
The only reason that the mortality rate was quicker than, I mean, obviously because of less health standards and stuff like that, but also because infant mortality was very low. Very high,
yeah.
and people died in war at younger ages,
Yes.
which skewed the mortality rate. So it would appear that the average mortality is 30 years old, but in reality, people who didn't go to war die as infants live to be 50, and they had less nutrients, so they matured slower. So girls would hit puberty later on than they do today because they didn't have access to nutrients that we have today.
But let me make the point that I'm trying to make. I'm saying that every single nation in this world, right, has different ages where a woman is allowed to get married, right? Japan might be different, America might be different.
It shouldn't be 6,
right?
ever.
I agree, but think about it. Even 100 years ago, I think maybe 15 years old, like in America, we're allowed to get married, right?
Which
That's
was
what I'm
wrong,
saying.
and we changed it.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean, like for example, I would say
I'm saying-
slavery is
the
incompatible
thing is,
with
can
America.
Can you narrow down like an age that you think is this is society does right now? Like 18 is the norm here in America in order for like a woman to
that's
get
based
consent,
off
right?
of scientific research.
I agree, right?
Here's the question. Would you condemn the Prophet Muhammad for marrying a 6-year-old?
If she was not physically and emotionally mature, then yes.
Well, she wasn't at 6.
Well, I say is. Can you find a report that says she wasn't?
Yeah, people matured slower back then, not
No, but I'm
sooner,
saying,
and girls today don't
it counts,
mature at 6.
But I'm saying it counts. Maybe from his enemy. Find somebody.
Yeah, the account is
He was such a big
the book of
person.
Sahih Bukhari that says she was 6 years old. Women have never menstruated
Dude,
at age 6.
They did back then.
No, they
Nobody
did.
made-
Prove to
that's
me
what-
that they did.
This is prove to me they didn't.
They matured slower. He just showed you
It's
the
the same
scientific
argument.
research.
If you can prove
they
it-
matured slower. He showed you the research. Ben, show him.
Show me accounts that says, because, dude, imagine he's such a big character, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? His enemies had he had so many enemies. They would have
I
made
think
the
it
point.
say she was playing with dolls.
Show me the hadith.
Salih Abukari 6130.
She plays with dolls. Is that like a thing that you would? Do you know what I mean?
Still play with. So from my understanding is in Islam you don't play with dolls when you are mature.
Is that like a thing for y'all? So if you play with dolls, you're
I'll
a
have to pull
kid?
the source on that.
I play with Legos still, by the way. Fire, by the way. Am I a kid? I play with Legos still. Yeah.
You play with dolls?
I'm gonna see if I can find
Hey, if I could, yeah, for sure. I don't think that's like a.
But
thing,
we know
you
little
what I mean?
girls play with dolls. Non-mature little girls play
But
with
can
dolls.
can I make this point? The thing is that I can specify, like, I can bring it out to. It says you cannot marry somebody who is physically and emotionally immature. It's a fact. Is that not compatible with America?
Apparently, according to the Prophet Muhammad, being physically mature is 6 years old, which I take issue with.
That's the thing. I'm trying to tell you to find me somebody who said that there was an issue. Even
She was 6, dude.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. You can't specify an age back
Do
then.
you
is different from
reasonably
now.
believe that a
1400
6-year-old
years ago,
was
by the way.
mentally and physically
Yes.
mature?
9 when she got consummated, by the way.
You think that a 9-year-old could have ever
If men
been
could
physically
go
and
to
emotionally
war
mature?
At 11, then yes.
No, she wasn't. You believe that a 9-year-old was physically and emotionally mature?
There's things that I don't know that you don't know. Like, we don't
I'm
know,
asking
right?
what you think. Do you think that Aisha, the 9-year-old,
age, no.
was
At this
mature?
age, no.
Do you think she was mature then?
Yes.
A 9-year-old?
Yes.
And a 6-year-old at marriage?
100%. Back
When
it
she was
up.
6 and she
Yes.
was married?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's absurd.
That's what I'm saying. You can't specify an age. How do you know? That's why I said bring
Because
up,
we know that people matured
saying you know,
slower
I
back
know.
then because they had less
Dude,
access to nutrients.
Do you know what you're doing? That's not a logical argument. You're saying you know, I know. But back
With the
it
scientific research backs this up. He showed it 5 times.
up. No, he did. Dude, that paper just said one. I just read the abstract. I didn't even read the abstract. If you can read it out and specify, quote it.
Yeah, 1 second.
He's looking up hadiths too.
But you read this before, though, right? When you made this argument.
This is
that-
on page 10. Quote, there is a consensus that in developed countries there has been a marked secular trend in a reduction in the age of monarchy for the past 100 years. And it also goes into
100
comparing
years?
the Paleolithic era with other eras, and it's consistent, right?
me
So you
see.
go back into...
If it's just 100 years, it spans 100 years.
No, it says, so it's looking at ancient times, and it's also saying, now as for like in modern times, we see the same thing, that people are maturing faster.
Can I, like, for you guys, what is like an age? Like, biblically, you can mention a Bible verse. What is like an...
The Bible doesn't mention an age, so in
So
Ezekiel
how are
16...
we making it, like...
Well, in Ezekiel 16, it's describing the groom waiting for the bride, and she's growing up and she's developing, and then it describes her having developed breast and being
Okay.
fully physically developed.
So
but
secondary
then,
sexual characteristics,
But then
right?
he leaves and he comes back later. So even at the point, we know even at the point that puberty is complete, that's not sufficient because there's
Okay.
still a waiting period. We don't have that specific waiting period.
Why
but
not?
We as Christians also deploy natural philosophy, and we look at the real world. We see that children are being harmed when they're getting married, or
Can I ask you something?
teenagers are getting harmed when they're
Okay,
getting married
I agree.
younger, right? So
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Do you agree with the fact that a woman should get married when she's physically mature and mentally mature? Do you agree?
At a period after that, not immediately after that,
Well,
but at a period after. It's going to be
how
sometime
long after? How long? Do you have the specifics?
I don't
of
have
that?
the specifics.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
if
the
we-
Bible, the religion is simple, right? God is gonna specify to you. He says, don't drink, don't eat. Like, it's simple, right? That's what I'm saying. It has to be very.
not
Because people
everything
can
is
blur that out. I'm telling you, right?
Not
God's gonna be
everything.
specific about it, right? Or people can draw lines or whatnot, right? I'm saying God draws the line. For us, is that. Do you agree with it though? Like, she has to be physically and mentally mature in order to get married.
That's the bare minimum.
100%, right?
That's the bare minimum.
We agree. Islam agrees. Why are we
But there's
here?
a period after that. We don't believe that immediately after they're mature.
But I'm saying the
'Cause
Bible
sometimes
doesn't
they mature
mention it.
early. There are certain cases where children will mature early, right?
But
They might
does
mature
the Bible
at like
say
12,
it's wrong?
and we don't say you can marry at 12.
But does the Bible say it's wrong?
Yeah, it says that you don't marry them immediately after puberty.
Can you
right?
quote
It
it to
doesn't
me?
specify the
You
waiting
said he just
period,
came
but
back,
we have,
right?
Okay, we have two different things to look at this with.
Okay.
Number one is the actual marriages in ancient Judaism, the Second Temple Judaism, which was following the Old Testament, and that Christianity came from that, right? And generally, they were being married around 17 to 20. So we see that. So this was the understanding. And then today we have the scientific research where we can say that, generally the development does happen, or it is completely done by the time you're 18. And when 18-year-olds get married, they don't have all these issues that, like, if a 14-year-old got married.
I agree, but the thing is, science will change too. You know that this is like the foundation of science. That science is something that it should be like subject to change, right? Something that you know now to be a fact will change in a couple of years.
Well,
You know what I mean?
if that happens, we'll deal
100%,
with it
right?
then.
So what we, as people of the book, we say is whatever God says goes, right? Right? Like, he's the one over science, right? He shows you science. That's what I'm saying. My God says, and your God, we believe we have the same God, by the way. We don't.
Well,
God the Father,
Orthodox
yes.
Christians don't believe that. Roman Catholics do, but Orthodox
no,
Christians
Roman
don't.
Catholics.
It's in Vatican II.
Roman
but-
Catholics, they bring up Mother Mary as a godly figure. We don't believe that, so.
Well, if you say we believe in the same God, if you're
God the
talking to
Father.
me, if you're talking to me, that would be untrue. If you're talking to a Catholic would agree with you. Jesus is God, yeah. Well, that's besides the point.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, I don't see an issue. Like the point that we're trying to make is that Islam is not compatible because we believe that you can marry an underage girl, but we just said we can't. And by the way, we have a law that says you have to abide by the law of the land. Do you know what I mean? So whatever the law of the land is, if you're a Muslim in that land, you have to follow it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the point I brought up there
Or it's
is
haram
that,
for me.
is that
I'm
Muslims,
gonna get sins for it.
Many Muslims also believe that you can change the law, right? And
No.
if it were to change, well, if there's Muslims that run for office, right? Ilhan Omar is a Muslim, she's in office. Zorhan Mandami is a Muslim, he's running for office, right? And from there, they believe that they can change
They're following
laws.
American ideals, right? We're
No,
following.
they go through the.
No,
yeah,
there's
they're
not,
going through the
it's
Islam,
running
like
for
not the
office,
Islamic law.
but if Muslims were to take enough power to where they could change the law to put in more Islamic values and allow you to practice more Islamic values, you would support that, right?
Wait, is that wrong? Objectively, if there were like.
It's
say, like-
un-American.
Well, what is an American law then?
To change certain laws. So, for example,
thing
if-
is, think about it.
Hold on, I can talk to one person. We can change laws, but
I
there are
agree.
certain laws.
You
There are
should be
certain
able to change
laws.
laws. Because think about it. He just mentioned it too. 100, 200 years ago, what? 15-year-olds were allowed to marry,
Yeah,
but it got
you can
changed,
change
right?
laws. There's
so
laws
you
that
should
should be
allow
changed.
it to
However, there are certain laws that are categorically American
What are the
laws,
certain
right? These,
laws that are
like
categorically American?
Bill of Rights, right?
Okay.
Freedom of religion.
100%.
If you were to have Islamic law, you wouldn't have freedom of religion.
You do.
If you look at the Pact of Omar and the way Christians were treated under Islam and are treated under Islamic rule, they're not
I don't know
allowed
about
to
that,
evangelize.
but in the Quran it says, right? Your religion is yours, my religion is mine. You won't believe what I believe, and I won't believe what you believe.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. I mean, you're not
you know what I
saying
mean?
there were cases where
literally,
people
like,
were
there's war.
forcefully
I'll tell you
converted,
this.
but most of the time they weren't.
Under Sharia,
Okay.
by the way, everybody hates Sharia, but under Sharia, we're not supposed to desecrate any religious things. If I went into
I'm
like
just talking about general Islamic rule.
Yeah,
Like
that's what I'm
Act of
saying.
Umar.
Like
this is 7th century stuff.
I agree, but you just mentioned like you're not going to be allowed to practice your religion if there was Islamic law. I'm saying
Well,
yes, you
not
are.
fully, right? So
What-
some aspects of it. So
Can you
for
bring
example,
one up?
all right, Pact of Umar. This is what the Christians are agreeing to
Okay.
live under Islamic rule.
Yes.
We shall not build in our cities or in their vicinity any new monasteries, churches, covents, or monk cells. Right. So
I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Is Omar Islam? Is the
we shall not-
Sahaba Omar, like, is he the representative of Islam?
This is Islamic. I mean, do
No,
you
but
guys
it's a
disagree with it?
person who's
Honestly,
like, is Richard the Lionheart a
this is
representative
how
of
Christians
Christianity?
lived under Islam for hundreds.
The thing is, like,
If you oppose this and you support freedom of religion, and then you are considered.
if he's not a religious figure, he's not anyone who had any.
He has a point on that.
But he doesn't have anything from God. Like, he wasn't told anything from God and then applied it, right? He's just a person. So, because like the same with Richard the Lionheart, right? What he did during the Crusades and stuff like that, that's not a representative of Christianity. He was just a person.
If you disagree with certain aspects of Islam, which this is something that happens when Muslims take over countries, they do in fact implement this stuff.
Yeah, I think you're confusing people and like, you know, their rules and their religion, stuff like that, with Islam itself.
But they can have, like...
They don't have ordinations from God or anything like that. So like...
They could be misguided.
Yeah.
Same with Christianity, you know? It's not like a good point.
I mean, this is how Christians live under Islam.
And how did Christians? Well, I mean, how did Muslims live under Richard the Lionheart in Europe? It was absolutely terrible. He was pillaging, conquering, raping everyone. But that's not a representative of Christianity.
Look at Muslims today. You're able to practice your religion in America.
Yeah,
in the West and in the Christian nations. But if you go to the Islamic nations, it's much more difficult to practice religion.
100%, and they're not adhering to what Islam should be. They're coming under the guise of that, but we allow freedom of religion. That's one of the big points that he brought up earlier. So, like,
that's not what I'm saying.
Also, it's what you're saying based on your anecdotal evidence, because the Pact of Umar didn't work.
It's not anecdotal. Look at all of Islamic history. This has never been the case.
Such as?
All of Islamic history, the Ottoman Empire, the Pact of Umar, which I just brought up. Today, the Islamic countries today.
Okay, so if I point
Nigeria right now.
Nigeria's half Christian. But if I pointed to any kind of Christian country, right, and I go, oh, you know, look how they're treating their kind of dissidents and stuff like that. Sure. Yeah, I brought up the Crusades earlier and stuff like that. How the Muslims were treated during the, you know, control of the Christians under the Crusades was absolutely terrible, right? But that's not a representative of Christianity. We're running out of Andalusia. But Christians don't say like, oh, we're supposed to oppress them and not allow them to practice their freedom of religion, right? This is the same as Muslims do in turn.
When in the Constitution are we a Christian nation?
Yeah, no, I mean this doesn't adhere to Christian law. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you were to punish Muslims and say they can't have religious freedom.
Okay, yeah, and then we say
like,
like,
I would like you to cite where you have religious freedom in Islam.
Well, I mean, if you want, well, sorry. I think the point you're making is, wow, Islam is so oppressive. Look what they're doing in Islamic countries and stuff like that, right? But these people are just practicing Islam and they're trying to implement it, but they're not following what Islam actually is, which we allow freedom of religion, right?
Yeah, well, where?
So you're saying, oh wow, Islam is so terrible.
He cited a bunch of stuff directly from the Quran. He cited a bunch of stuff directly from the Quran and from the Hadith.
What did he cite? What did you cite? On what topic?
Wait, so...
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, first of all, I mean, you can just look at like forcing non-believers to do the jizya, but you can also... times of war, is this going to be like actual like... It doesn't matter. It doesn't... Well, there's a little bit. It doesn't really matter when you're saying kill disbelievers. It doesn't matter, right? Surah Al-Baqarah,
I think it does matter.
chapter 2, verse 191 to 193. Kill them, the disbelievers, wherever you find them, and expel them from wherever you find them. Surah Muhammad 47:4. So when you meet those who disbelieve, strike at their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them. Surah Al-Anfal 8:12 through 13. Remember, your Lord inspired the angels. I am with you, so strengthen those who have believed. I will cast terror into the hearts of those who have disbelieved. So strike them upon their necks and with every fingertip. Surah Al-Taqwa 9:5. Whatever, I don't know, whatever, how you say it. And then when the sacred months have passed, kill the polytheists wherever you find them, capture them, besiege them.
Do you have the exegesis of the verse?
Do I have the what?
The exegesis of the verse.
The exegesis?
Numbers 31, kill all the Midianite boys and kill them. Midianite women, kill the bad sexual relations. Save all the
We can't hear you.
yourself.
You have to talk closer to the mic.
Say loud.
Numbers 31, save all the little girls for yourselves.
Yeah, that's not a mandate from God, actually.
Numbers 31, 31, 17, 18.
No, they're not quoting God's words.
Well, we're quoting the Bible regardless.
You're not quoting God's words. That's not prescriptive.
I understand what you're saying.
That's not prescriptive from God.
You're saying it's not from God. Who's
Guys, we're going to be here for another 10, 20 minutes. We're going to do some fire rapid questions. So 3, 4 minute questions each. I know you guys have had your time.
Okay, so you said it's not from God. Who's it from? Okay, I'm not a Christian. Please explain to me.
Read the whole chapter.
It's a quote.
We don't have time.
Read the whole chapter. Can you please answer? You're not going to answer.
It's not an order from God.
Is it an order from Moses?
Is it an order from Jesus? He said.
It's an order from Moses, yes.
Is Moses a messenger of God?
In some, not everything Moses says is a message from God.
Is the Old
That's
Testament?
not a message from God. It doesn't claim that's a message from
So you're saying
God. Chapter and verse that God said that.
So you're saying something false exists in the Old Testament? You're saying something false exists in the Old Testament?
I'm saying Moses could say to do something wrong.
Okay, so you're telling me in your own holy scripture, which you believe is perfect, has faulty errors.
Almost the entirety of the Old Testament is the Israelites breaking God's commandments and doing bad things. Like,
The entire purpose behind these rules were to mean.
We're going to do rapid fire questions. We have to leave in like 20 minutes. Yeah. What's up? Yes. What's your
So
question?
you are talking about the Aisha's age, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's go to morality. From where do you take morality?
From where do I take morality?
Yeah. And do morality change over time?
Yeah, so I'm not going to be able to give like a very good and solid basis for morality from Christianity because I'm only a new. Wait, yeah, 1 second. Let me answer from Christianity because I'm a recent convert. So I'm not like a biblical scholar, right? Generally, where I take morality from, when I've been an agnostic for the most of my life, is from like the non-aggression principle. So you can't aggress people unjustly when they have not first aggressed you. Okay. I'm also going to think that generally children's minds are not developed enough to consent to things like sexual intercourse, and thus I would view it as rape. Rape is unjust aggression and therefore a violation of the NAP. Wait, let him talk. Let him talk. You've been up. Let him talk. You've been up here. No. We're doing rapid fire 4-minute questions. We're leaving in 20 minutes. What's up?
So, like, you do not you take your morality from the state?
No, of course not.
And you are saying that Islam is not compatible with America. So you are representing the state, right?
Well, no, not necessarily. I don't think that everything the state does is good, but the things I'm talking about are things I agree with. Like, for example, not raping children, not beating women, etc., not killing non-believers. I think it is a model for world values.
But you should.
I don't agree with everything, but it's the same with like when I vote for a president, I'm not going to find a candidate for president that I agree with on everything, but I'm going to find somebody who I agree with on most things.
Sure. Fundamentally speaking,
this is your last time you talk.
Fundamentally speaking, that which you're promoting from a Christian perspective, you have to follow wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I'm not promoting this from a Christian perspective. I'm promoting this from an Islam is not compatible with the U.S.
Is
perspective.
Christianity compatible with the U.S.?
Yes.
So
okay, next question. We're doing rapid fire.
The Bible is not analogous to what the U.S. preaches.
We're doing next. We're doing very quick questions. We're leaving soon.
Yes, bro, you are taking taking morality from your religion, right?
I do generally take my religion from. I'm new.
Cam's very new to Christianity. I'll work on him. You know, we'll get him all familiar with this stuff. I take my morality from Christianity.
So,
I believe.
So do you like?
He's got a question. I'm sorry. Like.
Hey, how's it going? I have a quick question. What does Quran verse 9:29 say? What does that say? Quran verse 9:29. What does it mean?
Surah 9?
9:29. I was wondering what they mean by jizya and like imposing tax on people who don't convert.
Fight for those who do not believe in Allah, nor in the last day, nor forbid what Allah and His Messenger forbidden, nor follow the religion of truth from among those who were given the scripture, until they pay the jizya and willing submission to feel themselves subdued.
So do you agree by what it says, or what is?
Oh, that died. Yeah, or did you turn it off?
Yeah. I'm just like, what if? Yeah, but do you agree with what happens when they do not pay?
What, I didn't hear what he said. What was that? What happens? What's the point?
So yeah, in the verse, when they do not pay the, in quotation marks, jizya, what do you think happens? Like, what, according to the book?
I had some other notes on that. I don't know off the top of my head, but like we're trying to do rapid fire stuff, so I don't want to like pull out my phone and
And also, by the way, for those of you, I think there was some looks when I said that, like I'm not going to be, I'm a new Christian, so I'm not going to be able to defend Christianity for the fullest extent. I didn't become a Christian because I read the Bible. I'm reading the Bible because of a personal experience I had with God.
You are representing the
Hold on.
state, right?
I don't agree with that either. I don't agree with that verse
Why
either.
you are compatible with this? That Islam is not.
All right, who else has a question who has not talked? He's got a question. All right.
I just want to say Christ is king.
So true. Base. Very quick, and then we have to pack down.
You said you don't agree with separating attacks for specifically the people that are not part of your religion. You said you don't believe with charging attacks for people who are not part of your religion.
I don't agree with attacking people who don't believe in your religion, yes.
So here's my problem with that. Muslims have to pay a higher tax than other religions. So what do you say to that?
In what countries?
Zakat.
Zakat is a Muslim tax.
Yeah, the Muslim tax is higher than the non-Muslim tax. So where's the discrimination?
Not always. It doesn't say in the Quran that zakat has to be higher than jizya. It does not say that. In a lot of cases, jizya was higher. In a lot of the Arab world, Christians and Jews were made dhimmis, second-class citizens who had to pay extra taxes. And jizya.
So, brother, those who followed, like, there was no set age limit in some of the United States. So all those who followed that limit, those were all like not good people, right?
I don't. To be honest, I'm not even catching what you're saying.
So you are talking about the age of Aisha.
Yeah, Aisha was 6.
So I was reading a document in which it said that 4 states, 2 territories do not set any age floor by statute. California, Mississippi.
Every state in this country has a legal age for marriage. If you can find one state in this country,
If they were following at that time, then were they all immoral, according to you?
yes, we changed that.
So before, like when they were following that, they were.
It was
all
wrong.
immoral.
Yes, it was wrong.
They were
Yes.
immoral. So
Yes.
you're calling your states immoral.
The past versions of my state, yes, slavery used to be legal in this country. That was immoral.
Christians use the Bible to justify slavery. So why
No,
should we
they
cover-
don't.
So the very first person to call for the abolition of slavery was Gregory of Nyssa, a Christian. And what the first Christians did in the early church was they went out and they bought slaves and then freed them. Right? Christianity has always been anti-slavery. All of the church fathers, when they talk about slavery, they're talking about they're against slavery. So if some guy who started a Christian cult sect where they believe in a few things in Christianity starts a church in the 1800s, says we believe in slavery, we reject them. They're heretics.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to accept your argument, but this is the exact problem with this entire debate because several times you've listed Muslim countries and then you've used those as a model example for what Islam says. For example, your friend mentioned jizya. He said jizya, changeable, it could be higher than zakat when in principle it's lower. So the entire argument that other religions have to pay more for their tax than the religion itself, Islam, institutionalizing that tax is false because they're paying less than the
I'll
Muslims
make you a
themselves.
deal because we're wrapping up. If you could give me something I could read on that, I would love to know more about it.
Well, they don't extend as much.
Are we killing the camera? Are we killing the Quran talks about the distribution of these kinds of things.
I'm gonna kill that?
Well, like the percentages. I mean, if I could write it down, we could write it down.
Okay, let's start packing.
That thing's about to die, and if it dies, it might corrupt the card.
I'll
So
correct myself.
all the footage, yeah.
I have a battery.
Well, not the whole card, but
Does
the
anybody
file
else
that's
have a
on it
question?
right now.
Hasn't talked. Very quick question.
Okay, because I kind of want to start packing shit up.
You were talking about this chastisement, right? So wife beating in Islam.
So, yeah, I mean, you already asked me a bunch of questions. I'm trying to see if anybody else hasn't asked questions.
So if somebody allows that, then that is immoral. Even if your Supreme Court.
Beating your wife is
Even if your Supreme Court allows that.
I mean, good debates. A lot of people are engaged. So very good chance to come back.
There are plenty of laws that we have. Like, I'm pro-life. I think we should get rid of. Listen, I'm pro-life. I'm pro-life. I think that we should get rid of the laws that allow babies to be murdered in the womb. Okay, so we disagree with some of the laws of our country, and I would say that's un-American. I would say abortion is un-American. So we should get rid of it.
Even you guys can make immoral things because you at least agreed on 2 things that even if Supreme Court allowed this, then this is immoral.
No, we're not saying the Supreme Court's perfect. We're not saying that the state is perfect. We're saying America is founded on certain values.
So who will decide which is perfect and which is not perfect? Then there is no objection. There is no objective morality here.
Alright, this is a completely unrelated question, but like, I want to get your thoughts on the death penalty.
I personally support the death penalty.
Of course.
Well, I think there are certain people who have done things that are so heinous that they should never be in society again. And I don't want to pay for them to continue living. I also think it is biblical, like the Bible is not anti-death penalty. The church has not been anti-death penalty.
Well, Bible is also not anti-abortion. The Bible is not anti-death penalty because Jesus says
The church fathers were pro-death penalty.
What?
The church fathers were pro-death penalty.
But again, like Christianity.
I'm looking at my church.
But Christianity is Christ. We follow Christ, right? We don't follow the church.
We are following the church. Christ established the church. Christ is one with the church.
However, like, are you Catholic?
Christ established the church one. Catholics, a lot of Catholics are anti-death penalty.
Yes, but just to make the point, like Catholics, they do like they're very ritualistic the way they do the church, right? Do you agree? Right? Do you think that's biblical? Like praying to Mary, like praying to prophets.
I mean, Eastern Orthodox people believe a lot of similar things. So I would say yes. Yeah, I would say yeah, you can pray to Mary. Praying to Mary is not the same as praying to Jesus. When you pray to Mary, you are speaking to Mary. You're saying things to Mary. Mary is alive in Christ. It's possible that Mary can hear us and then talk to Christ for us, intercede. We're not praying to Mary. She has powers to do things like heal the sick or whatever. But Mary can pray to Jesus for us. So the intercession of the saints, that's something that you don't find in the traditional 66 books biblical canon. But in the Eastern Orthodox biblical canon, we have more books. Like you have First and Second Maccabees. So you find that in some of the other books that like Protestants don't consider canonical.
That was like a side point, but going back to the topic at hand, like Jesus says to turn the other way. And someone slaps on one cheek, he says to offer the other cheek, right? So what makes it right to go like eye for an eye or like death for death?
If Trump was any other president, I'd be like,
That's a great question. That's a whole topic that we can probably talk.
He just says he's going to beat the president of Puerto Rico. Who the fuck is the president of Puerto Rico? I don't like his
Muslims.
I do like, restricting immigration, but I don't like how he's immigration. I believe there should be more due process. It should like mass agents. It should be okay. Here's the program.
Turn the other
If you want to turn
cheek.
yourself in,
in this context,
you can turn it in
a
safely,
slap is not that
soundly,
serious,
with no
right?
fear.
If one of these Muslims came up to me and slapped me a little bit, it didn't really hurt me. Should I like jump on him? That would be a little excessive, right? Like an eye for an eye, we're talking about like serious harm, right? So there's a principle of forgiveness, but there's also justice. You have to have mercy and justice. And for us humans, it might be tough trying to figure out how to balance that, right? But that's kind of the point. Like one of these cases, turn the other cheek is expressing mercy, and eye for an eye is expressing justice. Yeah, we can have both.
Okay, let me go back to the topic of justice, right? Who are we as humans to, in order to have justice, we need to have a judge, right? We need to judge that. So who are we to judge? God's the only judge. Do you agree with that?
Well, God does assign judge. I mean, God isn't the only judge. God judges in a different way. Right? God judges like who gets to go to heaven, who doesn't, for example. God judges who's a Christian and who's not. But if somebody commits a crime in our society, I mean, God created judges in the Old Testament. Those judges had to judge people. That's true, but there are principles in the Old Testament that we don't do. Like, for example, divorce is wrong in the Old Testament, adultery is wrong in the Old Testament. We don't have the same punishments because Mosaic law was not a perfect law that everybody was supposed to keep. But we still do believe that you shouldn't divorce, you shouldn't.
Yeah, but I feel like Jesus also, he just made a point of forgiveness and that we should hold forgiveness in our hearts.
Yeah.
We can have justice, but I believe that, let's say like for murder, for example, right? I believe that murderers should get a death sentence, get life in prison. And
I think we have to like put this stuff right. I'm going to continue talking.
Or a good legal than a bad legal.
I'll come around over here. Again, it is always easy to set out. This is also about
I think we should just be more humane. I don't have an exact policy of how to fix it, but I do know that we should be more humane than what the administration is doing. And that's what we have to have a warrant. You can't just show up to a church and be like, hey, we go arrest all of you guys. The thing is, like, also the foreign policy. I don't like this foreign policy. He's being hostile to Europe, hostile to Japan, hostile to Australia. He's just trying to cut all his ties and strengthen our ties with China and Russia. He doesn't even want China, he just wants Russia. You know, he's like, okay, Ukraine, I'm saying that Ukraine should have territories restored because it was given to them during the collapse of the Soviet Union. It's been agreed upon, and they have self-determination. I don't want Russia to take over parts of Ukraine because that gives them the ability to do it more over and over. I mean, yeah, but the thing is that if we say, okay, Russia, you can have whatever, right? That's going to press some president, like Georgia, right? Georgia got
Hey man, I like the Jerusalem cross.
Thank you.
Of course, great choice. Oh, nice. Nice.
I got that from Jerusalem.
Oh.
Dude, what's that? It's a Jerusalem cross. Yeah, but like, it's Christian. He's undermining the United States like power. He's saying, okay, Russia, you do whatever. But it's like, you know, Ukraine doesn't get like a deal for itself. It doesn't get to keep its territory. Like, you know, the Crimea, for example, that's a very important port that Russia could use. And then, like, what was Georgia? Georgia's in NATO, so can invade that. And then, let's go to Kazakhstan or Mongolia. Well, why not? But if you really wanted a buffer,
sorry guys, I'm taking out the thing here.
Hey. That was a very good experience. I also experienced several other things that I've released. What do they look like? I'm going to go into all of them. I personally believe that I developed a relationship with God by prayer. I was agnostic, I did not believe in things, but I prayed if God was real. And I premised my prayers by saying, God, if you are real, please reveal yourself to me. I personally believe that it's true. I pray that God will reveal himself to me if something inconceivable happens. Yeah, I think it's probably God. How do you believe it?
I'll take y'all around, okay, in a minute, so you guys can see what's going on here. Putting away the stuff. I believe in God and educating myself on God because of what I believe. That's why I'm not going to preach you apologetics because I only convert it's derived from God. It's straight face stay in line with God. My moral principles to be in line with God in the off chance I was seeking God. So I've always based my life as a godly person. So that, but I have unfortunately that doesn't actually get into habits. Right? Accepting Jesus Christ. Yeah, we have to buy more.
But
but I still live my life as a godly person. What's that? What you're saying is subjective. If you want to say that me believing in God is subjective, you believing in God is subjective. No, they are objective. You're saying that me believing in the Christian God is subjective. No, I'm not. Yes, that's why I said most people are Christians because they're in the Bible, not the other way around. There are a lot of Christians who have not been experiencing God. I don't want to force people, but a lot of them have already believed in God prior. I was an agnostic person who didn't believe in God. Praying for God to reveal himself to You know who else's personal experience is the grounding for their faith? The Prophet Muhammad. Yes.
I'd play this one.
No, I think I'm keeping on for this one.
The Gospels are objective. The Gospels are objective. Yeah. So they're yeah. And what's interesting is anybody that Jesus Christ is one of the most well-documented historical, like teaching things that ever happened. So there's more documentation for Jesus' crucifixion. There is, for example, that like Alexander the Great, which is crazy. Muslims don't believe that Jesus was crucified. They believe he lived, he died, they don't believe him. We do not guys believe that he died. Yeah, exactly. You don't believe in the crucifixion. We do not believe in the crucifixion. You don't believe in the crucifixion, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And crucifixion, by the way, is one of the most well-documented things ever in history. It's more well documented that Jesus Christ was crucified on a cross than it is that Alexander the Great was alive.
It's true. 25,000 manuscripts and texts prove it.
So, like, your God even died. Your God even died.
Yeah.
He died.
He dies. He died for our sins like the lamb on the slaughter.
When he was here.
What are you talking about?
Jesus Christ was God in the form of man. No. Man can die.
Jesus Christ was fully God and fully man.
Yeah, but when he was here, who was
taking over his? No. He's God. He can do multiple things at once.
Let's say you are in that
So God is everywhere and anywhere all at once.
You are in that era. For example, you are in that era. Jesus Christ is in front of you.
Yes.
One person, let's say in
God is what's called
Oklahoma. He says that Jesus Christ is in Texas at University of Texas in Dallas.
Okay.
One person in Michigan, he says that he's here. Means he is not like your God is not present everywhere.
He is omnipresent. He's omnipresent everywhere. He's fully man, fully God, and he can be everywhere at once. You know omnipresence is, right?
He's here, then I can point out him not here.
Yes, you're not thinking. He can be everywhere at once. Omnipresence. He has the Holy Spirit as well.
You believe the same thing. So if you don't believe that your God, Allah, can be everywhere all at once, how is it that no, 1 second, let me ask you a question. How could Allah hear and process the prayers of everyone in the world all at once?
So what we believe in God is not like he is not bounded by place. He's not bound by
exactly what Christianity believes.
He's not like us.
How many times a day do you pray? 5 times a day. How many Muslims are there in the world? Almost 2 billion. Okay, there's almost 2 billion Muslims in the world. They pray 5 times a day. Allah would never have the time on his hands to process, hear, and respond to all of the prayers he hears, which means you also believe that God is omnipresent.
We believe that he is here by his knowledge. He controls everything. It doesn't mean that he should be physically present here.
You believe that he's omnipresent. You believe that he can be in multiple places doing multiple things at the same time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hear all your prayers.
Whatever he can do, he can do here. It doesn't mean that he should be physically present here.
Yes, Jesus Christ can be physically present while God the Father is also around everywhere. You don't understand that?
If he is in this world, then he should be bound to his physical laws, right?
No, because he's fully God and fully man. Fully God and fully man.
Means he is the same example. If he is
I just said he's
here,
also fully
I can point
God.
out to him
Yes, you can point him out. Yes, but he's also omnipresent as well. God the Father is omnipresent.
How can it be?
How can it be? Because that's what it is.
You are saying that he is present there at the same time. Is it possible?
Yes. omnipresence in the spirit. In spirit. It's a spiritual realm. You understand this, right?
You are saying that your God can take humanly body and
Yes.
die.
Yes. And come back to life, by the way. He was fully human and fully man. You don't understand what omnipresence is and the Trinity. You don't fully understand what the Trinity is.
So I met yesterday day before yesterday one guy at this building. He said he's Unitarian.
Unitarian, okay?
So he doesn't believe in six forms.
Okay, well, there's others. I wouldn't call that Christian. I call that like heresy, but. So, I mean, yeah, one person can believe something else, but it's 100% wrong.
Maybe I'm not pointing out
Yeah.
he was right or not.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious. It looks funny that if person is standing here, then he might be at some other places as well. And all over the world, by the way.
Jesus Christ was omnipresent, so is the God, the Father, and the Holy Spirit.
He had to die himself. Instead, he would have created
It said if there's two or more Christians in one place, God is present.
If a person, like, he has to die by himself, he could have created some other being, and he would have died by for the sake of entire humanity instead of him.
Do you understand?
So, like, according to you are making God so incompetent that he has to die.
Incompetent? No. It's called love. You know what love is, right? It's called love. God sent His only Son to die for your sins. Okay, it's love.
Which law in the whole over the world like gives the permission to do this?
What?
Like, you are doing sin, and because of your sin, God has to die. Which law in this world permits you to do that?
What God permits me to? God permitted Himself to do that. God can do whatever He wants.
In the world, they are all against the law.
What?
All the
What?
laws,
Here's
all the
some-
laws you are following.
You're making no sense here, at all. What's up?
I'm just gonna take one of you. I was like dared to do this. So.
Dared by what? Cam? Of course.
Yo, can I take a picture?
F you, Cam. Just kidding.
Yo, can I take a picture?
Yeah, sure. I know it's Cam again. Cam, stop doing this.
I'm not really into politics. I'm just happy to be here, man.
Yeah, of course.
Are you like what's it called?
What?
This is
am I what?
videos. This is
Like,
so he
are
loves
you like
bears.
what's it called? Are you like a political TikToker? or something
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah.
How many followers?
I had 160K before I got banned. I got banned because I said I would not have sex with transgenders. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? That's wild, right? It's like TikTok says, oh, it's hate speech because I don't want to have sex with men.
Dude, is this gonna be like in live?
This is live right now.
Oh shoot! Is this gonna be like uploaded after?
Yeah, everything's gonna be uploaded.
I don't know. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I did like the what's it called? I did the flight. I did like the flight email like 4 times, so it's probably gonna be there in the upload.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's everyone. This whole thing was live, and then we have that recording everything. We have a lot of things recorded.
Don't be trying to.
But yeah.
Rage bait. I'm like.
He's got the suit up. What is that supposed to be? French?
French Croatia from 1810, 1812 is the premier regiment de Croatia's Napoleon's first empire.
Napoleon was awesome, dude. So, do you usually dress like this, or is this for Halloween? Okay. The drip is real, though. The drip is real. Dude, how many girls do you get in this?
I have gotten exclusively men.
Whoa! Whoa! Nah, that's sick, dude. I don't know why the Hus don't like it. If every single man could dress like this, they would. Like in like armor and shit. That's super cool. Is that an authentic one or no?
It's a recreation.
Recreation?
It's a very
What is
good
it?
recreation. Don't
Is
pull it out, please. Don't pull it
Can you pull it out? I want to see the.
I don't. The police officer back there advised me.
Okay. All right. That's cool. I like that. I like that. I want to get one of those. Is it actually like battle worthy or no? Because sometimes it's like a recreation. It's wobbly and crap.
This is battle work.
Okay.
It's made by a proper sword company. It's a very faithful recreation. It's made from carbon steel, so it will withstand being beat up.
Nice.
This I won't trust. It's from Amazon.
Yeah, I think this is probably a little too thin.
Yeah, but it is steel. It's just thin steel. It's thin, mild steel.
Yeah. I don't know. An arrow would probably go through that. Low key. Something like
Maybe
that.
not an arrow, but bolt.
Bullet would 100%. Cheese. No, you're good. No, you're fine, dude.
I was like dared by Cam. I was like,
Dude, Cam, I got a person walked up to me actually wanted to earlier, and now you're trying to get people. Cam's trying to prank me, chat. Cam's trying to prank me. Look at his face. He's so guilty.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Dude, okay, you're a Christian. You're lying right now.
Okay, I do know what you're talking about.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Cam, I have a question. Kind of similar
It was always around with like these people who believe the same thing as the Baptists. And if you look into the history and read about this, and read about those people, what you find is they believed in all sorts of wacky things that even the Baptists don't believe.
Right, it was a bunch of like Gnostic cults and things like that. So they had to stretch and change history so that what they're doing fits what Jesus said, right?
I mean, but
I wanted to get as close as I could.
I'm not here to argue like for or against like a specific sect. I'm just saying that we're supposed to follow Jesus, the teachings of Jesus, not the followers of Jesus. We're not here to, like Paul says in Acts, that he's not here to baptize in the name of Paul, right? He's here to baptize in the name of Jesus, and that can be interpreted as we're here to follow Jesus' word, right?
We are following Jesus, but Jesus did establish the church, and Jesus told us to be part of the church. And Jesus said that the church is the pillar and ground of the church.
Yes, but the church, to me, is Christians, a group of Christians, like you and me. Like we don't need to meet in like a random building or whatever. Like as long as like two or more meet, the Holy Spirit's there, right? So the church is just people. The church is just believers.
So
Stephen Paul.
Dude, Nick Fuentes, bro. Alex Jones, bro.
All right. Well, are we packed up pretty much? Should we?
what do you think? What happened today? Was it good?
I think it was great. Yeah.
She's master debated
Chat,
Islam.
What did you guys think? What did you guys think, chat? What are they saying, Lance?
Chat. I think they're saying Andrew's a bad beer chugger.
No. What are they actually saying? What did you guys think about today?
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to come in. It says master debater. Let's see. I'm waiting for more comments. There we go. Honestly, I'm off. Good job, Cam. It was all right. Crazy how many Muslims wouldn't condemn rape. Keep streaming. Great job. We loved it. Amazing discourse. Lance is 4'11". Wow, taller than I thought. Okay, this is me and Cam, okay? I'm clearly taller than Cam.
I'm 5'9", so think about how short
Okay.
I'm 6'1", guys. I'm 6'1".
Guys, come on.
But Lance is for real like 5'9".
I'm 5'10".
Oh, wow.
I'm a whole inch taller.
Wow.
My doctor says it, so it must be true. Must be true.
Wow, and that's with shoes on, too, if it was at the doctor's.
No, they take off your shoes. Okay.
Can you pack this 360 up?
Okay.
Just turn it off. Let me kill the recording. All right, chat.
What are we gonna do? We're gonna go back to Chalmers?
I guess, yeah.
Going back to yours?
I think we should just all go grab dinner.
Yeah, we should grab dinner. I'm hungry.
Hi, hungry.
Thanks, chat. I appreciate it.
Rice is king. Dude, Andrew's finally back, dude.
Guys, Andrew's mysteriously disappeared again.
I don't know why. I don't know how it happened.
Did Andrew find a girlfriend?
You find a girlfriend or get some huzz?
No.
No huzz today?
Not today.
You gotta go to American Jewish University to get some huzz?
I don't know. I don't want to say it on live.
What did you guys think? Do a 24-hour live stream? No shot. We're not gonna do a 24-hour.
Do you guys want to see Cam crap? Is that what you guys want to see?
No chance we're doing a 24-hour live stream. Maybe someday we'll do one, but today is not that day. Just put it in my bag. Like put it in the top.
How many people are still watching? 12:43. Wow. Big stream today.
Yeah, good stream.
Big stream. Thanks everyone for coming.
Beautiful stream.
Thanks, guys. Did you guys enjoy? Did you guys enjoy the stream? It was rough.
Rough.
They can't even see their.
Yeah, they liked it.
My parents were like, "Oh, she's gonna come home." My parents are very strong Christians.
I'm glad you guys liked it.
At the end of the day, they won't accept that decision she made.
I keep walking away.
And it really hurts me.
Oh, because we don't condone your kind on this stream.
onto that campus, I can get trespassed too. Because
Felipe the Filipino, 151.9. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Dinner funds. Thank you so much.
Fucked up.
That was me.
He means Jews.
I don't
That's
mean
what
that.
he means.
No, that's not what I mean. I meant something completely different.
Put me on the stream, Kev. Stop walking in circles.
Why do you want to be
read
on
what
stream?
the people are saying?
Dinner fund. Thank you, Mud. Appreciate the $10 super chat.
sorry to. I know this.
Coming to UNC Charlotte? We already did UNC Charlotte. We did UNC Charlotte a little while ago.
Ask him what topics we should do.
What topics do you guys think we should do next? What topic do you guys think we should do tomorrow? We don't allow slow beer chuggers on this stream.
Then what's Tomer doing?
Well, Tomer doesn't count.
I chug beer fast.
Yeah, he's faster than you, Andrew.
No, he doesn't. Get me 6 beers right now. I'll chug 6 before Tomer does 1.
We didn't really argue
We
past
were in
that today,
Denton
guys.
yesterday, or 2 days ago.
We were?
Yeah, that's North Texas.
Oh, yeah, UNT.
Austin, Texas, UT, my alma mater. Would love to go there.
Deport all illegals? Yeah, maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Maybe. Ben isn't big on that topic. Should do something economic, maybe.
I feel like the government shutdown is not the best topic just for universities because most people don't care enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's true. To some degree.
EBT, that would be a good one.
Welfare could be a good topic, maybe.
Welfare, yeah. Welfare and EBT, like that.
All right, guys, I think we're going to kill it. We're going to pack everything up, and we're going to get out of here. I appreciate you guys all tuning in. Maybe we'll do a stream later tonight. I'll probably be in Discord. Join the Discord. The link is in the description. And
follow the Fearless Tour on YouTube.
Yeah, follow the Fearless Tour on YouTube. We did an intro today, so we'll have that in the video. Keep up the good work, Cam and crew. Please stay safe. Thank you for $20 super chat, Britt.
Can we get a Andrew can't chug beers in the chat? Can we do that?
All right, guys, we're gonna kill it. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
See y'all.
I'll see you.